Oh boy. Hello, everybody, and welcome. It's already, again, a podcast day. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And of course, I'm happy you all are here. And I cannot wait to talk about everything that's going on. I mean, it's endless. It's non-stoppable, actually, all the events and sites that we are seeing all around the world in regards to the planets of our binary solar system that are here right now, and we're the only podcast that's actually talking about this information. So let's go ahead and get the one and only Sam Hofman on here, and we can talk about everything. So let's see how Montana is going. Hey there, Sam. How are you today?
Hello, everybody. Yes, the one and only. We are the only.
I love that
people.
part. It's true.
We are the only public group sister site citizen science podcast around the planet, talking to you guys out here, open for free. We share this without supporters other than listeners like you. So this is the number one podcast for Nibiru. We have this 15 years worth of evidence under our belts. If we talk about AI even knows that we're real. I'm a real boy. Sorry, that's my local joke. It's dead 2025. Hi everybody out there, and welcome to our show. And oh my God, we've got information for you, and what's going on is beyond measure and cool. And hopefully we can share this information with you, that you can carry it with you in a level of reality that the basic media out there is not giving you. We do the homework for you, and every week we come back on Saturday and we try to catch you up to that information. And we spend countless hours surfing and searching and sifting through all of the disinformation, propaganda, bad media, poor drama. Let's see, the theories that people are losing their mind over, that it's called that's back again to propaganda. But and we sift through all the crap for you, so we can give you clarity on this subject.
There you go. I know. I mean, it's true. There's a lot of, it's endless, actually, but yeah.
We do a lot of debating between ourselves, even before the shows, for you guys, because we catch up ahead of time. And then we all kind of, put our ducks in a row and get our gladiators ready to run out there and fight the lions. And here we are. And welcome to another show.
It's going to be great. I know. Well, let's, I see other people in the green room waiting their turn. You know what? I want to talk to Jesus, because it's been a couple of weeks, hasn't it? 2 or 3? Hooky. I don't know, but it's been a minute.
He's been out playing hooky lately.
I see him, though. Let's grab him while he's here.
Mr. Ann's going to give him 4 demerits and 3 Our Fathers.
Yeah, well deserved. It feels like I've been gone forever. It's
good to have you.
Yeah,
it's been an interesting beginning of the year. It's been my slow season at work, so I've had to work twice as much to bring in what I usually bring. But we're getting through it.
Relaxed, by the way. That? You look relaxed.
I've been having some really good sleep, lately. So even though I've been overworked, I am very well slept. So yeah.
Kudos to you, bro.
I guess it's a trade-off. At least I go to sleep a lot more tired, so I get to sleep through the whole night. So it's been great.
Hey,
I miss you guys.
The crazy dreams everybody else is having right now. We're all suffering from planetary effects and the body aches.
I was just making my way to that conversation as well. I've been getting my butt kicked, and the Saturn yellow moon has been just insanely close, and it has been kicking my ass, and it's been
mine too.
And usually it's more of a hopelessness, but it's been more of a fear that's just been coming over me. I don't know where it comes from. Non-stop headaches. Yes, Venus. The headaches have been so bad, but it's
planetary anxiety.
This angst, and I wouldn't say fear, but it's more like anxiety. Like I'm just on edge. And when I get that way, I kind of just want to just isolate and just kind of deal with it. because I do know it's external, and anybody out there who's experiencing it, be careful. It's remind yourself that it is external. It's not you, and do what you got to do, but just deal with it in the best way you can. For me, I just kind of self-isolate, and that usually works for me. And then I get to missing everybody, and then I have to come back. So, but it's been a great, it's been a interesting start to the year. But
your videos this week and last week, awesome. Wonderful, thank you.
It is.
I look forward to your work.
I just want to point out these videos that I posted recently were not edited in any way. That is exactly how it was looking. And also, I sent you, Rebecca, a time lapse. I finally had some company watching the planets.
Yay!
Not human. Let me just say, not human. No, unfortunately, not human companionship watching the planets, but I had a flock of birds that were just flying around in circles the whole time I was out there. I was like, even they know that something is wrong. But in that time lapse, you could just see them going around and around and around, right at the base of the planet. I was like,
we've had a huge amount of northern Canadian geese, and now I have not seen geese here in Missoula. Now we saw a few small geese strings fly by, but normally when I grew up as a child, it was a regular calling for fall, and you could see the northern geese flying past in these big, huge, multiple thousands and thousands of them herds or flocks.
I don't know if that's the same thing.
We saw it this year. It's also happening in Idaho.
There's
and
it
hasn't happened for many years here, so there's a planetary thing.
I thought they were cranes. I might be wrong.
In Salt Lake, yes, there's a huge populace of cranes.
But I haven't been seeing them. I used to see the flocks right before winter because they're always chasing for winter.
Remember, Salt Lake used to be very low, and now it has started to refill as well as Lake Mead and all of that. So the flocks are coming in, and now if the water is too briny, the shrimp won't live. But if it's of a tolerable pH level that the shrimp can function and flow, they'll come out of the soil and the sand, the eggs that have been there for even 8 years or whatever, and then they'll grow, and then all of a sudden, then the birds will have something to eat off of. That's also gone on. I think what was going on in Idaho, they've got huge groups of geese landing on the fields, and in Montana we saw it as well here. But I had the point I'm bringing up is that we hadn't seen it in quite a few years. There have been no major geese flybys here for many years, and this year they did happen.
We used to see them all the time in a V, right? They're always flying in a V with the 1 liter. I don't know.
Yeah, here we see dozens of bees, if not.
But I don't see, and when I do see them, it's a really small flock. I used to see hundreds of them. Hundreds of them.
Right.
And now maybe you're lucky to see maybe 20 of them.
Now, people, we have documented Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru followers anonymous over the years. There was a bird die-off. There was a huge bird die-off for many years, and most people don't realize that. But we're talking millions of. Okay, the blackbirds, the middle-sized blackbirds are gone. The finches, the magpies are doing great because they're carnivores, and the crows are doing it. But the middle birds are gone. I haven't seen a blue jay in years, and we don't usually get them, but occasionally they come through here. And the finches used to be here by the thousands, and now we only see 10 or 20 of them at a time. So there's been a bird die-off. Now there is a chicken flu going on right now, which is that same avian.
But this has been going on for years. This has been going on because when I was in New Mexico, we had a lot more nature out there, but as the years went on, it was just less and less and less.
This is examples of climate change as well. The transference of temperature variant range, the hosting, nurturing temperature for bacteria and influenza and tuberculosis and these other almost C virus-like similar hemorrhagic lung issues or pneumonia-like lung issues or whatever. So we're seeing that in the Zika virus and all of these leprosy accounts in Florida. All of that is moving. The whales are moving. The sharks are moving. Everything in our climate changes because of the temperature variant, because of the axis tip of the planet. People do not take into account, and there was videos where people were flagging coming from the Geo Skywatcher guy. He's really good, but he gets a little religious. Anyway, Rebecca was even commenting how I don't believe in the full pole shift tip, but we're tipped already. Planet has changed, and I say this all the time. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto, meaning that our planetary axis tip has already drastically changed so long for 8, 9, 10 years now that we're seeing the climatological changes. An example, the Hajj this week again, like the second year in a row during the march where they walk around the cube and all of that, it flooded out again. They had like 3 feet of water running through the street. Cars floating away by camels swimming, again.
I've always been curious about the history of that cube march that they do. I'm like, that has to be somehow connected.
I have those.
The history's probably been lost over the years, but it has to go back to the Texas cube.
You're exactly correct.
I mean, it has to.
Exactly correct.
It has to.
And, okay, let's talk about Muhammad, and then the still battle that's going on in the jihad between two different sects and the children of Muhammad, which is the difference between the Sunni and the Shia. And that's the two. That one group is for Muhammad, and then Muhammad had 2 sons. And after Muhammad and his doctrine died, then the 2 sons created their own semi-argumentative doctrine between the 2 of them, and yet it was completely argumentative against their father. And that's the difference between the Sunni and the Shia. Now that is where all of the Shia sand war in the Arabian countries has been going on, from Turkey all the way down to the oceans and next to India. That whole region is argumentative over doctrine of religion. But the overall group, if you look at through any Islamic text whatsoever, they dictate not to give graven images of their God. Okay. Now you've seen the Jewish sects walking around with a little cube on the front of their forehead, where they're bending down at the Wailing Wall.
Yeah, I have a friend who's I don't know. I'd say in the last 5 years Jewish, and I was asking her about it, but I don't think she was the right person to talk to, because she's kind of relatively new.
Let's boil it down. Let's boil it down to, okay, say for instance you're not allowed to depict your God because there's something that other people wouldn't appreciate. So you don't give graven images of it, and you make it a rule not to. And I will hint that we are not necessarily the first civilization to have evolved on this planet. And there may have been another race. And there's a lot of time between now and 65 million years between when the dinosaurs went bye-bye and then the mammals and other smaller creatures took over. We know that as a given. That's a basic. Okay, so if we boil this down to the basics, how would you represent your God or a god or a pantheon of gods if you were the Greeks, the Sumerians, the Egyptians, the northern Germanic tribes, the people from England, the UK, early man, going all the way back to 1700 BC. You have a pantheon of gods, the Picts, and you depict a certain known deityship in certain generic ways. Now we've seen stele and carvings and Hopi Indians and stuff from the Mayans and all of this, all that matches throughout the whole thing about the Nibiru system, etc. And how would you depict that if you weren't allowed to tell people that maybe you are worshiping gods that don't necessarily look like us?
Well, symbolism, right? That's kind of the next.
The cube of the ship that they fly in.
Yeah.
That thing that comes back.
Well, something I represent. Yeah. Symbolism, a little more specific symbolism, but
there is the realization. Now we as a group here through Nibiru Followers Anonymous, we look back 3,654 to et cetera years, and there's more to it than that, because the cube is not part of that, and people always lump that into one pile. The cube has been here intermittently in between that, because this is an intergalactic faction that is not part of the Sumerian, Anunnaki, Nibiru, and Saru, and planetary.
There's a very interesting movie on Netflix. It's a little dated. Maybe I saw it maybe.
Oh, I got my pen in hand here. I'm ready to write it down.
6 years ago, but it discusses. It's about a cube that I think lands on Mars or something. But it's a very interesting. Very interesting depiction.
Well, now remember, don't forget 2001 Space Odyssey and all of that, 2010 and all of that.
I hate to say it, but I'm with Rebecca. I haven't seen that one either.
Oh my God, what is wrong with you? My God.
Holy hey, high five. High five.
I heard you say it the other day, Rebecca. I'm like, that.
He's my brother from another mother.
Oh, you guys, you're missing. I don't know. Yes, you haven't read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy either, right?
I haven't read it, but I've seen the movie.
Have you read
the newer version of it, which, from what I hear, was not a great representation of the first story, the original.
At least get the documentary and at least watch, like Velikovsky, Worlds in Collision. Now I know both of you.
That I've watched over and over. I love that.
I know both of you have watched Symbols of an Alien Sky by Thunderbolts Project.
Absolutely.
And I watch it over and over again regularly still.
That is something that I send new members that I speak to. I'm like, go check this out. It's really something.
Because he gives you
when I started Montana Skywatchers, it was basically a rule to go and watch that, and the Understanding the Sky series. That was like the first thing they would have the new members go do. And the Thunderbolts Project is one of those things that I recommend to anybody, regardless of Skywatcher or regardless if they're seeing what we're seeing or not. It's interesting. It's fascinating that we're finally kind of having an alternative view aside from the Einstein's.
Well, the whole premise boils down to that everybody expects that space is regularly the same, and it's not. It moves in transition. Things change. We do not go around year after year around on a dinner plate like Einstein said so.
The gravity well thing is the one that really gets me.
Yeah,
it's just ridiculous. And if you want to talk pseudoscience, that's pseudoscience, right? A gravity well, that's just the stupidest thing ever. I can't get that through my head.
And we've all been talking about this pretty regular. We've been, even thank you, CarolAnne, for posting what you posted that I got today. All you have to do is type in my name and the binary solar system to any AI out there. AI knows about me and our work. We are real, and here comes the joke. I'm a real boy.
I was having fun watching you post that stuff the other day, Sam. I was having a lot of fun. I was like,
CarolAnne sent me a bunch of stuff today.
This is awesome. This is awesome that they actually that the data is out there.
Well, I have Montana Skywatcher 1, Montana Skywatcher 2, and we have gone for 15 years now, and we have put out a
doctorate and a half.
We have put out a mountain of information in that time period. I've done the Understanding the Sky series. I did Radio Wasteland series. I did Fighting for Our Freedom Radio. I have done where are we today, Rebecca? Is this 96? 97 shows here.
Oh, wow. Almost there.
That's exciting. Almost 100.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, I see Gillian still, and she's ready. I can tell she's ready. Yeah, I like to interrupt.
We gotta do something special for.
We gotta get them on here
for the 100th.
Yeah.
In a week or two, so we got carried away. I'm sorry. I do apologize.
That's okay. I know.
Hey, as Rebecca says, Sam, it's our show, and we can do whatever we want.
Hey,
We can
cool.
do.
All right.
Okay. Our 100th
Mom gave
show
us permission.
will be February 1st.
Interesting.
Saturday, February 1st.
Ooh.
Well, I'm gonna
will be
put
the
together
100th
some
show.
old stuff. Put
Yeah.
together the best of for
The
that.
best of.
Yeah.
The best
Now
of the
remember,
Citizen Science Podcast. That'd be
on the
it.
25th, we're going through the alignment. So, if
Okay.
we're even alive on the 20th, I'm joking.
We'll
on
be
the
here.
26th, but there's a new planetary alignment happening on the 25th of this month.
And
It's part of what we're feeling now. If you're edgy and your toes are burning, and this hopelessness, I think this is the coming of the alignment that is affecting us in electrical ways. Like the back of your neck is itching and you don't know why, and then your skin's crawling and you don't know why. I think we're being told. I think we're being told this is coming. We're feeling the transition of the gravitational forces of a planetary alignment that doesn't happen very often, guys. And the source, and I'm hinting more at this than I have background fact for, but something's tapping me on the shoulder saying this one's important, you guys, because we just went through the opening of the sixth seal according to all the scholars out there in the religious sect of the world. And we can sometimes discount them in their hyperbole, but I'm kind of inclined to listen to that one because there was a lot of information that I took a deep dive into that. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember, but I mean, there were a couple of weeks there where that's all I was looking up. And I got more educated in that one. Sometimes I'm just led by desire and obsession that I looked into it far more than I wanted to. But anyway, go ahead.
Go ahead. All right. Well, Gillian, I believe she looks like she is ready. Let's go ahead and see how things are going there in Scotland. I do know it's cold. She has told me all about how cold it is. So let's see if she's warmed up yet.
For a while. I hope she didn't eat all the
I
chips.
am.
Hey, Gillian. How are you?
Hi there.
Did you warm up? Awesome. Awesome. Well, how did it warm up at all
Gillian,
for you?
turn your volume down. Turn your feedback volume down. The volume you're listening to. Turn that down just a little knot. You got to chirp.
I haven't touched it. It's the same as the last time.
I know.
That's what I was hearing the other day when I was watching the show. I kept hearing. I was like, I kept pausing, and I was like, "Is my smoke alarm going off?"
Yeah, you have a sound feedback loop.
Yes, there it is. There it is again. That little squeak. I went around and checked all my fire alarms, my smoke alarms.
Turn your volume down.
Let's test it and see, because
now
heard it when Jesus was talking.
There it is. Yeah, it's the hard notes when I talk.
Oh, yeah, I could hear it with Sam too.
Yeah, when it's coming, it's bouncing off. When it started, the moment you turned her on.
Let me remove Gillian a second. I'm going to take you off a second.
It wasn't on before Gillian got on.
Yeah, see, now it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's she has her volume up too loud, or she's running two devices, and they're looping, and the sound is chirping out. She's looping. Or if she moved whatever is in front of her, so the sound wasn't bouncing around. You have a sound. I know. I used to do radio.
You have two devices.
Yeah, but there's nothing on. They're not. Their sound is not
volume
it's on now. No, it's not. It's me. It's the bass tone in me talking to you, and then it chirps back. There it is.
I don't know what to do.
I don't hear it.
So too.
Yeah.
I was hearing it. Not my birthday show, but last week's show.
It was pretty bad last week. Yeah. Or the last show even. I don't know. It's been.
Do you have a headset or an earpiece?
That would probably help it. That's why I wear a headset.
Do you have your stuff sitting in a cove or a ring in front of you?
I was thinking the same thing. Is it one of your dogs with one of its chewy toys?
No, there's an echo of sound going in a circle from her microphone or from her speakers back at her microphone is chirping out.
Yeah.
That's why I suggested turning her
I
volume
mean,
down, and that way
It
her
didn't really
microphone.
start until you got that new device, Jillian.
Do
I'm
you
just
have a?
throwing that out there. She got a new
Mhm.
tablet lately. I don't think
Is-
it was happening before that.
Where is your microphone for this?
No idea.
It's in the machine, the tablet in front of you.
And settings or what?
You can adjust your
Mhm.
mic you
Audio.
can go back out in and come back in and adjust your mic settings and drop the gain a little bit.
Huh.
Does that help? Is that better?
Maybe.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
No.
There's a little bit. It
A
helped
little bit.
already. A little bit. Yeah.
It's a little better.
Yeah. Thank you.
What'd
Good.
you do?
I just turned the mic volume down.
There you go.
Yeah.
It was feeding back
Okay.
a loop. All right, we're solved.
Okay.
Is that
maybe.
Well,
okay?
look, it's still doing it a little.
It's when I dub out.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I do know that bothered people. That
It was hard to listen
feedback.
to. It really was. I listened to
Is
it.
it better
So-
now?
Yeah, it was distracting the hell out of me the other day. It really was.
Yeah.
And again,
Yeah.
I went around the house looking at my smoke alarm, so
Right. Same chirp.
it needed to be done anyway, I guess. So
Well, we all go through technical issues,
Yeah.
and every show has to have at least.
Well, it's a live show. It's like, who knows?
I know. Let me
what's
tell
gonna
you where
happen.
Nibiru is right
That's
now.
the excitement of all this, right?
Let me tell you where
Is it
Nibiru
better
is, and they
now?
can scrape me off as usual.
Is it better now?
Yeah, you're a little
Yeah.
quiet. You're a little quiet, but yeah. You could turn it up just a hair. Just a hair.
Yeah.
So we
look
can
what
hear you better.
Christopher said he's bought me a mic. He's so sweet.
yeah, I was just seeing that.
He did. I didn't see that. Who did?
Look.
I didn't catch that.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's move
Okay.
on.
Well, cool. All right. Yep. I see Christopher. Let's go
I was
ahead
gonna
and
say that.
get him on here with us and see how things are going in Las
Yeah,
Vegas.
he's telling you
All
to
right.
adjust your
Hey.
microphone in.
Christopher,
everybody.
good to see
Jillian.
you.
He's
It's
right.
Saturday. Yay. Right.
Hey,
Jillian, if you go back and you adjust your mic in StreamYard settings, that will help.
Try
Rock
that.
your, go into manual adjustment on your mic, go out of StreamYard, come back in, and then hit settings, and then manually adjust your microphone and drop the gain on it maybe by 10%.
I did. It's
or
all
you
the way
can
down
you
to
can hit
the
more, like at the bottom in the if you have the toolbar, Jillian, you can hit more, and then it says settings and more, and then it says audio. You click audio, and then there's a option for echo cancellation and then mic volume. You can adjust the mic volume that way.
Oh, it says like more. Okay.
Yes. Do you have the toolbar?
Can I find that?
Right at the bottom under you and me.
Yeah.
Do you have the toolbar?
Yeah.
Okay, click more.
It just says mute, stop cam, settings, present, or leave.
Yeah, hit settings.
Settings.
Okay, now go to audio.
Yeah.
Click audio.
Oh, echo cancellation.
Yeah. Hit that. That way there's no echo. And then lower the volume a little bit.
There's
What
an
does
echo.
it sound like now?
Yep.
Now we have an echo.
Now we have an echo. Maybe turn the echo off. Dude.
Oh boy.
And now?
We'll get it.
And now,
Thank good. Uh-oh. What happened?
and
Yeah.
now it doesn't. I don't hear it at all.
Everyone do a test.
Wow.
Is that
Chris
okay?
is our IT guy. We have an IT guy,
I
you
was
know.
gonna
I just
say,
put it on.
I've been learning a lot just from hearing you talk sometimes, Christopher.
Yeah.
You talk
Is that
about
I didn't know.
stuff, and I'm like,
It is better.
It looks nothing
I
better.
think.
yeah, it is. Yes, I don't hear it anymore at all. But
I finally learned
Wow.
that. Oh, it's
Uh-oh.
I learned.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's
Okay, I
me.
was sweating now. I think I
Bad.
need to take my jersey off. Oh, that's good.
It's yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's really bad now.
Yeah.
What?
I guess we're just gonna have to deal with it for
Drop your
for now.
volume down again, Gillian.
It's worse now, I
Oh
think.
wow!
Yep.
What?
I do think a headset would solve it, though.
Yeah, I got you a little microphone, Jillian, but I bought it on Amazon. I'm waiting for it to show up so I can send it to you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Stereo audio. What would that do? Nothing.
Did you turn off the echo cancellation?
It's got a tick on it.
It's marked
Oh,
blue.
It's blue.
Is it?
Yeah,
It's kind
okay.
of hard to hear her too. Her volume is lower.
Maybe you should
Yeah,
turn it up
turn my
just a little
volume
bit.
down as well.
Maybe just turn it up just a touch.
Check 1 2 1 2. It's not doing it
How's
now.
that now?
All right. We'll just have to deal with quiet Gillian for tonight, and maybe we can work this out over time. And
Thank you, Jillian.
so if you scoot forward an inch or two, then we'll hear you better. Gillian, is she locked up?
Looks like she's froze now.
She
she's
was
not frozen.
frozen there for a second.
She's on a mission.
Yeah, I think she's working,
Okay.
And it wasn't like this in the
concentrating.
right. It wasn't like this before the show, everybody. So it's not like we didn't try to fix this before the show. It didn't sound like this at all.
Yeah, yeah.
I
That's
don't
right.
hear
It wasn't.
anything.
We didn't hear this backstage. We weren't. That's weird. We weren't hearing it backstage. And then we started like once we went online. Once we went live. Oh well. God only knows what's going on. You know.
Well, okay. We'll continue to tinker with it, and I want to go ahead and get our guest brought on here with us so she can join us. Okay, because I'm excited to see her. It's our good friend CarolAnne. Yeah, it's CarolAnne Bopp. So what a cool last name.
I did send her the link. Cool that she showed up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and bring her on with us because I want to see her. Hey,
Oh,
CarolAnne.
cool.
Hello.
Hey.
Yay.
Hello,
She's
everybody.
here.
Okay.
Carol.
Number
97.
97.
Yay. That's
Yay.
right.
The Blue Queen of the East.
Yeah.
From the Wizard of Oz. And
Oh boy. So how is Pennsylvania? You said it was snowing.
We have 32 degrees right now. It did snow, but it's melting off the macadam, so no shoveling. Yay.
Nice.
Good.
About an
Wow.
inch and a half total. Yeah. So we're good. We're good.
Yeah, I don't know if
back
it's
to
my
the
ADHD brain, but I kind of enjoy shoveling snow when it's not too high. But just seeing the lines and kind of seeing the
Hi, Wendy.
progress, it gives me some kind of satisfaction.
You
So
are
sometimes-
welcome to come here anytime you want. Jesus.
My neighbors love me for that because I always go and I just shovel everybody's snow. But we haven't had much snow this year.
Your
If you
neighbors
haven't,
love
maybe-
you for every reason.
Good snows down here in the valley, so it's
Yeah.
been kind of a slow season for us, snow wise, anyway.
Just go. He just got finished cleaning the driveway at the bottom.
oh, we always love cameo walkthroughs, you know.
Oh, you do? Sam
you're
said he doesn't mind your cameo
You're
walkthrough.
supposed to wave when you walk by.
And you're supposed to wave when you do that.
Yeah. Supposed to
He's
wait.
over there laughing.
You know, family values show and all of that, you know.
Yes, we are a family show.
No, and
And thank you very much, CarolAnne, now that you're here, for the AI report. And
Wasn't that something?
yeah, I'm pretty stoked about it. I'm comfortable, and yeah, it's like at least somebody recognizes the effort we've put.
It's all there, and the way you ask the questions, it teaches it more. So the next
wild.
person, it was awesome. I mean, I egged it on with what did it say, Sam? Who do you think would heighten this experience to get this message out?
And then
So
the
I put
letter and all of that.
I
Yeah.
put Graham Hancock's name in, and they said they gave me all the information on how to contact him. And,
No way.
Oh yeah, way. Guess
Wow.
what? I think I will.
Yeah, we're living in very interesting times. Technologically, it's been very interesting. It's just hard to keep up with all of it. But there's a lot of tools now that we can use to get this message out. I'm gonna have to start looking into these things because clearly I'm not up to date on most of this stuff. So.
Hey, Gillian, maybe you should hit mute until you want to talk.
I just realized I have mic settings for Gillian also. I didn't know that till just now.
Oh,
so
nice.
I did alter a little bit. I
Then
lowered
now
her
we
mic
just got an echo.
volume.
We just had an echo.
I know that was me. It was
Okay.
echo cancellation. So I put it back on when I heard what happened. But you can reduce the mic background noise, and I can turn her mic volume down.
Awesome.
So let's test it and see.
Me too. Talk,
Say
Gillian.
something, Gillian. Say something special. No pressure, but
I don't know
I
what to say,
testing
because I'm
1, 2,
not
3.
doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
Well, I know it's not
what
you
I'm doing.
personally. It's your
You just-
devices.
Jillian, just talk or sing or something so that she can adjust while you're speaking.
I don't know what it is that I've done. I don't think I even touched that. I don't even go there in the mic. It's just on it, maybe
Yeah, but
11% or something.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Check 1,
I'm
2,
not
1,
hearing
2,
squeaks.
1, 2. Yeah, well, it's a
Sam-
little bit of.
I think it
It's a
had to
bass
do
note.
when you got your new device, your new tablet, and I do think a headset would solve it all.
Yeah, that's
So-
common.
Thank you,
Right,
Christopher.
Right. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, because that would
You
help.
see?
Maybe I
Amazon
should try,
click,
you think I
Christopher.
should try and get my earphones
I
to
think
work?
I got it like about a
Maybe.
week ago, and
I'll go get my
coming.
earphones.
It's worth trying.
Monkey, stop it.
Yeah, I just pulled up Amazon and I was ready to click, and when you said there's one comment, it's like, oops.
Yeah, it's like
No,
a
that's
little
still not very good.
one of those little clip ones. It's got
Ow.
like noise cancel in the back.
Ow.
Awesome.
Yeah,
We'll
I
figure
got
it
her
out,
mic all the
Sammy.
way down
We'll
now.
figure it out.
That's
Which-
check 1, 2, 1,
See.
2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah.
It-
Now that
we don't
see
hear it now,
here?
but her mic is off.
Well,
I-
yeah, when right, and when she clicked on was when all of it started, and it
Right.
may have to do with there's a little squeak right there and there, and
what
there.
about can she try whatever
Still
device
doing it.
she was using before this tablet entered the scene? Go back and try
Right.
using I don't know what her
the
options
phone
are.
rather
I'm
than
just
the tablet.
I don't know.
I haven't used my earphones for ages, so they're both dead.
Yeah. Well, they usually charge pretty fast. Within a few minutes they start charging.
And I think everybody will just bear with it until it's solved. We have
We'll
good
fix
crew
it.
here. We have a good
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
have it fixed.
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
so for-
Speaking of crew, let's go ahead and look at the comment section and see who all is here because it looks like there's a lot of comments to go through. So oh boy, looky here. First
Yeah.
in line.
She's
It's
got
CarolAnne.
she's got a black blob going in front of her. It's a cattail, but
Thank you, CarolAnne.
Oh, you're
Really.
welcome. Anytime.
Definitely
Anytime.
I
appreciate
saw that
that.
and I thought a
You're
black
welcome.
presence just covered her room, and like, what is that? It's a cattail.
Yes, information packed. You know it. We're not going to
Rebecca
stop until
has,
nighttime. It'll be midnight before we get done. So,
Rebecca has a new little mouth to feed, so
oh, CarolAnne, I know.
know.
I'm
he's so
trying not
good.
to get attached.
I
I'm
know.
trying.
It's not working.
Oh, a new cat, Rebecca? No, you didn't.
Yes, yes,
gorgeous.
guys. gals.
Yes, you did.
Okay, let me show you real fast. Let me just show you.
Crazy
I'm
cat
sorry,
lady.
Rebecca. I had to say
I
it.
know.
Beautiful
I had to
cat.
say it.
I don't even have a name for him yet because I don't want to get attached. I just call him little guy.
He doesn't have an owner because it's a pretty.
Little guy.
He's a little smoky colored gray. His
Look
name
at-
could be
listen to him.
Smokey. Look at him.
Oh. Oh yeah. He's
So
cool.
he was
Showing
found
the
yesterday. He had crawled into the
It's
neighbor's
gorgeous.
engine of his car.
He's there, and she doesn't want to get attached. Right. After
I know.
this,
We were cuddling.
he's gorgeous.
Right.
Hurry. Look at
Yeah, we're not attached at all. You can tell.
him. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, at least this one lets you hold him.
Isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. He's little.
He
But
did-
no, Taylor
Yep,
stepped
he did.
outside and he could hear this
Look at that.
frantic meowing. It was just a desperate meowing. And he tracked it down, and it was
Little
coming from
paws.
the inside of the neighbor's car, like in the motor, the engine
I'm in love.
area. And so the neighbor popped his
Oh.
hood. Taylor reached in and pulled him out and brought him in. And he had a plate full of
The car
rotisserie
engine?
chicken.
Oh my
And
God.
there he is. Here he is here.
I see the rotisserie chicken is how you
Yeah.
how you get
I
how you-
enticed
Right?
him. Yeah.
how you entice your cats.
Yeah. I know.
It
I
works
know, right?
every
Hey
time.
man, bro, you can entice anybody. You can entice me with the roast chicken. So yeah.
Right.
Right?
Look at him. Oh,
I know these
Rebecca,
are
how
Yeah,
can you
yeah.
not hang on to him? Oh my God.
I know. How can I
He's
find him another home? How could I?
Perfect.
Oh, hello. Where am I at? I'm fine.
You just
Yeah,
remember
even
my-
Mittens. Even Mittens is oh.
Look at that. Oh my God.
I
She doesn't
know.
want to get attached. Yeah, I heard that. I'll remind you of
Right.
that.
You heard that, right? You did hear that.
Oh, he's beautiful.
joy.
I would take him in a snap.
I know.
Oh my
I just
God.
can't.
Oh my
Herbie.
God.
Yeah,
Is it a
yeah,
he?
we're buddies.
Oh.
It is.
Oh.
It is. And honestly, Mittens doesn't know what to think about it yet. She's not
Oh, no.
loving it.
Is
Oh,
Mittens
like
a
this
girl?
shit.
Is Mittens a her? She's a girl. Okay. Well,
Yes.
maybe that's why. Maybe she's like,
Right.
I don't know
Probably.
you.
That's right.
Oh wait,
Oh my God.
I don't
Thank
know you. This is my territory. you know?
I was gonna say.
Right?
Where did it go? Well,
Maybe she'll
anyway.
let you. Maybe she'll let you hold her now out of jealousy. You know.
Okay,
Yeah.
people.
I was gonna say that's the
Open the
best little part.
floodgates of
That
your
was last
heart.
night.
Donations today are for this little guy.
This little
Right.
guy,
Oh
yeah.
my God. Is he
Need a
more
name.
than
Some-
is
start
he
coming up with
fixed,
some names.
Rebecca? Is he fixed? You
I
know, you're gonna have to look.
Yeah. Right. I don't even know how to tell by looking, really.
You can just you'll pat his butt.
I
My
doubt
God.
it though. I think he's too little to get fixed. I think. I don't know. He's very little. He's little. Like maybe 3 months old.
Oh
Maybe.
my gosh.
He's pretty little. So how he ended up in the because it was snowing, it's not like it's pretty outside. It was snowing the last 2 days. So I'm not sure how he ended up where he
He
did. But
went
he
in
was
there for heat.
yelling.
Apparently they used
Yeah.
their car, and when they stopped it, he crawled in for the heat.
Bless his heart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, what
So
happened to
Yeah.
me?
and
many
now
years
he's laying
ago.
on my heating pad. With a
Yeah.
plate of chicken
Yep.
by him. So he's
Yep. Someone had him and
I
lost
don't
him.
need another cat.
I
Anyway,
know.
I know, but here we
But-
got him. They
Yeah,
find me.
well,
They
I
find
think-
me. I don't go looking for cats. Just so you
There's
all
a
know.
reason.
I
There's a
don't
reason.
look for cats. They come to me.
I heard
Anyway.
somebody say in the post that you didn't find him, he found you. And when it
Yes.
comes
Yes.
to cats, I hear that's a thing.
It's true.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's how it is. It really is. When Taylor pulled him out of the car, I was just like, oh boy, here we go.
Oh, no.
Again.
Here we go. We got to bring him in. Come on. So,
Let's roll those donations.
yeah, thank you, CarolAnne. Really.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Well, let's see who's
Okay,
here
back
next.
to the show.
It is
Sorry.
Kay Grant is here, and it's good to see you, Kay Grant. And the Boxing Day tsunami. Wow, that brings back memories. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm happy you're here, Kay Grant. I don't see you here much in the podcast very often, so I'm happy you're
Oh,
here.
welcome in.
But I do see him that name on they comment on our videos and such. So, all right, cool. And there's Nicole. She's in Colorado. Hi, Nicole. It is good to see you
Hey.
too. Yep. And let's see. That was early this morning. She was up bright and early commenting. That's nice. So,
Yeah, great photos.
okay. And then T. Racy is here in the UK. Hi, T. Racy.
Hey, Teresa.
Good to see you. And Dennis is in the house. So, when Dennis is here, he's in the house. So, That's corny. But anyway, hi,
What up?
Dennis. Good to see you. And hey, my cousin is here, Nicholas Dunn. I don't know if we're cousins or not, but we have that same
Close
last
enough.
name runs in my family.
Welcome
Maybe.
Welcome in, Nicholas.
Okay. Hi,
Cousins
Nicholas.
from another mother.
How you doing?
Yeah. That's funny. Okay, and Katie Jo is here.
Hello,
Hi,
love.
Oh wait, click on that. That'd be better. Hi, Katie. Good to see you.
She made
too.
me that comment. Made
She's
me
making
hungry.
shrimp.
Ooh,
Yum.
sounds good.
Dang it! I wish you lived closer. I want to
No,
come over
right?
and shrimp. Yeah. All right. Well, good to have you, Katie Jo.
I can be there in 2 hours, Katie.
Yeah, they have fresh seafood
almost-
we
yeah.
don't have here. Yeah.
Marianne is here. Marianne,
And
good to see you. Always is.
Oh, Marianne.
Egg is here. And
Egg.
hello, Egg.
she's in New York, everybody. She's our jet setter.
She
Egg,
is.
good to see you. And Lauren is here.
Hey,
Hi,
Lauren.
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 Always nice to see your name pop up. She's in Venezuela. Isn't that cool?
Well,
I
yeah,
help you sharing
pretty
our
neat.
info and among your people.
I'm telling
Well,
everybody their
yeah,
geographical lesson today. And Brendan, he's in Ireland. Hi,
Hey,
Brendan.
Welcome,
Brendan.
Brendan.
Good
Hello.
to
I'm
have
glad our
you.
regulars
Always.
are all here.
And he has
Great.
like perfect attendance.
He
Like
does.
there's a
it's
gold,
amazing.
there's a
We
gold
have
star
some
by his
coffee.
little name.
Oh,
So
Trying
good
to
to
find
see you,
out where you-
Brendan.
Keep scrolling.
What?
I'm behind.
Hi, Sharon.
hello,
Sharon.
Sharon.
In Australia.
Just a sidebar, real quick. I really enjoyed seeing her on the show the other day. I spoke to her.
Uh-huh.
I think a day after. I loved a lot of what she was saying. She brought up a quote that I really, really love, and I think it should be shared a lot. But she said, "What is the point of knowledge if only one person has it?" And I was like,
Yeah.
that is just.
Ooh,
I
goosebumps.
loved it. I love that. I was like so inspired, but I was like, that's exactly what we're doing here. Like I always say, I'm a sharer. The point of all this for me making videos is to share the knowledge. But when I heard her say it, I was like, okay, yeah, we're doing something here, and I really enjoyed her on the show, and her pictures were absolutely bananas. They were just so awesome.
I
What a different view she had of it. She has of it.
She
It was
sees the
insane.
planet.
I loved
She
it.
agrees with the information. I don't think everybody understands the volume, the amount of information and documentation that we've all gone through. I mean, for well over a decade, 15 years now, a decade and a half of information that we've gathered. That we're not the people in the corner on the internet falling off the turnip truck talking about hype and gossip and stuff. No, we're talking about real citizen science documentation. And people forget that I had a very strict set of policies since day one, all the way going back to 2010. And Jesus is a product of that, and Rebecca is a product of that, and CarolAnne is a product of that, and Christoper is new to our information, and he sort of got a soft level.
But Chris doesn't feel new though.
No,
It feels
he
like-
learned quickly,
like
and
Chris
he's
has
very
been with us for a
on
long
top of it,
time.
and he's ahead of
I'm
the
still
curve.
learning something every day.
We
Well, we
all
still
are.
you will continue. I mean, about 7
Yep.
years for me, I still learn new stuff every time, man. But
Hell, I do
it's
too.
what's great about this stuff is it's never ending learning.
Right.
Yeah, and what kills me is everyday sightings lately of the long box cube and the Texas cube, and they're right next to each other and in cross view of each other. It's like wow, and here we've been screaming this. And by the way, I saw your Texas cube video of Christoper.
That was
Well done.
perfect. That cube was just absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and they're there.
spot, right where it's supposed to be compared to the drawing.
Yeah.
And
And
if
then
you don't-
the sightings
You're
come
you're not
in
seeing
every
those
day.
straight lines. I mean, you're blind. Like you're blind.
And-
or
and
you're blind
they're
because it's
coming
so obvious.
in by the dozens every world since the exact matchers, and I typed this 10
You're
times
cutting out.
Oh,
over and
you're
over and
cutting
over.
out,
Yeah, you got
Sam.
just a lot of cube.
You're cutting out,
Uh-oh.
Sam.
Yeah,
You're doing the robot thing again.
well, of course, because I'm giving answers.
That's right.
Once I start giving answers, they don't want you to hear. because I don't see any warning of computer failure here at all, and it usually tells me. I'll slow down on the information. I'll dumb it down. You guys can go get some donuts and coffee because I'll get boring from here on. Because yes, I understand you're here watching, and I have to behave myself. Thank you. I will. Hi guys, how are you from Montana? My Montana Hermit Cave. Welcome to another fantastic show. We're about to impart upon you some of this most inquisitive. That's a new word. Inquisitive. I just made it up.
Say that again.
Inquisitive is the proper word. Inquisitive information about that which is going on over your head that we've had thousands of sightings of coming in for the last few months. Hi, and welcome to another program. How may I help you?
Sharon, I just want to say, really glad to have you on board. I've seen your name for some time now, but honestly, I've never really looked at your work as I did on last show that you were on. But your work is top notch. Just want to say
We're paying attention.
Yeah.
Definitely paying attention.
Rob,
from the Southern Hemisphere.
I think she's a retired school teacher. I think she
teacher.
mentioned.
I think she said a science teacher.
Science teacher.
I think so.
We have our celebrities, and she's our local Australian celebrity. She's been around for quite a while.
I enjoyed the accent. I enjoyed her talking. I really just enjoyed having her on the show. It was great.
I enjoyed her level of knowledge. She was years beyond having to teach, and she knows exactly what's going on, and her captures and her filming shows that she knows what's going on. Yeah, and you can.
Those captures don't come by accident. They were too perfect.
She's one of the quiet, informed. There's a lot of people out there that know what's going on, and they just don't say anything regularly because they don't want to be public. And I understand. I'm squeaking. I understand this is really bad, and oh my God, these people are crazy, and look at the conspiracy. I hope I'm not patching out. I know the chirp sucks.
That's choppy, Sam. I'll just tell you that.
Okay, I'm going to turn my volume down. Great. Love it.
Boy, I can't. Yeah, I might. I don't know what to recommend.
Is it me again?
In the background,
wow.
Yeah.
The robot.
Well,
it was funny until Billy got back on. I think it is your device.
What is it me again?
Hey, right. Esri Colette is here. Let's talk about that.
Hello, Sam.
Now my screen won't switch over. I'm stuck. Hey, Esri Colette. He is in and out, and he hopefully will catch the second. I hope so.
Okay.
I will be looking for you. So
you will be.
But thanks for checking in. All right. Let's see. And Audrey is here.
Hello,
my
Audrey.
System's going slow all of a sudden. Why am I
Audrey's
lagging?
an admin in the Africa group. She's been with us for quite a while.
We'll get there.
Yep.
This is live TV. Anyway, I'm stuck. I can't click on her name. I can, but it's not clicking over. What's going on?
Back in, Rebecca. Oh, there it is.
Everybody out there?
You got it. You got it.
Hi, guys.
We are having fun already.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Is it better?
No, we're back to trouble again.
What's going on now?
It's the squeaking is like in and out this time. Like I can hear a little bit of it. It's not quite as bad on my end, but it's still there.
Is anybody listening to like TV or the radio in the background, or?
No.
I hear music.
I hear music too.
Yeah,
That might be on our channel. That might be Rebecca's.
That's Rebecca's.
Is it?
So I've heard that since the beginning.
Maybe if you turn the music off. I don't know. Now I can't hear it.
I still hear it.
I can hear it really
Turned
good.
it down.
Well, when she
In the
comes back
background,
in,
listening
I don't
to it,
know.
I'm sure. We could. Hey, let's all sing.
No.
No,
No,
thank you.
I am,
You go ahead.
Yeah, I think.
On a enchanted evening. Yeah, something from the 40s. Yeah. Oh, I've been watching a lot of old 40s mystery whodunits all week, and I'm loving
Okay.
it. And
Oh.
I've of course seen every Sherlock Holmes thing that ever was, at least 5 times. But
Hey, Sam, did you? I didn't really care much for Sherlock Holmes. With what's his name? The movie, the Iron Man guy. What's his name?
you mean it's Cumberbatch?
No, that's
Yeah,
I liked his version. I loved the BBC.
Oh, yeah, okay.
version. The one I didn't like.
Downey Jr.
Yeah, I didn't care for the movie. I did not care for it.
There were
Maybe it's
2
because
of
I
them.
really loved Cumberbatch.
Robert Downey Jr.
Robert Downey
I
Jr.
really
Yeah,
loved Cumberbatch's portrayal.
yeah. I have it all.
Of him. It was just amazing. How
I have the whole series. I did enjoy it very much. Yeah. No, I didn't like. Yeah.
But honestly, I just don't like Robert
I
Downey
didn't
Jr.
like
I
it,
just don't
but
like
I did.
him.
I liked how they did the slow action rekindling of free thinking. I did enjoy that factor of it, but him as an actor per se, no.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
I just couldn't. I couldn't believe it. Like I just couldn't believe him in the
Yeah,
role.
the suspension
I
of
just couldn't.
disbelief was it did
The
fail.
movie,
repeatedly
the effects, all that great stuff. I just didn't like him.
Right.
I loved him in Tropic Thunder, which is completely stupid,
Ridiculous.
ridiculous
I don't think I've
movie.
seen that one yet.
But I still feel
What?
it's probably about
You
the
haven't
only
seen Tropic
thing
Thunder?
I could watch with him. That movie
What? No.
that movie would get
I'll make a
canceled.
note.
3 times at the theater. I did. I thought it was
would get
hilarious.
canceled in a second right now.
That was so
movie.
funny.
But it was
Tropic
just,
Thunder.
I don't know what they were thinking with that movie, but
I have not seen that.
hilarious.
It's like
Oh well.
I didn't either. I'm making a note.
baseball.
Yeah, I've been
It's a
over
It
it.
comedy.
it might
so
bother you.
it's a
There's
comedy.
a lot about the movie.
I
That's
thought
a
it was
little-
funny.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. I
He
know.
was
I will look
brilliant.
that one up.
Up there
he
with
was
Austin
brilliant in
Powers,
that
kind of.
movie.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I just don't really like. I don't
Humor.
like his portrayal on Iron Man. I don't like his. I just don't like Robert Downey Jr.
Yes,
That's the only thing
experimental.
I-
He was a good Charlie Chaplin. I do
Ah,
agree. I did
yeah,
enjoy
I like him.
Charlie Chaplin.
Movie.
I like him. I
Great
don't
movie.
know. Hey, Freezy's
Robert
here.
Downey Jr. has gone a
Hi,
long way,
Freezy.
both down
Hi.
and up. We got to give him credit for crawling back out of the cocaine hell that he was living in.
Yeah. Of course, absolutely. Anybody in recovery, my respects.
Yep.
You know,
And
It's not,
he earned that
Yeah.
level of respect.
We're
and-
at experimental, Rebecca.
Yeah,
We
well,
did
you know
Audrey.
what?
What?
See, I left and I come back in, and the order of them all changed. I can tell that they all shuffled.
Hey,
all
the
the
truth is
comments.
gone too.
Anyway,
You want me to
I was
go down
gonna
through
say
the
that.
list from where you were?
I was just gonna
I
say
can
that.
it's the craziest thing, but yeah, it's happened before. When I leave and come back in,
It changes.
they shuffle.
Oh.
Yes, they do shuffle.
Well,
I don't know
maybe what
why.
we
I
need
don't
to
know
do
why.
is-
Because
we-
now,
we need
see,
now is to get Gillian on first, and then you, because the chirping seems to be gone.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't hear it right now.
Damn it!
sweet.
Don't say that word.
And then
Music
next
in the
time- next time
background.
it stops,
I can
don't
hear
mention
that.
anything,
Anyway,
just don't talk
Hi,
about it.
Freezy and Thunder. Good to
Hi,
see
Freezy.
you.
And
Yeah, CarolAnne, you were the top one, and then I come back in, and Freezy was the top one.
Okay.
So on my end, they change. It's
well,
doesn't help
then just
anything.
sort of go through the list real quick from the top.
Right.
down. It's okay.
Yeah.
Does that
Robbie is
mean you
here.
actually
Hi,
hear me?
Robbie. He's
Hey,
in
Robbie.
New
So,
York.
you know what that
My
means?
friend in New York. What?
That means that we can get back on track and talk about the sky.
Right.
Jessica's here. Hi, Jessica.
Sorry.
Good to have
Jessica.
you. And
We had to get
Venus
the
is
plug in
here,
there.
and they're asking about a fire alarm. I know. That's what it
Venus,
sounds like.
I
isn't it?
went to checked all mine the other day because I thought that's what I was hearing, so I went and checked all
And
mine.
I hear it all
Wendy?
over
Wendy's
now.
here. Hi,
Yeah.
Wendy.
Is the
Good to have
noise
you.
gone though?
David is
No.
here.
I don't hear it.
Hi,
Hey.
David.
Hi, David.
I hear it. Good to see you, David. Always is. He's in the UK. Right. Pretty sure.
So you don't hear
Anyway.
the noise anymore.
I do
Well,
hear
I still
it.
hear a little bit of it.
I don't.
Oh boy, Dubaloo's here. As you
Hi,
can tell,
Dubaloo.
I'm trying to get through these.
Hello,
Dubaloo is here. Hi, Dubaloo. Good to have you. Always
She's a
is.
cat lady.
What? Jesus, look what he did, y'all. He sent me a donation.
Let's get the
Aw.
ball rolling, guys. Let's get the
Thank
ball
you.
rolling.
Yes,
Thank
really.
you,
We
Jesus.
need
Thank
it.
you.
I mean, we really do.
Thank you.
Viewers
It
like
stresses
you.
me out just trying to figure out how I'm gonna like keep this going. It's like
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Right.
So I need your
Right.
help. Really do.
Yes,
Uh,
she
Yeah,
does.
All adds
It's
up,
like so
guys.
many fees here
Thank
and there.
you,
It's like
Jesus.
yeah, it's just all the time, every few days. Hey Tara. Tara's in Texas. Hi Tara.
Hey,
Good to see
Tara.
you. She's a nice lady too.
Yep.
Like she really is.
Yes.
Like very
Glad
nice.
you're here. Thank you.
And Karen is here.
Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you.
Karen.
Karen. Where is she? New Zealand? I don't remember. That's unusual, isn't it? Anyway, hi Karen. Oh, I think that's everybody. Hey, look how fast we did
Audrey
it
would be
today.
in summer right now.
Experimental.
Southern Hemisphere.
Where are
Experimental.
you at, Karen? Did I get
Yeah,
no?
what
I
did
don't
you-
even see her. Oh yeah, I do. Now I do.
Experimental.
Thanks. She's talking to Dubaloo here, but hi experimental.
Martin Truler is here.
What?
Cool.
I didn't
Experimental
see her.
is here. Robin is here.
Robin.
Aaliyah is
Robin.
here.
Again.
Nice. I don't see their names at all.
Okay. Venus.
Wow. Yeah, I got her.
Going down through from where I was. Michelle
Good.
Cox is here.
Aloha
Wow.
from Rocky, Montana.
Rodney.
Wow. No. Hi,
Uh,
God,
Rodney.
we got a lot of friends here today. It's very nice.
Dennis
is
I'm glad
here.
you're all here.
Breezy.
On my end.
Jessica Wyndham.
Hey,
Okay. Hi, Jessica.
Jessica.
Nope, I didn't see her name either. Wow.
Jessica,
Nick
I don't typically
I know that.
dream, but I
I
have
don't
been
know
dreaming a
about
lot
that.
lately.
Indica.
I haven't
What a
had
weird
weird
dream.
as
Indica
dream.
Land. Indica
Yeah.
Land.
God.
Good.
Hard for
Hi.
me to say that
Wow.
Lindsay
I'm glad I'm not-
Arbuckle is here.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Lindsay.
Funda.
Who?
Okay.
And,
Susie. Is it Susie? Susie
Hey.
is Susanna
Susie,
Mesnick.
Susie. Hi, in Slovenia.
Hey,
Hi, Susie.
Gators. Sky Exploration is here with us today.
Gators. Okay. I can't believe all these people are not on my
Sabrina is
Indica
here.
Land.
Sabrina.
Indica Land.
I'm gonna leave and come back in.
Sabrina.
Maybe y'all will be there. Weird. Hi,
Probably.
Sabrina. Neat.
well, let's remember that there are
Laura.
more views than what we're getting
Laura
credit for.
Mountjoy.
Yeah.
Marianne Motts.
We
Yeah,
have far
I
more
saw
friends out there
Marianne.
than they want
Okay.
us to believe. We are united.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've seen
trying
it,
to
Sam. I've seen our view count go backwards. I have seen
too.
it personally with my own.
Yeah.
freaking eyes.
Wow.
Subscribing. So everybody out there, if you think you have a subscribership to any of our websites, our Facebook pages, or whatever, please go back to your subscribership and check it. Because Montana Skywatcher 1 lost thousands and thousands of people over the last 6 months, and Montana Skywatcher 2 got closed off, and I don't have control over it. However, I do visit regularly. Nibiru Followers Anonymous has become very quiet lately.
Yeah.
We're just really
Um,
picky.
Big
Well, that's
time.
good.
Oh, as far as new members go, yeah.
Oh, you guys got you
Yeah.
guys became me, right? You know.
Yeah. I
No,
mean,
we did. I did. I will not blame Rebecca for that.
We have to talk all
No.
to the
The reason NFA is not doing is
on
great.
YouTube.
yeah.
They
If you're-
don't
if you're
answer
not-
questions, and the algorithm doesn't let them in. They must answer the questions. We have to know
Right.
that
That's
they're not
true.
bots.
It'll automatically
It
just
automatically will
Right,
not.
they got it
Are
right.
you doing that on any of
Oh,
my
well.
sites, CarolAnne?
Am I doing what?
Any of that admin stuff on my?
On Montana
What?
Skywatcher.
I haven't.
No,
I haven't. I haven't ruled any of that. I just let people, annoy me
No,
until they
I
annoy me so much I remove them.
check
But
the profiles,
okay,
and if
I've
there
just
is, yeah, I'm
Just checking.
really lenient with yours.
yeah, okay,
Um,
yeah, me too.
So
I Well, ever since we lost Lucinda, I have let the rules slide a little bit. And not only that, most of the people that are there already, and by the way, member requests have really weirdly died. And that's odd in itself. But I've been a little bit more forgiving and tried to be a little more generic.
If it's
because,
the profile, it's questionable, but
they weed themselves out, and we all have learned that the trolls, they will make themselves noticed because they want attention, and they're automatically removed. So it's usually no big deal. And a lot of the times, my other co-admins or my moderators will beat me to it. And the only way, half the time, most of the time, I'll go back through the log, the admin log, and I'll look at the back history of what's going on, and I see these guys are doing all their work for me, and I go, wow, I didn't even see that. So it's all been running pretty smoothly. And I just went through a whole new batch. Yeah, we had a whole new batch of trolls for a while, but that happens every time we have a fundraiser, including cursing me and the day I took my first breath and all of that, which is normal. And by the way, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, poop hats for everybody. That's a bad joke. I apologize. And no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
They're all
like, subscribe, and hit the notification button.
But Sam, that's what I was telling you. That's what I was saying to Sharon the other day. I was saying, thank you for being willing to be public about this, because I know that there's a lot of people out there that are just on the sidelines, and I don't blame them, because being public about this stuff, it comes at a cost, and you have to develop thick skin, because you are going to get trolled. Like it's not if, it's when you're going to get trolled.
Yeah, this is why I say poop hats for everybody, because once you guys all become well known from these shows, there's going to be, troll pictures that they're publishing photoshopped with us with little poop hats or other rather negative accoutrements and extras, and usually reaching into the I can't even say sexual pornographic behavior of the subhuman. And anyway, and that's why I say poop hats for everyone.
Times, but laugh it off.
Well, Rebecca, remember when you made it big was when they gave you a poop hat?
I heard about it. I never saw it.
Maybe that should be part of our award trophy in the future.
Yeah, right, Sharon.
And once you have your official,
I'm with Sharon. I don't even like when you said, Sam, the other day that somebody in the comments was starting to.
It's irrelevant.
Well, kind of went off on talking about me. I'm like, I didn't even bother going to see it because I was like,
I have been chided by other people to not.
What am I going to? Why feed into that? Because as emotional beings that we are, you could see it doesn't bother you, but it's still going to be in the back of your mind. So I'm like,
maybe we don't need to
even allow that into your energy, you
have to keep the positivity high.
My point behind it is the number of years that we've been involved doing this, and the number of times we've had wave after wave of newbie, pardon the expression, no offense intended, but the people who are new to this and who have been indoctrinated and propagandized to death by all the internet misinformation like Nibiru's Red and Winged Planet and the Destroyer and Nemesis and all this Planet X crap, and that there are still some semi-prominent Facebook sites out there publishing that they've got Alaska's webcam live photographs of lens flares, and they're still publishing this crap. And then we visited other sites here recently trying to reach out to sister sites, and what we got was folks who were high membership but mega gossip, propaganda, crazy stuff, and there was no way to rein them in unless you hand them logic cookie after logic cookie after logic cookie, and then tolerate the crap they throw back at you within the first 3 hours. And I was like, wow.
Well, Sam, this is, what I've noticed when it comes to this topic, and I don't want to
Please
say this
do tell.
without sounding too harsh, but it's like a magnet for a lot of crazy conspiracy, weird things. And look, I'm not beyond a good conspiracy. I'm not. The thing is that for me, I think I found the conspiracy, right? So I'm not bothered by those little small things.
Gotcha.
And Tara is right.
I think the most important thing right now is what's happening in our skies. I think any other theory or real thing trumps that. But any sky watcher really attracts a lot of crazy shit. I think Montana Sky Watchers, NFA, and its sister, anything that's sprouted from Montana Sky Watchers, I think is the only Sky Watcher place where people remain level-headed.
Nibiru System Sky Watcher,
open-minded, but level-headed with their feet on the ground, nevertheless. And it's a fine line between going crazy and then still believing.
And this is, I took a dive on since my personal page got wiped out here a month and a half ago. I took a dive into all these other sky watching sites around the world, and I am reaching out for sister sites, and we all are. And Nibiru System Sky Watcher is Christoper, correct?
Yep.
I don't think he is. Okay. Yes.
That's right.
Yes, Christoper. Yes, Christoper.
I have to. My face goes away if I comment.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
I see it. I see your face. Anyway, so I took a deep dive into these other sites, trying to see what they're looking at, and it's literally like I went back in time to the early days and the early years of the early sites that were out there. When Montana Sky Watcher was first formed, there was no sky watching sites out there at all. And if you notice the newsfeed, and maybe it's just the algorithm, but if you notice, there are sky watching and cloud watching appreciation societies and sea trail sky watchers in the Bay Area and California and LA and around the world and Alaska, and you name it, East Coast, you name it. Hello, Katie Jo, and don't forget looking up. What's Katie Jo's site, Rebecca?
East Coast looking up and out. East Coast.
Katie Jo
up and out.
Looking up and out is also now a sister site. And then we have Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Nibiru. Have you
Nibiru Holics Anonymous?
Yeah, Nibiru
and Cloud Obsession Anonymous and Montana Skywatcher Anonymous.
Right.
And that's it.
Wow, we have.
Oh, and then we have off-topic groups. We have Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Off topic. There's 1 and 2 that you can join.
Nibiru Africa is a sister site.
Yeah, right. And that's another. So they're just out there
around the world. And the whole point of this is that we have so many people sending us information from around the world, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of members that are sending in this information, and it all matches. It's over and over again, and we're the clearinghouse for this information. And we have been doing this.
Matching one from just the other day, Sam, when I posted. I knew when I was watching and I was like, I've seen this somewhere. And then you reminded me, Rebecca. I don't know if it was Rebecca made a comparison. I don't know who took the picture, but it was a Saturn's yellow moon, and it was basically hers was midday. It was blue. Mine was pink because it was in the morning. But it was the exact same. The exact same pattern, the exact match.
And you can't make this up. I mean, these are not just clouds up there doing this. This is a repetitive pattern scenario that we have documented going back all the way into CarolAnne's early years, where she has seen all of these. We watched these planets come in from when they were tiny.
We did. Yeah.
And we have documented all of this information, and it is truly time that this information actually just sort of, shall we say, lava like spills out onto the platform of reality for the rest of the people that weren't informed of this, because we have been doing this documentation for 15 years now. So when are you going to start to see that these damn planets are here? This is real. It's happening.
But it's fascinating to me, and this is one of my favorite, most funnest things, is that every time that I post something, it's just wait and then see everybody else's posts, and then you get to see it match. And you're like, hey, I saw this, they saw that, they saw it, and you just start comparing. And that's, as you do this more and more, guys, you start to learn the patterns, right? And then you'll start to pick up on each planet's effects and each planet's base cloud, and then you just, the patterns, like you will start to recognize a pattern. It's what I tell people. There's no way that you will become a sky watcher if you're not going to see this properly unless you get out there and start watching the skies yourself. You just have to. But the more you watch, guys, you will start to see those patterns, and it becomes so fascinating. One of the funnest, most bizarre, craziest, interesting. I can't say enough, but it is one of my favorite things to do in the world is to post something and then just start comparing after that.
On the left-hand side, the stripes of Uri are so predominant, and then on the right-hand side of the sun, the ion tail and the flame-like pattern of a Saturn's yellow moon are just so insane that you can't deny that this is happening over and over again every freaking day. And we could not make this shit up because I've been calling it since 2019. 2019, that this has been on its way back towards us. And I have drawn drawings in accordance with that ahead of time ever since. And if you just even want to go back to my track record on 2019 alone, which does go back all the way to 2010, then you folks have some information you need to catch up on, because we are not guessing at this. This is all proven.
We are not wrong.
Yeah, we are not wrong. This is from around the world. And this is citizen science. And we are the back avenue of reality, trying to tell you the information. And it's not created. It's not hyped up. It's not blown up with a little, bicycle pump or anything like this. This is the real information. And
don't let people tell you that, you're just a little guy. What do you know? Some of the best science, and I love what you said of this, Sam, it's really stuck with me, is some of the best science has come out of people's back, garages and people that come from normal walks of life. Like anybody, this is a scientific method to compare something and repeat the experiment over and over. That's science.
We go around the
that
system.
Is literally science. We don't, everybody thinks, you have test tubes and all these. No, observation, repetitive patterns, videos, all that is science. What we're doing is true science. And don't let anybody belittle you into thinking that, oh, you're too dumb, let the smart people do this. No.
You have to have a science degree to be a scientist. Right?
Anybody, if I can do this, if I can get to this point, Rebecca, we can do it. Anybody can learn this stuff. That's another thing that when you said, Sam, has also really stuck with me, is that this is really easy. This is easy to follow, so long as you put in the time and you actually are interested in the topic. It's something that anybody can follow. It's not beyond comprehension. It's just something that it's consistency, really. Anybody who's consistently trying to learn this will learn it.
The nice part with all our groups and all our admins and moderators and helpers, we do help each other. And we do get stuck, but we contact each other, and it's a collaborative effort a lot of times. We won't post if we are not sure.
Even I take the information that CarolAnne gives me, or Rebecca, or what Jesus or Chris says, and I speculate. I'm not absolute in my opinion, and we all work together and we look at. I even commented earlier today that I'm gonna, some of the stuff that Rebecca posted earlier that I got on Newsfeed. I was going, I would have to look at this for a while. Those were really interesting shots of that reddish cluster
wonder,
cloud. I was
what
like,
is that?
I was pretty sure that it was the Skull asteroid with a whole bunch of crap in front of it. But
Huh.
I
Okay.
wanted to
Well,
look
we'll
at
look at
it
him
a
here in
few
a
more
second.
times, and we have a lot of that coming in, and it's just insanely close and very large. And we're back again going to, oh shit, what's overhead now?
Right.
And you know, we are in between the 180-day cycle, but March is coming up quickly. So wow, what's going to happen? And look at the weather.
Right.
You know, we can talk about California. We can talk about what's going on in Saudi Arabia right now. I mean, the Hajj is flooding out again, and there's a lot of shit going on. There's that bad boo-boo word, boo-boo. Anyway,
You're allowed.
it's yeah, our weather around the world is pretty spooky stuff, and people need to pay attention.
Rodney says, my wife asked me, why don't they tell us? Rodney, tell your wife, have you met humans? You know, have you seen the way they behave? Have you seen the way they behave under stress? Have you seen what they do? Have you seen what they're capable of doing? Could you imagine billions of people in that kind of panic?
Yeah.
You know, I feel like people should deserve to know. I do. But nevertheless, I know that could come at a price because people are a little kooky and they don't take.
They'd rather shoot first and then maybe question later.
But I am a firm believer that little by little we can get this message across and hopefully get people level-headed, because I feel that all the people that we've opened their eyes to has accepted this information rather well compared to the alternative. You know, like I've struggled with it a lot, but I never got myself to that place where, you know, I wanted to quit my job or I wanted to go nuts or anything like that. But I do struggle with it. I think we all do to some degree. We all struggle with it to some degree. But I feel like our work is important. And I feel what we do here is vital. And I am very proud to be a part of it. And I'm very grateful that I get to be one of those that gets this ball rolling, because I'm a firm believer that this is one of the most important things that I could do.
Coolest show ever.
Yeah. But it's one of the most, to me, it's just such an important thing. Like, it's one of those things that it's a legacy that you can leave behind. You know, as sometimes everybody wants to make their life kind of worthwhile, right? To me, that's what this is. I feel that it is important. To me, it gives me purpose, and I feel like it gave me purpose.
I get to draw some really cool drawings with some really cool, you know, like flame-like patterns and clouds bursting off the ground.
Fun. I mean, it's not only important, but it's just so fun. I have the funnest time doing this stuff. I can't imagine doing anything else. It's one of the,
you know, pardon the expression, but those GD planets over the top of us going by with these vaping, you know, vapors that are feeding off of the planetary surfaces and the mountain ranges and the oceans and the colors and oh my God, I got a picture from JD. Thank you, JD, today that showed basically Saru in our faces at sunrise. It was insane. I'll share it if you'd like. What's going on is just absolutely insanely intense.
Guys, there's other worlds passing over us.
Right there, man. Look at that. Oh my God. You know,
please tell me what in our existence tops seeing planets, seeing other worlds.
Right.
And some of them are inhabited, you know, where you can literally just almost wave to them. What in your life could even compare to that? For that alone, you owe it to yourself to learn this stuff. You know?
I was going to say, I just saw a comment from, I thought it was Jessica. Here, this one. She's asking if the twin system has beings. I just thought I'd,
I am told, this is off-world information, and I have never figured the meaning of this.
That's why they don't want you
well
to know.
enough that there are 3 races attached to the larger binary. I don't know where the third one does. I have a generic outlook that there are people living on Saru, and I believe that there is a race living on Nibiru, the Nibiruans. I believe them to be larger beings because their planet is much bigger than us. It's a water-type planet. They've got continents. We've shown pictures. We have pictures of Nibiru. We have land masses, pictures of Nibiru, etc., going back many, many years. And we have published this information over the years. It's impossible for us to share everything that we have. Oh my God. CarolAnne, could you,
my God.
Could you imagine us trying to share our files?
No.
I'm over, well, it's pretty well almost full, 100 gigabytes.
Right. And I chuckle because CarolAnne over the years has been a repository, a secondary library. When she posts pictures that I've long ago posted, and she has saved and collected, she always amazes me, and I've been astonished, and that's part of my respect for her.
Thank you.
CarolAnne is a very valued, long treasured participant in the equation of the all of our sister sites in the citizen science, and you are a librarian yourself. And I thank
How
you
big
for
is
your
your library, CarolAnne?
I'm almost reaching 100 gigabytes. Plus, I have my own personal collection of books from back when they started printing books. I swear that I had mentioned to Rebecca somehow or other I would like to share every one of them.
Okay, well, you in the information that you sent me that I got today, I don't know when you sent it, but it talked about the AI recommendations that we write a book.
I saw that.
And as far as that goes, the reason that has not been started by me personally is because the danger that I still have because of my non-disclosure agreement. And although I am free of my non-disclosure agreement, that does not mean that I am allowed to embark on classified information because of other subtext knowledges that I may.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, and
it has to be in collaboration.
Right, and because I still have my children under my roof, I still have to be protective and therefore not write the book.
Yeah.
And
and you have kids to think about as well.
That's
Sam.
Right. And the moment that after they're 18, well, then I am in a different ballpark.
What are you going to do when they turn 18, Sam? Are you going to be a little bit more open? Have you
the problem with that
I'll still be there.
Is that when you have this going back 44 years, the soup sometimes gets a little bit blended between the reality and the classified, and so you have to tiptoe in between, maybe not saying the wrong thing. Okay, we have let's all examine this. We have seen examples that I am still being watched.
Yes.
Correct? Do you all agree with that?
Absolutely.
Have I undertoned that always?
Yeah.
And I have tried not to focus on that.
Right.
But we know that there are numerous examples of them screwing with us and me. Correct?
We are cautious because even ourselves, we have to use a lot of discretion with things.
Like when talking about
I've learned early on not to indulge too much in the headings of my videos, and it's worked well.
And nor be arrogant. Right, exactly. And I have limited my conversation as well in my posts as well. I make less statements on the heading, and I just post the picture and let people examine it.
Even on the comments, you'll get away with more in the comments, just as long as the heading in the post isn't too alarming.
Well, that's what tags it first.
That's what tags it first. So even when you go on the comments, you're a little bit more free to just talk.
And Facebook,
but the heading, to me, the heading is very important, just to kind of keep
Facebook has now disavowed their fact checkers, so we're going to see a different algorithm now.
I don't know.
That doesn't mean I'm not going to be in Facebook tomorrow.
I mean, Zuckerberg is lobbying to get rid of TikTok so badly that he's just going to say whatever.
It's all
so I don't know how much I trust that guy. I don't like him. I don't trust him.
Right.
Hopefully, hopefully that's what he's trying to kind of get people on board.
By the way,
But I mean, the amount of lobbying that he's doing to get rid of TikTok is just insane. Like nobody's
Rebecca,
Yeah.
are you broadcasting on TikTok right now as we speak?
Oh, sure.
Mhm.
Yes.
I
we are.
TikTok
what she's
viewers,
doing.
if you are watching this right now, I would ask, please, would you send a copy of this to at least 3 people, whether they
Right.
believe this or not.
That would be nice.
Would you share that, please, and like and subscribe? And again, check your subscriptions because they've been bailing on us and removing people. It has to do with money, I think, and there's a whole new algorithm going on since November. So remember also, we are in a planetary alignment. We were also in a lunar eclipse alignment that is cosmically important for you people to notice. This is the only time I'm going to give this 3rd or 4th warning. And there's a transition occurring right now, and I would please ask you that you all listen, because we are no longer in the middle of the beginning of the roller coaster ride. It goes on the chain from here.
I gotta get my cat in.
So we are stepping into a new world. We are stepping into a new era. We are stepping into new uncomfortable. We are also stepping into new elation. So in between that, I want you to ride the surfboard of elation and not ride the negative plane of what can take your stomach right out from underneath you in this boat ride we're about to call the future. Hofman, 2025.
Somebody note that down on their jotter, please.
Jessica, I agree. I think that is one of the biggest reasons that they want to get rid of TikTok. Is this TikTok has proven over the years that they could start a revolution on TikTok.
It's
like
better.
it's like they have affected the stock market by boycotting certain brands. Like they have literally affected the stock.
It's like a
certain
pH
brand.
level.
I don't want to be specific on those brands, but they have literally affected the stock of these brands. By
you guys know how everybody is
boycotting.
segmented on a 3-minute video. Everybody only wants to watch 3 minutes. Beyond that, it's too long to watch. Oh God, I can't do it. That's our,
Oh yeah, Sam, I agree. But
very short.
Again, it's why I don't like to make, and I've said this before, I like to keep my videos very short and to the point, because we live in a TikTok era.
We live in this.
Now we do have an exchange, like it's a trade-off. On one hand, we have a platform where people have really come together, right? But at the same time, we kind of have lost our attention span at the same time.
And look how long our videos are.
Yeah.
And I do apologize for the your short viewers, because we are now at 1 hour 36 minutes and 7 seconds. And we are going to talk for the next 5 or 6 hours, because this is the most absolutely insane thing you've ever seen in your entire life. And yet it's really freaking happening. And pardon my expression in screaming into your microphone, and I hope that I've woken you up at this stage if you've fallen asleep, or put us on smart TV and you're cleaning your house, which is also okay. And hi, Christoper. Guys, this is one of the most important realizations of the shit that's going on over your head that you're ever going to find anywhere on the internet, because all of us together are working our asses off to try and let you know of the realities that we took the last decade plus trying to give you the information.
Yeah, out of like, say, an hour of footage, out of maybe 50 pictures that I'll take on at any given time where something's happening in the sky, I'll take maybe 3 pictures out of that and maybe 5 minutes of footage, and then I'll make a video out of that, and just to keep it best of, because you have to just get to the point. You have to really deliver that message.
But you know what you're doing.
And because we unfortunately, our attention spans, and also it's not just the attention span, but also we're busy people. We don't have time. Like we have to, we work so much, and I don't know. I'm like Rebecca. Now that you are not in a combined income, you know the consequence of that. I do too. Like I was married for a long time, so I didn't work as much as I do now. because it was two of us. So we spent more time together. We spent more time doing other stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now it's one of the reasons why I don't post as much and why I don't hang out as much as I used to, because I don't
no
have
one's faulting you
anymore. I have one income, and I have to, and things are so hard now, you know,
but
for us.
Jesus, you are a very valued member, and your contribution is
yeah.
always wonderful. And if you have to work, we have no qualm about that whatsoever.
Yeah,
We're there for you, buddy. We are always there for you.
Hey, anybody out there, anyone watching this video right now, go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube and watch show number 1. That's all I got to say right there. It's informative. It's awesome. These are these two awesome people that I love dearly.
Yeah,
I call my very close friends.
Yep.
Yeah.
I respect their
one.
journey, that they took the time to get here. Jesus knows what he's filming. By the way, Jesus, do you know that Yasatam Jella Moon is about to pull a 2020 Atus moon behavior?
I've never seen, Sam, the yellows from the other day, the yellow and the pinks. Okay, so yellow and red create a pink, right? So we had a Saturn and Saturn. I've never seen that unless the only time I've seen that is when Atu's moon was making its close passes. But now it's Saturn and the purple doing the same thing. You're right. Thank you, Jessica.
And the reds and the yellows, and the Saturn coming in with the yellow crossover, and the red coming off of Saturn proper.
I have not
we're going to
seen
see flame-like patterns directly above us.
I've never seen that. I have not seen.
Well, you know it's coming.
Close. The other day, it's like I could just touch the planet. It was just so close. I could. You know what happened, Sam? Is that it literally made the buildings. It made the streets. Everything look pink. Everything looked pink. Like I've never. The only time I've seen that was purple. When Atu's moon were doing close passes. And I was like, holy crap, that is freaking awesome. I've never, I don't think we've seen
all a close pass. All of us have gathered together because we knew something was wrong with the light. We knew something was wrong out there in our weather. We knew something was wrong in the angle of the light. We knew there was something wrong because there was a cutoff edge of the light. We didn't fit what we knew. And it's wrong. And that's why all of us are here, because it's happening right in front of our, and everybody thinks, oh, general, normal. This is a complete not normal thing happening right now. And it's just going on and on. It's going to be so cool yet to come. I'm very excited. Oh, by the way, I have to tell everybody, Nicole, if you are out there, I see you at the bottom of the comment. She said, Christoper with a smiley face. Nicole got a excruciatingly awesome capture of a planet at nighttime this week, like in the last few days.
I loved it. I love that.
A full planetary illumination at night. It's so rare. It's so awesome. I saved a copy of it. I think you have it.
I do have them in a slideshow, but I can show you one that I have.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, on a video. I mean, I have them on a video, but I have some slides, and one of them is hers.
Illumination. The importance of a nighttime illuminated planet, which shows you it's a facially illuminated planet, while we, Earth, have tipped into the nighttime scenario on the dark side of our planet, facing away from the sun. And this is also part of that progression where we now know the planets are going beyond Earth in our out view, where I'm going to have to adjust my monthly sight drawing to show what we see in front of the sun and what we see away from the sun into two different diagrams now. And I'm going to have to do that because that is what is occurring. So that's the only way for me to do. So I'm going to have to do 2 monthly sight drawings now instead of 1. And I'll include that in the wraparound theory. And we'll add.
So you are going to come around to doing the two drawings, Sam.
I have to now. They're beyond Earth.
Yeah.
I think it was your way of wrapping your mind around it. Like I've been seeing you. I've been hearing you talk about it for a little bit.
Is that it,
Like,
Sam?
I think he's just trying to wrap his mind
I
around it.
can't see it. Still scrolling.
No,
Oh,
that's
okay. Oh, one of them. There was a 4, I think, and that's
not it, but that is the.
Oh, that's not it.
That's the
Oh wait,
last
that's even
one.
this
older.
one
Well,
is
bummer.
just-
I didn't know that till just now. I like it. I thought it was
curve was
illuminated at night looking. Yeah.
No,
well.
I'll
It's
grab
weird.
a copy of it and send it to you.
Okay.
We can go drag it up.
While you're getting that,
Again.
I'll show this short clip. 3 nights ago, it snowed here where I am in Tulsa. And a lady that lives not too far, she lives, I don't know, like 20 minutes from me. She's on TikTok, right? She lives nearby. Well, this is her video. It's short, but she's talking about how
This was yesterday at 11:30 p.m.
I saw that.
Look how bright
It
the
was
sky
like that.
looks.
That's crazy. I was seeing
Okay,
that.
I'm still-
I had
I'm still on
photographs
Facebook
like that
for
at
this
2 o'clock in the
It looks
morning
like
when I was
daytime.
talking
Yeah.
to Mark.
Now hold on, you'll see a
I seen that.
video of tonight's sky,
I hope I have a copy of this.
and you'll notice how dark it is.
I noticed it was very light. that
Remember,
night,
we've
too.
been talking about
I'm not
night
looking at-
illuminations. Like, we're gonna start seeing night illuminations. That's
Yeah.
what that is. We're seeing night illuminations now.
The planets are
so
going
that's the
beyond
next
Earth,
night.
and we will start seeing them
Look how bright
facially illuminated
the sky
because they
looks.
are on the light side of the sun, where their faces are being illuminated because they're beyond us, and we can
Hold
then
on,
see the
you'll
light
see a video.
at night when we are not facing the sun. I'm still looking, and I'm not finding the one I was looking
is
for, and I do
crazy.
apologize.
It's crazy. That is so crazy.
Yeah.
But you know
Yeah.
what,
I feel the same
Rebecca,
way.
have you ever gone through the comment section of these videos? Like any video that I
Okay.
didn't post or any of us posted. Anytime that I see a video with sky anomalies or weird clouds or anything, right? Go through the comments and the confusion is insane.
Yeah. They
people
don't
are
know.
saying-
Yeah,
People are
people don't know.
like, just Google it, and I'm like, man, really? Like, just Google it. Like, if that's where you're getting your information from Google, good luck. Like, good luck. I'm not saying it's all bad. I mean, if you're looking for a recipe, Google's fine. But when it comes to this topic, beware. You have to be self-taught because you're not going to
Yeah.
find this information
You're not gonna.
on Google. You're not
We
going
are
to
number one.
give me credible information on Google. All right,
Rebecca, I sent that to you.
all right.
I got it.
We are, and I don't want to sound too cocky saying this, but we are the only people who have a clue what is happening out there because we've seen it. We've taken the
Bingo.
time. All of us here have spent
Rebecca,
countless hours
Uh-huh.
watching the skies, guys.
how many people are watching on TikTok?
One at the moment. It's constantly
Oh,
jumping around.
Love it.
Yeah. Yeah, at the moment, one.
I just
I
wonder
guess
because
better
like,
get
it
over there
says
and
on
put
the
some heart
19th,
on it.
it says on the
I'm gonna
19th
heart you.
that no more TikTok. But I mean, geez, TikTok is where we see a
Yeah,
lot of
it's
the
such a
information,
drastic
like
difference
the dairy
when I go
information
live
where people put out their
outside.
personal videos of the instant when something happens is really
Yeah.
important.
Yeah. No, but when I'm live outside,
Oh,
it would be around 100
Oh
or
yeah.
more. You
Yeah,
know,
we go
It's
past the
a
100
handful.
quite often.
Yeah,
I mean,
big time.
how is this
it's a big
possible?
difference.
Surely there's other people
but-
out there, they're just not registering because this is a show that we've told them about if we go on lives. So they know it's happening, some of them. Surely, I mean, people that's on the groups knows that we do TikTok as well. So
Hi, Jackie.
Okay.
I
so
just
Sam-
I can't get my
Jackie's
mind
also
around
been
how
posting some.
there's like one or two,
Sorry.
or, you know, 45 of them watching us on YouTube. There must be more people than
There she is. Hey, Jackie.
Yeah, there's
Hi.
3 people on TikTok right now. Just
Let's
3.
She's also been
see.
posting
Hi,
some
Jackie.
cool stuff, yeah.
hello.
There's
This
that
one.
picture.
Jesus Christ, this is a cool.
There it is,
this
Sam.
a cool picture.
Look at that. Looks like cream on a cake.
Still scrolling.
That's
Still
amazing.
scrolling. Yeah, there you go.
No,
Nighttime. That
wait,
is the
I
start
want
of
to
the
point out
planet.
one thing. Can I point out one thing, Sam, real quick before? Sorry, I didn't
Sure,
mean to interrupt
please
you.
do. Always.
Hey, I want you to look at the,
no.
okay,
By all
look at the blue. Okay, look at the dark blue, the one on the right, the top right hand, right? And then look at the blue down here on the corner, on the bottom left corner. Do you see that there's a distance difference, right? The one on the blue, which would be the planet, it looks like closer than the blue down here. It's really easy, and I've heard people say this. Well, it's just more sky. It's not. You can tell that it's closer. The one here has a stopping point, while the sky, which is our real sky down here, on the bottom left,
at the horizon.
it's more distant because it's empty, because there's nothing there, right? But the one on the top right corner is blue coming, or dark blue in this case, from a planet. There's a distance difference. I really can't stress it enough. Use your depth perception to see that, guys. There is clearly a distance difference here.
Yeah, but it looks like a darkness, like a thickness. It looks thick, like it's got a surface or a texture or something. It looks denser.
Well, even looking at the cloud coverage, if you start at the bottom, how bright and white it is, and then as it moves up, you see the blues and grays, and then till you get to the top and over to the left side, it's real dark. So that's coming up and around.
Yeah, the way things are lit up. That's it. I make that example all the time, Carol.
You certainly do.
You see where the light starts, and it starts getting darker and darker because the light can only wrap around that planet, that curve.
And the other
the
thing
difference between midnight blue and navy blue. I mean, that's completely two different light sources. Midnight blue is in the upper right, and navy blue is in the bottom left.
Right.
And they're two completely different colors because you're looking at the shadowed dark side on the upper right.
But people just don't have the expectation that it will look so subtle. Like it's really a subtle
bottom illumination of the bottom of the planet because you're after dark, and this is above us, and so it still has the sun shining on it, which is in the bottom left edge, which is why it's illuminated right there. But
you
you're also
see
in the upper right corner.
Yeah, you can see the crescent illumination going down the top right corner.
And the rounded edge.
Well, the other point that Jesus makes quite frequently is starting at the bottom, you really can see all the detail, and then it comes up to your eye level, and the detail starts spreading out, and then when it goes up around, it gets jumbled together again, so that that's part of perception also.
Yes, absolutely.
Or it gets wider at the top, like on Nipicity, it starts out together and then it gets wider.
Yeah.
So
because you're seeing something that's round in
exactly
nature. Like there's a curve. It's just round. This last video that I made after I tried to go live, I couldn't because my internet was just god awful.
And it was cold.
And it was so cold.
I felt for you. I really felt
yeah. Well, the day before, you told me that it was going to be 19 degrees, Chris, remember? And then next day, you were right. It was 19 freaking degrees. It was
cold.
But what I was trying to point out is that you could see that it's not just empty sky. You could literally see the curve. Like you could see a belly, like the underbelly of a planet. Right over you. The problem is that most people associate blue with our sky, and yes, I'm not saying it is, but the reason our sky is blue, guys, is because of the interaction between the sun and our atmosphere, right? So any planet out there that has an atmosphere is going to have that same blue hue because that's just the way it works.
And space is totally
we're
black.
seeing the black dark side of them, but through a blue-hued atmosphere,
right?
Because of
space
our prism effect of our atmosphere.
Unless you're seeing it pre-dawn or at sunset, you'll get some color. But if you're seeing
when they get farther away.
That's right.
When they get farther away and we see the facial, we will see the colors. We've seen the side illuminations of the colors.
This is just my theory, Sam, but this is the reason why I think that they used to spray a lot more. When they were further and easier to see, they were spraying the sky a lot more. But now they're so big and they just blend in with their sky. And
Right.
if you didn't know
Right.
any better, you wouldn't tell the difference. They don't spray as much as they used to. That's
Right.
my theory. I think
agree.
it's a sound
I
thing.
do agree. I fully agree with you on that.
They don't
No,
spray
that-
as much,
Mm-mm.
but
the
they
massive
get
cost
as much
of it
credit
alone.
like they do. I mean, people still they see a streak in the sky and they're like they're spraying, whether
It's
they see a plane
automatically
or not.
spraying. Yeah.
They just
Yeah, and
they
there's also
automatically
the
just
disinfo
they,
as
they
well.
don't know what
we're
else
out
it
of-
could be. It has to
We're
be
out
a
of
plane,
10
right?
streaks. Maybe you're looking at 2 or 3 sea trails, and the rest are
We all know
asteroids.
that.
Break the edge of what they're
Okay.
looking at.
Yeah, yeah.
I know. Hey, this little guy, he keeps walking over here. I have to
There he
pull him
is.
up here.
Oh,
Yes,
he
we-
knows
Now
his mama.
It's
What's-
easier to see his size.
Beautiful.
He's actually a pretty little guy.
I know. Let's make it
Those
big for a second.
Those other videos were a
Gonna
little up
break your
close and look-
heart.
Oh no, he's a
Oh,
heartbreaker.
Now
thank
remember,
you.
everybody, you have to send
Hello
donations
there.
to
Look
Rebecca.
at him.
Rebecca can feed the
Yeah.
cat.
This is how big he is.
And we're
He's
gonna
little.
take,
He's
we're gonna
gorgeous.
He's
take
little.
name.
He's a baby.
He has one white paw in the front.
He does. One of his
He's
paws has got
white
like little
toes.
fingers are white.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
taking
And
None
under
of
his
them.
neck, he's white under the neck.
And there, yeah.
Yep.
Under the neck.
Unipa.
Can't
Are
see
you
the
with me?
belly.
I don't
Is he
think
white
he has
suggestions for
any.
next
No, not on the bell. Oh,
Not
a little
really.
tiny. Oh,
A
it's
little.
it's thinner patch, so it looks lighter,
Yeah,
but it's not
And
white.
there's
Hair.
his neck.
He's
Yeah.
gorgeous. Oh my
Can't
god.
let you do
Really?
anything already.
Fun,
He already
funds for
wants.
the new
I
kitty.
know. Oh gosh.
Yeah, let's send your donations
Highest
now.
bidder might have
Yeah,
a choice of
and
naming
she's
him.
gone on that
Rebecca has,
one.
It's
has
my
kitties
name.
to feed.
I wish I could have a cat rescue. I would. Like really could.
Yeah.
I could just
Rebecca
like
Farms.
do it all out.
Cat
I
sanctuary.
would. Yeah. I would.
Skywatcher cat sanctuary.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Little floating planets.
You would be
hanging above
be great at the UN team.
Poor Samuel,
Uh-huh.
you got sidetracked
We
from
can
the
totally-
planets by kitty cats.
Every
have a good time.
$5 donation can get a chance to name the cat.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I love
Cool.
it. Yeah, he doesn't have a name yet. He does not have a
No,
name. He's
that
a little
smoky
guy
little
until
guy needs a name.
yeah, little guy.
$5. Put your name in a bucket.
Yeah,
Hey, but,
I know. Egg.
I want to make
We
an
don't
honorable
know.
mention. Nicole's dog. I love him. Cutest little
Aw.
dog. ever. Hey, what is he? That pug or is he? I don't know if he's a pug or what is it? English
Bulldog.
Frenchie.
French bulldog, aren't they?
I
French
love
bulldog.
those dogs. They're so freaking cute, and they have a hell of a personality. Maybe one of these days he could make an appearance. One of these days, Nicole. 'Cause I
That
love
would be cool.
I love those dogs too. They're so
You have to, donate for the pool.
Yeah, yeah.
Stop it.
Smokey. We got Smokey. That's what Taylor mentioned.
That's what I.
Smokey.
Yep, so did I.
Uh-huh, we have.
As
There's
soon as
two
I
for
saw it.
Smokey.
He's like
Right.
a smoky little jewel.
He is. Calypso.
Calypso, that's not bad.
Calypso.
Actually.
All right.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
So who
I
did
would have never
see
thought of
has-
that.
Mr.
Somebody
Patch.
has
Yeah.
a dog named Calypso.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just saw that the other day.
Yeah. He's got it made. He went back to his heating pad. So
$5 will put your name in the bucket.
Well, I
Little
thought
Grey Ghost, I know
Axel.
it.
You could call him Axel because you found him in a
Yeah.
car.
we found him in the car. In
Yeah, but
a
it was
car.
under the hood.
Phoebe.
Yeah.
Phoebe. She's a pug.
Oh,
Yeah, she's cute.
Yeah.
She's super cute.
That's cute. Oh, here it is. Phoebe. I see now. Yep, Phoebe.
Yeah,
Nice.
she's a cutie. I think.
Well,
Huggy Wuggy.
I had
Huggy Wuggy.
I
was
had
going to
I had
say-
one when I was in junior high, and I think my neighbor ran it over on purpose. He hated the dog. I was really heartbroken after that.
I'm
But
gonna-
yeah, they're super cute. Super cute dogs.
I'll play the video I have about the fires. That's the biggest news of the week. And
Yeah, we need to talk about that because there
Right.
must be like
Talk
thousands of
over the
videos
audio.
on.
Well, there's a lot of theories running around,
Ladies
guys.
and
But
gentlemen.
let's
Oh,
take a
there's
minute.
so much
just take a minute
disinformation
and talk
flying
about
around
it
about that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
before we
welcome to Los
before we
Angeles,
make any
California,
assumptions.
the heart of the Golden State, where
I did a
And
whole
look how
bunch of homework
tragic it is.
overnight.
He was. He really wasn't.
I have been watching this situation for the last 3 days. We are on day 4 right now. I have a report on that and did a study on the first live news early this morning. Apparently, as we speak, Brentford is being threatened by the Palisades fire. Has been crept up that they grew up overnight last night. Be also aware that a lot of these live channels are refashioning or replaying older video footage, and they're being kind of lazy. I am not condoning that. If you're going to be live and you're going to tell people you're live, then play current information, not old information, just because it's what we're looking at is old information right now as we speak. And a lot of people are just, clickbaiting you. And so stick to the live real stuff, not the old information. And again, Brentwood in the Woodland Hills area and everything are in danger tonight. And of course, today is the 11th of January in 2025. And so people stick up. Now, there are higher winds forecast for this evening than there are currently in California right now. And I did check into the weather. So it's going to be nasty again tonight, and these Santa Ana winds will continue. However, they're going to be 20 to 30 miles an hour rather than the 60 to 80 that you're seeing right here, and upward gusts of 100 miles an hour. Now, remember, in firestorms create their own weather. There is a lot of gossip going on, all the way from Jewish space lasers to what. So be careful on your assumptions and watch this fire, because it's going to continue for a while yet. They have not got it contained yet. And tonight will
Samuel,
be dangerous. Yes.
I have a question about these fires.
Yes.
You know how watching it now has simply highlighted it as a new, oh gosh, thing. But like you've said already and cautioned us about, is that this is a regular occurrence. It is
right.
something.
Santa Ana winds, which is a regular yearly, this time of year occurrence where the wind direction changes in the California coast, and it comes in from the north and goes into a south westerly pattern that blows down through. It's called the Santa Ana winds, and I encourage you to look up the history of that as well before you jump to a conspiracy of space lasers. Although this year, and to set the record straight, this year California is in the LA area per se. Other regions of California have gotten rain, but this one, because of its dome-like heat that it puts off by all the residents and the traffic and all of that, has gotten less rain than the rest of the region. Therefore, it is kindle matchstick dry, and this is a firestorm. Montana Skywatcher, and we can ask CarolAnne. I warned you guys this was coming. We were going to see firestorms this year.
You did.
And this is an example of a firestorm where the weather, if you look at the mounting rotational pattern of the heat that is generated by this immense burn-off, it creates additional high winds, which you're looking at right now, where this can creep and jump flames at many dozens of miles per hour, 50, 60 miles an hour, where it just rolls up mountainside, and there's no way to stop this firestorm.
Okay, so I saw this comment from Michelle a little bit ago about how satellite is showing it started at 3 different places at the exact same time.
That's what I was talking about in the green room that I was seeing. They showed a satellite footage, and it's like 3 of them at the same time, and they grow big. They grow at it's like they start at the exact same time, and I don't know. It's just was a little suspicious.
From what I looked up, was the original fire was originally a house fire. The 2 additional spot fires, from what the media is saying, is that they had at that time they had 80-mile-an-hour winds, and they were spot fires that jumped from one mountain range to another.
But it's the media. I
right,
mean, they're going to say
I'm taking
whatever it's not. That's what they're going to say.
Okay, well, we have no evidence to prove other than it was a house fire that sparked a vastly large.
But I do feel there
like
is
that's
a
a
reason to
cover-up.
question, because there is 3 fires that start almost simultaneously.
They did catch an arsonist later on for the fourth fire or something like that as well.
Again.
And residents, citizens arrested him, and then the police came later. Yeah, there is evidence of arson, and it's perhaps arson. We don't have any major facts. And for the record, for the program, for the citizen science people, me and the rules, I'm not going to advocate jumping to conclusions, but this is going to continue. It's not out yet. It's not over yet. And the Santa Ana winds will continue.
I do want to add that I do not think it's space lasers whatsoever.
Right.
No.
To me,
I'm not saying that either.
To me, I have two things that I would dare say: either small stuff getting through, little asteroid, little things that are big enough.
Oh yeah,
that could fire.
Yeah, we are in the height of our.
And I would say electrical discharge, but there was none of that seen.
We are in the height of our meteor shower right now. There's several going off. It's entirely possible a meteor came in.
That's what that would be my that was my first suggestion. But
well,
again,
one of
I'm
the
kind of like you, Sam. I want to see more before I make up my mind.
One of the plagues of Exodus was the 75-pound flaming meteorites that came in by the thousands over Egypt.
There you go.
So, and we've talked about this in the years past.
It doesn't take, well, especially a place like California. So I bet it'd be something tiny would start a fire.
Yeah, any spark. But in this case, from what the reports that I have found so far, and I've watched a lot of material, it was originally one house fire, and then it jumped 2 mountain ranges north and to the south, and then that was the 3 major fires, and then there was a development of a 4th fire, which also could have been a spot fire, and then the 5th, I believe, was started by an arsonist, or didn't start it, or he was trying to, or whatever. So we have to remember that these spot fires can fly many miles over from one place to another in a hot ember, and it exists. Now, we talked about this a year ago in our shows about the great Northwest firestorm that occurred at the turn of the century in the Pacific Northwest, and that's why the Forest Service is located in Missoula, Montana, where I live, because we were the far end of the great firestorm which happened, and I would encourage people to look that up on Google and YouTube as well. We warned that this was coming. I did not expect it in California per se, even though it happened already a couple of times. And you can look that up.
But again, guys, it is not uncommon for California to see this kind of activity. It's not uncommon at all. So, yeah, it's pretty expected.
And we are.
And Russell, I haven't seen you in a while, man. It's nice to see you here. We miss you. We'd like to see you.
And I'll reiterate, it's flooding in Saudi Arabia.
I know you're probably busy, buddy, but it's nice to see you.
And it's the Sahara Desert is turning green. So we are. I get back again, not in Kansas anymore. So we are witnessing climate change right here. This is desertification, where it's burning itself off because of how dry it is.
Samuel?
Yes?
Is it worse than it's ever been, this particular one, or was there times when it was worse than this?
Oh, I was just watching an ice core study on climate change and drought, and they believe that in 900 AD there was a major drought in the Americas, which was leading to the end of the Mayan civilization, for one. Yes, there have been a number of droughts going back through history from what I have studied. 900 AD, 1250-ish BC, and then again at 1600 through 1700 BC as well, with the last passing of the planets as well, with the 3,654 year cycle included. And now we don't have full confirmation of that era period, so we approximately estimate BCE and all of that. Look at that. That is an example of Saru above the sun. And every time I watched all of this, I never got to comment on it because I didn't dare, because somebody slapped me down.
Samuel.
Yes, go ahead.
Honey, Jessica Wyndham is presenting a question because she's a new member here. And
Okay.
could you clarify what she's talking about so that she gets the correct information, please?
Okay, I'm scrolling. I'm not finding
It's sort
her
of
yet.
towards the end of the scrolls. She's talking about.
Okay,
find it again.
CarolAnne is what I see so far. Got to scroll up, I think.
I'm
Okay,
looking
there.
too.
Okay, hot and dry everywhere on Earth. No, what has happened is we've tipped and we've partially rolled because that second larger star got here, and all the planets, all our normal planets, tipped their axis as well.
Yes.
And if you go into YouTube or NASA or anything like that, and you look this up over the last decade, all the normal planets are also heating up. We are not seeing just climate change on Earth. We are seeing all of our normal planets heat up. And let's go all the way to the basics of science. What heats up all the planets in the solar system?
Sun.
The addition of a second star.
Second sun. Yeah.
You know, we have a second star arrival. We have these other planets that we are passing through. We are spread out. They are tightly wrapped. We, Earth, are passing through them larger solar system, and every 3,654 years, we trade places. We cross each other.
Yes.
Planet of passing. Nibiru
Yes.
means the planet of passing. But nobody expected it to be this damn close. And it is. It's huge. It's massive. And this is where they come in and they collect the commodities because they're that close. And we've seen evidence of, star charts and all this, over the decades. And the rest is pretty much proven over many, many years and hundreds of thousands of photographs that these planets are indeed here in front of us now and affecting our weather. Our planetary axis tip. I watched the moon last night. Holy cow! From my north window, and that's not normal. And it was a very bright, unusually illuminated night sky, and I could see the side effects of a planet standing there that was much larger than the moon, and yet the moon was sort of part of the illumination at night. So the planets are now visible at night because they're around us. We're in the middle of them. We're swimming in them. They're above us and going beyond us. And the show is going to get better and better every day. And, now would be a really cool time to learn the background information, the asteroids and all the crap that we're handing you. And pardon the expression for saying crap. But I mean, there's so much information look at that middle picture. That is Saru over the top. And, again, thank you, JD, for that killer photograph of Saru just at dawn. It's awesome. We are looking at worldwide change. We are no longer in Kansas, Toto. Everything we know, all our weather, all our regional, everything that we believed in from the Farmer's Almanac 10 years ago no longer counts. We remember everybody Hawaii that burned in a firestorm?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. That was just like a year and a half ago. That's what happened there. They dried out. They had climate change. They got a spark. They had high winds. They had a passing planet at the same time, we believe. We believe it was a close pass of necessity. And the high winds kicked up in hurricane strength or on land hurricane strength or at the 500 millibar high jet stream upper level close passing event through our weather, and they're not correlating that information together in any form of news I've seen around the world, and everybody's segmenting and owned by only a few corporations around the planet for disinformation, sadly. Anybody, please take over. I want to swallow off my
Okay,
drink.
I did not know that either. I just wanted to mention that, Tara, about there being 25 years of darkness. I mean, have y'all ever heard that before? I hadn't, but
565
Sharon was a teacher.
I mean, I've
She would
heard
know.
3 days of darkness, but
Like, why would it be dark for 25 years? Oh my gosh,
Well,
I
that
don't
could,
know.
you know, a lot of
Maybe
cases
she could
that
tell
could be
us.
from volcanic
Well, I was going to say
climatology.
volcanic activity is
Yeah.
probably
Oh, okay.
what's
Oh, here
going
she
on
did
that
say
one.
volcanoes. Wow, that's
I
scary.
mean,
I don't
that's
like the
really
sound of
what killed.
that.
That's really what it made the dinosaurs go extinct. I mean, it was the initial
500
impact.
BC. 500
But
BC was kind of a golden age for intellectualism. Buddha, Socrates, and the Greeks, and some of these Asian original thinkers, etc. I don't want to misname them, but there was an age of wisdom that occurred in 500 BC. So you should remember that. And we talk about this often, where most people think of 500 BC. Oh, that's caveman Ugg walking out of his cave with his club, dragging his wife by the hair. That's not what happened. And man's history goes far, far, far bigger than what we say empirical science is, which is comes from England, and the empirical Royal College and all that pip and all that's proper and recognition and the plaque on the wall. And okay, that's not the science we do. We do citizen science. We take our degrees and throw them outside because we don't get paid for this, nor do we have tenure to kiss butt on. Anyway, Jesus, it's your turn. Or Christoper.
Well, I was just gonna answer. What was the name? Jessica. To add to what Sam was saying, because I see a question here. We are electromagnetically. Get that? We don't collide. Get that? I know that's been taught on Google, taught on every theory that has to do with Nibiru and Planet X, as some call it.
But the
That's
evidence has
but
shown.
it doesn't work that way. Throw out the gravity thing out, and it's the electric universe. We don't collide. We repel electromagnetically. It's like the big. It's like a bunch of magnets. We have noticed that their moons and their asteroids are on the southern hemisphere, while ours are on the northern hemisphere. So we believe we are different polarities. So it's like two magnets on opposite ends. We're just gonna push each other out of the way. So no, don't worry about that. Really, what we're concerned about is that magnetic grip that the second star that the stars have on us. Once the planets move away, they're gonna let us go. That's gonna be of concern. But as far as a collision scenario goes, that's not the way it works. So
it's not the destroyer people are led to believe through the fear factor. We deal in facts, not fear. We have proven, and I mean, originally, like in 2013, from when we first started seeing the object cluster group, which is why it's called OCG. When we first saw them come in, we thought, "Oh my God, we're gonna get smacked. These things they're gonna paste Earth, and oh my God, we're all gonna die, and all of that." And then we watched them go by. And 214, they reoccurred and did the close pass. And 215, they reoccurred and did the close pass, which led us to believe in the 180-day cycle, which is where we started registering these close pass initiative that ran for 180 days, which, give or take. In some cases, it was longer or shorter. But we watched these cycles of the passing planets over the seasons. And then they got really damn big. And then after 2014 and 15, and we watched Saturn change places, and we watched Atu come in closer and Uri behind it over the years. And then all of a sudden, everything started becoming sky fillers, and then it got confusing on and off, left and right. And we tried to figure out what we were watching and the approach. And then we realized that it matched crop circles, and we got designs of approach rotational oval and then right to left and crop circle designs. And we cross-reference all this other arcane knowledge running from Sumerian texts to Greek tablets to stelae to Egyptian graphic art, etc. And we compiled all of this crap into one pile, and over the years we watched it form into a science of irrefutable irrefutable evidence. It all matches. It all fits. And when something is simple and it fits, it's the truth. It's only when it's complicated and doesn't make sense that it's a lie. And we have worked on all of this from people all around the world for coming up on 15 years. Take it away, everybody.
Okay. Well, I see Trevor is here. Trevor is wanting to know how much of the U.S. will end up affected by a continental split. You know, see those maps.
Hang on. Let me add to that question, Sam, because I really want.
Go ahead, please do.
I've been meaning to ask something similar to this.
I'm doing a Ricola here.
Given our location, our global location, right? Since we're up on the northern hemisphere, Sam. Compared to like we've been seeing China get just slammed with weather and flooding. Are we in a location globally where we're seeing things here in the U.S. as well, but I don't think we're nearly as affected as a lot of other regions. Or are we lucky globally? Our global location, are we kind of just lucky where it's minimal where we're at? Is that a thing?
I think people are automatically. Did you forget May and April of?
No, not at all. I'm just saying in comparison.
People have lost their homes in the Midwest and
I'm just saying in comparison to other regions, Sam. It seems like we are not as affected as. I mean, we are clearly, but
we've had 5 natural disasters since April.
Well, yeah, but I mean, China's been getting.
Really, they've been getting pummeled for like 2.5, 3 years straight. Time after time.
That's what I mean. Like ours come and go, but like China, it seems like it's been a constant thing.
Well, now you got to remember that over Asia, we're looking at a manipulation of on-land hurricane status and cutoff lows that we never saw exist before. These rotational low upper jet stream, low rotational cutoff lows that get snapped free out of the jet stream, and then they cross freely by themselves, meeting a wet, hot zone at the bottom and a cold, frosty, windy zone at the top, and then they become self-empowered in the northern hemisphere. We never saw on-land hurricanes in the northern hemisphere before. This is a direct example of climate change, how the temperature rise in the northern hemisphere can bear far higher humidity levels, etc., more water in the air, which then creates an entirely more powerful system, which is part of what we're going to see with this climate change period, regardless of the planets. The effect is now we are watching a climate change in effect. We've already stepped across the point of no return.
Yeah, Thunda is saying her husband is from that particular area in California, and he says it's not normally windy like that. You know, it was extreme, I guess, is what she's saying. So, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely more extreme than anything we've ever seen before. LA has never had a fire like that before.
On Gillian's birthday show, even.
Yeah.
They were forecasting the standard Santa Ana winds of up to 60-mile-an-hour gusts. But in fact, and then I'd seen reports the day before where they had less downplayed it, and they said up to 100-mile-an-hour gusts. And so, this is why during the show, I told everybody, be ready, because this is going to be a windstorm from hell. It's going to go all the way literally to Arizona and New Mexico. And now watch, this rotational thing. I watched the worldwide weather last week, and all of that snowstorm that went through the Midwest and the East Coast and everything that just buried anywhere, the lake effect snow folks over in Pennsylvania, etc., on the East Coast. That rotational storm that went off land from the week before was the center low of a much larger, huge, massive storm that covered the entire United States and Gulf of Mexico. And what people don't realize is the moisture band that is still rising out of the Pacific Ocean equator status going over the top of Mexico into the Gulf of Mexico, not the Gulf of America, for anyone who's heard that news story. And runs all the way up to the East Coast over Louisiana and all the way up to Washington, D.C. So that same band of reoccurring feeding moisture that never used to exist from the Gulf Stream or the Gulf Normal is now occurring regularly. And this is part of that new shift in the moisture pattern of what it will happen to the East Coast and the United States' weather from now on. And we've been watching it for, a couple of years now.
Right. Also, there's another theory or idea that I've heard people talk about on TikTok was electromagnetic induction. And they were explaining how it has to do with the earth heating up and wiring in these houses, spontaneously caught
I also
on
have
fire.
something to add to that as well.
There's multiple people talking about that, and there's multiple people reporting that houses were catching on fire on the inside and on working their way out to the outside. The fires were starting
what they do
inside.
when you got bad electrical, for one. Yeah.
Multiple houses.
We shouldn't be living in
time.
electric houses in the first place, because I believe they're partially responsible for leukemia and toxic cancers and things like that. And Tesla warned Edison that would be the case, but he didn't listen. But see, nobody listens to me either. So that said,
it was more comfortable not to listen, Sam.
we have been having solar activity that was very large coronal holes facing Earth in the last 2 weeks, and we've seen large earthquakes. As a matter of fact, there was another recent earthquake of 4.5 or 5 point something in China as well, which did spook a large population. But there was also one in Nepal, and that was a very large.
It was a big one. That was 7.1.
Yeah, it was a 7.1. However, China downgraded it 6.9, 6.8, whatever. But we'll believe the USGS. So a lot of that, and I talked about that will occur, and there will be a few more in the next few days, including more volcanic activity, because we are entering this celestial alignment. And if our solar output maximum in coronal holes keep increasing, and we also have a celestial alignment at the same time, there are going to be some ramifications. So let's all be aware that, we are in some interesting times. And by the way, Kilauea is also acting up a little bit more than it was for the last month or so. I saw some people freaking out about it, but yeah, it is a little more active than it was. And the pool in Kilauea is getting quite large, and it's very liquid, very hot. So don't, and then there's been, the Seven Sisters and Washington State, Mount St. Helens, McKinley, Adams, Rainier, etc. are all behaving. St. Helens has been active, where they're kind of warning and thinking it might go up, and it may go up, and I've been expecting it. I've been expecting a volcanic activity in the Pacific Northwest on land for many years, so it would not surprise me. And then be ready for more. And there's also, what's going on offshore, off Oregon and off California and around the world. There's other underwater volcanoes going off. And just a few weeks ago was the Tonga region again, and Malaysia, and it's going on and on and on. So people got to pay attention. There's a lot of crap happening with these planetary alignments and the close passing planets, and it's all connected. Nothing is separate. It's all connected, including how poorly we all feel. Everybody's tired. Everybody's
I feel it
tired.
too. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I am going to the little scientist room, and I'm out of pop. So I'm.
Uh-oh.
By the way, for the record, I only drink. People ask me about this. I only drink pop when I do shows, because the fizzy it allows me to talk. Because as you may hear right now, I already got a frog in my throat, and maybe we'll have frog legs for dinner. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam.
Oh, I'm on my way.
Oh, no. For dinner.
Frog legs. I haven't had them for a long time. They taste just like chicken.
Yeah.
It's like
Okay.
a little
I don't know if I
chicken
ever ate frog legs. That
I
sounded
don't-
so vicious. Ew.
Oh no!
I don't have to
it
wonder. I know I haven't tried them, so I don't.
tastes like
Yeah.
chicken. I mean, it
kinda
even
like-
looks like chicken.
I just
Kind of like
can't.
talking about
Yeah.
mapani worms. I mean, everybody was like, "Oh, gross, man! You eat worms." But it's like the worms, like you've just said, Caroline. It's like chicken. It really is like nothing you can actually talk about. Like you've tasted until you've actually tasted it, and it
Next
really is.
time they tell you
tasty.
that, Gillian, just remember, in all the processed foods that you are eating, guess what's in there?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. They're telling us to eat insects now. Yeah.
Sodium earthobate.
Yeah.
Now the trick with frog legs is you cook them very slowly in the butter, and you cannot burn the butter.
Absolutely.
You have to be very careful not to burn the butter.
No, man. My parents just when they took us to Durban when I was 10, and we went all over those rocks picking out all those little cockles and things. They called them cockles, but
Cockle shell,
Yeah.
yes.
cockles like that song, and they picked out all these wee tiny thingy bobs, and we took them home. Thingy bobs.
Can you hold
And
that picture?
Sure. Yeah.
But they're
can.
insects as
Yep.
well, but they were super tasty. I loved that. That's you boiled them that, and like I was like, oh no, Daddy, don't do that. But
We-
it was yummy, and it's probably what they did up these coasts of Scotland for golly,
You
what 5,000 years?
Yeah.
If we all come from up here, that's
Yeah,
what.
and you throw
that's what
carrots,
they
and
ate.
then you throw some water and some parsley, and then you got stew.
We have a rule.
I'm with
Let's
Sandy. I'm with Sandy Chinks. No thanks.
No, we have a rule in this house. You must try everything at least
I-
one time.
Oh,
I
that's
have a.
One.
Oh, yeah.
I have some
Okay.
pretty weird
Yeah, I don't.
eating
Okay,
habits
let's get back.
that
to
if I were to
Sure.
mention on this,
Focus.
that if I were to mention,
Yeah,
right
there's-
now,
I have a
There
question.
is another thing that's
Well-
attached to this is the animal migrations, and a lot of people. There was another thing on TikTok about people talking about pulled up bunches of fish and stuff like that, and things
Because
that were
Earth is
dying
dead.
again because of the
Water is
chemicals. They
green.
can smell the chemicals because that's also been a recurring feature of the last couple of weeks is the smell of chemicals from
Yeah, that's the fog issue. Let's get back to what we're looking at. I do apologize, everybody. I'm going to rein you in.
Focus. Focus.
Sorry.
Okay, let's
then.
look at the picture in front of us. What
there
color?
goes my appetite.
Yeah.
What color
What
is
color?
the sky behind the lights?
It's like a greenish blue
Greenish
one.
blue, isn't it?
Gee,
What
what
color
planet
is
is
below
that?
at the yellow area? Yellow. And the orange is the base cloud of Saru.
And we've
Yeah,
been
we all know
seeing
like
this for a
Saru.
while.
Green, blue.
Yep.
Is Saru. Look
Mhm.
how big that is.
It's orange and stuff. You
See,
can see it.
our
It's
skies
all
are not.
across.
Our skies
It's
are
all
not.
across the sky at dawn, man.
Our skies are
Unbelievable.
not gray, guys. Please.
The real sky is the orange yellow area.
Google says our skies are not gray. That's not our skies. They're not gray. They're not red. They're not pink. They're blue. Go back and see a Clint Eastwood movie. In VHS, you'll see that we have really boring blue skies. We don't have what we see now.
When you look
We
up,
don't
it was
even have
blue.
that.
When you look down, it was blue. When you look over, it was blue. When you look over there, it's blue. It's all the same light baby blue.
And it's all one shade
One
of
color.
blue. It
One
doesn't
shade of
go
blue.
from darker
One
blue to
natural,
lighter
pure,
blue.
bright shade of blue.
It
Their
doesn't
shades of
change.
blue are different.
It's one single color of blue. It's not gray. It's not normal. I don't care what
I
Google
don't
says.
know how you don't see the passing planets.
I don't mean
I don't know. They're so huge. I mean, what are we going to say? Oh my God, there they are. For years now. That's what blows me away to this day. How can you not see these?
How can you at least not ask questions? How could you take this as just, it's just normal? Like, I could understand the younger generation, but for us, I'm gonna say I count myself as Gen X, because I'm right at
I'm a
that.
baby boomer.
Right? Well, anybody that's maybe 30 years and older should have had some normal skies, at least some memories of normal skies. I know that we live in a society where watching the skies is for crazy people. I know that, but there's no missing the sky, right? You're gonna go outside, you're gonna see it. We have not had what we're seeing now. It's what got me. Like when I started noticing things, I could not put my finger on it, but I just knew, and I would stare at the sky sometimes for 20, 30, for I'm not gonna say hours at a time, but I would sit there almost nostalgic, like something felt so wrong.
Yeah.
And it bugged me for almost 2 years because I didn't find sound for some time. How could you not question this? Like, how could you just be okay with just, oh, it's fine. Google says it's okay. The news says it's okay. I just
Well, there, once again, in education, personally, my personal vision of what went on, the schools are mandated to teach certain amount of information on each subject. This was not one of them.
Really?
Oh, these are our planets. Let's let's memorize the names of our planets.
But we forget.
No information about anything else beyond. Okay, so now you
there
have
are a faction of people that don't even care.
Yeah, see, that's the one
They
that
have
gets
no
me.
need.
That's the
Yep.
one that gets me, Sam. Is okay. One thing is not noticing, or maybe not having that presence of mind to ask questions. But there's some people that really just don't care. Like they're like,
And I got thrown. I got that bucket.
like, when's the next football game? When's the next?
Right.
That's
Their
that's
focus is everywhere
that's as
but
far
here.
as their peripheral thing goes,
Right.
and anything
Yeah.
beyond that is not.
And then
worth
there's my all-time favorite. Well, what can I do about it anyway?
Oh, Jesus,
It's
that's the
those-
one
a lot of that.
that gets me the most. And unfortunately, somebody very close to me has that way of thinking, and it drives me insane. I just can't. Well, there's nothing I can do about it anyway. It's like,
Well, it is predominantly important, and we are at a stage right now, and this is why partially, I give out my mystic little hints to people, because I see things and I could tell you stories, but then, I would vanish, and then we would be at the end of this show. And so I do have to tiptoe because they do let us know that they are watching. Notice I have not clipped out in a little while because I'm not saying anything nasty or important or the fact that Nibiru's over our right shoulder right now. Anyway,
hi, Maria.
get donuts, drink coffee. Hi, Maria. We lost Gillian. We lost Rebecca. Anyway,
I think Rebecca's feeding the cats.
oh, that's always a good thing.
Yeah.
We.
And
I want to talk about
the
the AI thing again. Since she's not providing videos because we're trying to stay on track, but let's talk about the AI thing and the reputation. And this is where I'm going to ask my friends, the three of you, CarolAnne and Christoper and Jesus, to throw out a little bit meat on the barbecue and blow my horn for me and my accuracy ratio. Since you are my dear friends, and please let's tell these people out there in YouTube land that may not be watching today, but will watch in the hopeful future, because we are we're the cornerstone of all of this information for what's coming in the future. We know this story is going to be.
We are the authority here when it comes to this.
Go right ahead. I will grab my next Cola. Go ahead, please.
I have this particular video that I don't post because it's not, the circumstances of it weren't. I just couldn't post it. Well, I think I did post it at one point, but
we don't want to brag. We do not want to brag.
But
bragging,
Jesus
it's
Christ, the detail in that video compared to your drawings, I look at it every so often. I look at it, I'm like, how does he do it? How the hell does he do it? Because and it was a Saturn's moon, but it was a little further, so the details were a little bit more clear in the video. I like to play around, like I edit and I pull things out. I think that's one of the reasons why I didn't post it. Is because I did a little more work than I usually like to when I post stuff. I like to keep it the editing to a minimum when I post something. So sometimes personally, when I'm just looking at something for my own knowledge, that I start to look at, that particular sighting is the one that always gets me, is because the detail, it's not something that you could just look at. I mean, had it not been because I have Sam's drawing as a reference, I don't think that I could have the presence of mind to even comprehend what I was looking at. The only way that I understood it is because I had the drawing to reference. But the detail is just unbelievable, and it drives me crazy. Again, there's a part of me that has a lot of respect for Sam, with just a little bit of I'm not gonna say fear, because he's a friend, but almost creeped out sometimes. I'm not gonna lie, like kind of creep me out sometimes, Sam.
I love you, man.
But there's just some things that you pulled over the years that I'm like, this guy's just, and I'm still curious. I'm waiting for the day I'm waiting for the day that you confess that you're not from Earth.
Yeah, I've had that question so many times you wouldn't believe. Let me explain it. Okay.
Are you, Jesus?
Are you? No, none of us are. Actually, we are connected electrically all the way to all of our previous descendants of the 12 races that are above us now, and the sparks why the decree that is allowing the future evolution of mankind yet to come. But anyway, let's go back down to the moment here and come back to reality that we're talking here today. God, where do I begin?
It's a tough one.
Okay, I was recruited in 1980 because I wrote my paper about me knowing that we had to have a binary solar system. And as a side note, I finished equations that Einstein could not finish personally. And they were easy to me. They were easy. It was basic. It was obvious. You couldn't argue with, because it was so simple. I couldn't believe that anybody. I really, truly thought everyone knew all of this. I thought all of you guys went to school just like I did and knew all of this. I thought everybody did. It's normal, nothing special. And then after in all the way up to 1980, when I was approached, etc. But I was recruited for the Far-Seeing Academy, which was for a remote viewing project. And here we go, guys. Grab your pencil and paper. Major Ed Dames, remote viewing.
Yep. YouTube.
It's free. Google it. I always say that. It's my new joke of the this year. Anyway, my ability, I can see, and you guys know this because I can draw it ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
And my abilities I get to, and this is why I was recruited, because I have, my parents were from Holland. I am an indigo. I have a very high IQ on the spectrum. I'm in the upper 96th percentile of all humans on the planet. I'm not trying to brag. I'm not going to throw out my number and brag about it. But I was recruited because I do have these abilities to see this stuff. And the old saying goes about indigos, they do not do tests. We don't do tests. But over the years, including Gillian sitting there, who needs to be woken up because she's getting tired, Gillian has sampled my abilities because I can see into people's homes. I can see into their lives. I can see into their childhood. I can see into their future. I can see what's going on above us. And who else has talked to you about the cubes, or the long box cube, or the star destroyers, or the Empire orb, or the 8 planets in the second star, or even the giant electron cluster Nibiru of the binary solar system and the electrical universe that we live in, and the unification model, Hofman 1978, which should have won the Nobel Prize way back when. but the government slapped me with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. And that's why, as of 2010, I decided to start telling all of you people. Thus is the end of my rant. Please run away, anyone.
Well,
Digesting the thought.
hi, Maria. Throw that out there real quick.
I don't know any other way to explain it except I've been trying to get everybody to know what I was told I could not tell you.
Well, something, Sam, like a lot of the way, and I think I was talking about this in one of the last shows. Now that I look back, after so much time has passed, right? I mean, 7 years, it's a short time, but for us short-lived creatures, it's a significant amount of time.
I agree.
Well, when I look back when I started all this, it wasn't by no accident that I woke up. It's almost like something was shaking me, like, "Hey, wake up!"
Hey, you are here because
At the moment, I can't explain what was happening. Okay, I didn't even talk about it with nobody because I was in this time in my life that was very stressful, and I had a lot of personal things going on. Right, so part of it, I was struggling with: am I losing it because of the stress, or am I seeing something that's real? So it took me a while to kind of come to terms with it. But when I think back now with the more clear leveled headed, where I'm more in a peaceful area and I've grown into myself, I look back at the time when I started this and when I woke up to all this, and there's no way that was an accident. There's no way that it happened on its own. Something shook me awake, something violent, almost not violently, because I don't think I would have been so open to it. But
I have a term for that.
There is definitely something happened that woke me up. Something woke me up. Like it was not something that just happened. Like some higher power, whatever you want to call it.
Sir.
It's what we call an aha moment.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Your future has taken root in the present because you were supposed to be here.
Yeah,
I firmly absolutely agree with them. Absolutely. I feel like, and then when I look back at my childhood and I remember the things that I was into as a child, and I've said this before, most kids had posters of football stars and baseball stars and all that. I had posters of planets. That was just, I've always had this obsession and this love for space and planets and that kind of stuff. And I remember thinking to myself when I was young, I'm never gonna get to see something like that. Like, because we are taught from early on that close passing planets is impossible. That's not something that happens to Earth, right? I remember being bummed out when I was still a child, a 12-year-old kid, thinking to myself, it's a bummer that I'm never going to get to see a passing planet personally.
And look where you
right now. Like I think
I'm sure you've seen
all the time, Sam. I think about it all the time, and I am so grateful.
Let's talk about the skull asteroid.
That I got to see that because I really believe that that it's one of the things that I really wanted so badly, and I didn't think I would get. Right,
and here they are.
Right
in our face.
Now, is that an accident? I do not think so. I choose to think.
I think that a lot of electrical things happen because of the debris fields and the asteroids going past us. It's sparks stuff.
Yeah, let's just talk about the skull asteroid alone this week. Rebecca, I'm sure you have video of it that you have prepared for the show today. The skull asteroid.
I do.
I
better grab some quick.
You posted some dual pictures.
I did post some pictures, yeah.
And those dual pictures, I don't think you share enough of those to everybody else out here on our show.
Well, I know. Let me show you. I'll show you. I have the pictures. Here is this one.
Yeah, you had a really
Is it
cool comparison.
that
Yeah, there
one?
it is.
Yeah,
Yeah. But yeah, the overlay part, I need to throw that on there too, so y'all can see the overlay.
And yeah, you can see there's a central blob on both of these pictures, both left and right. The right is more conclusive, but the skull asteroid is still predominant in the rotation and placement of where Attu and Attu's moon currently is, as they raise up and go over the top of us now. And so we are seeing in between Attu and Attu's moon and Uri, which is where the skull asteroid is, and has been so ever since like 2 weeks prior to Halloween. And this is still a reoccurring event. However, there are a lot of other asteroids that are embedded in front of her and around of her, if you call the skull asteroid a her or it. So
What's this one? This shiny little SZ looking thing.
that is a side edge of an asteroid edge of Uri cutting underneath the sun. And then if you look above to the left of the sun is Matimblue cut off.
Yeah.
Tara, I love what Tara says right there. You're right. Like, the school has been one of the biggest things that they have publicly admitted to, yet nobody has freaked out, because that's, as long as an official 3-letter agency comes out and talks about it, and it's like, that's enough for people to just,
unfortunately,
everything's okay. It's 1 million miles away from us, and its orbit is nowhere near gonna hit us.
Yeah, it's always distraction. Look over here. Look over here.
People will not question, go past that. Okay. And I think the difference between some of us that made it here and those that,
well, it boils down to who are you going,
those that will remain asleep, is that we didn't take just some stranger's word for it, because
according
my
to
intuition told me, coming along all this, we went down a bunch of rabbit holes, right? None of them satisfied me the way Sam's information satisfied me. When I came across Sam, I was like, okay, this is it. Like, I finally found the answers to my questions, right? Sometimes more questions arise at the same time.
Yeah, and we spent a lot of time talking to each other back and forth.
I was satisfied. I knew, because I went down so many rabbit holes, and I was like, nah, this doesn't feel right. No, this doesn't feel right. And subconsciously, I just kept jumping from one theory to the next until I came across them, and I was like, holy shit, this is it. Like, and I knew that I had found it, because I think as humans, our intuition is never wrong, and it's important that we follow that intuition, because we are not wrong. When I heard Sam for the first 20 seconds, I just was hooked immediately. I was like, I want to listen more to this, because I knew just from listening to him that at least he believed what he was talking about. So that was like, I knew that there's no way he was lying. He didn't come across to me as dishonest, and it just all fit. It just all fits so perfectly.
So when everybody here heard Sam for the first time, did you think that you'd heard him before, or like you knew him?
Yeah. It was such a very familiar, welcoming. I don't know, just comforting to listen to Sam, and I love.
That's a good word.
I love listening to Sam. I'll listen to his. I've listened to every single one of his interviews multiple times, just because I enjoy.
And Rebecca, did you also think that you had known him or heard him before, like talking? It's just the way that he talked about stuff.
I knew him.
It's like those people that you meet, Gillian, and it's like you've known them forever.
You feel like a familiar thing, it's like we were all linked from beforehand. Like, there's certain kind of people would hear his words and understand, like, right, this is the thing I've been waiting for. Yeah. There's a lot of people ask us that. I really feel like this guy's. I was meant to hear what this guy says, and it just seems right,
Right. I just thought he was
that was part
sounded
of the
interesting. You know, it grabbed my attention more than anything.
Yep.
Yeah, but what
Yeah.
was it that grabbed your attention? Was it a feeling?
His excitement for it, like the way he talked about it, I was like,
He's
man,
very,
whatever
very
it
passionate.
is, it's really real, you know, to him at least.
Yeah.
And that got my attention just because he was like really, you know,
Oh,
animated and excited.
Because I remember that
Also the
first week
fact
that
that
I
I-
was there. That's the same week that Jesus was there and Matthew Oy, and we were all sitting there like just newly cracked out the awareness egg, going, "Oh my God, oh my God," and just like, "Oh my God" was all you said in your brain, and you just thought like, "I'm going to climb back under the carpet again, and if I just shut my eyes, it'll all go away." And then you would go back out and go, but look, that thing's still there in the sky.
Yeah.
What is that? No, man, this guy, he said something. I'll have to go back to the internet cafe again, but that's another 10 rand and I'll have to go back up again. And then there was something, like an accident happened on the Montana Skywatcher site. And I remember there was this, like a screen fell down over the Montana Skywatcher site, and it was like an advert. And out of this advert came the Colburn Bible, and it said about a prophecy about how it affects the frequency of people, and it makes them dumber. It dumbs them down. It changes your frequency, that the pole broke or something. And it was talking about a whole lot of different things that happen to people, so is that you just don't remember stuff. And that's kind of what's happening now. It's as if you talk to people and they'll go, "Oh yeah, I remember you talked about that a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why I forgot, now that you're talking about it." And what about Christopher? Did you feel like you had known Sam before? Like that it was familiar what you were hearing? How did you feel when you first heard him talk about it? Did it just stop you in your tracks?
I think you're on me and Christopher.
Chris.
Nah?
Mute.
CarolAnne got it.
Mute.
Yeah, we don't hear you.
What a night for stuff going on.
When we get Christopher back on, I want to get to Andrea's comment. She says, my friend said the same thing. Sam is arrogant and rude. That's funny because so I knew that Sam was strict in the way he did things, but personally, I like that. I grew up in a very disciplined home where things
South Africa was the same.
Where there was really clear what was right and wrong, right? We never blurred that line. And I love that there was some structure with Sam. I think that's kind of what...
that fear factor. You're scared of the professor putting your butt out the class.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I
didn't
want
wanna
to
distract.
is that there was some kind of discipline there. And
well, the science is what's important. It wasn't the gossip, what people were afraid of, or what.
Exactly. It wasn't gossipy. It wasn't gossipy and dramatic. It was just straight up, not just talking.
See, and that's where you get all these arrogant
but for
people.
some reason, some people.
Hi guys.
Some people can't. Some people don't. I don't know if it's oversensitivity. But I mean, we live in a very sensitive time, which I don't think is entirely bad. I do think it's out of balance, completely out of balance.
Okay, a lot of this.
I've heard the same thing from a lot of people who think that Sam is arrogant and rude, and I'm like,
it's an ego
he's
duel.
confident, like he's confident in his message. But I don't think that's arrogance. That's just being confident, like.
And it's a need to get the message out there.
Yeah, and the thing is that in order,
wasting your time,
Christopher,
in order to get people to listen, like okay, so just put it for example, watch TikTok, and if you hear somebody talking, and they're very passionate, and they're very upbeat, and they're very confident in their message, you listen. But if you find somebody who's a little shy, a little, unsure of what they're talking. You lose interest right away. So it's really important that you do have conviction in what you're saying, or else you're gonna lose.
But you know what really caught my attention was the little paper cutouts. I love those, and when the wee horses and things went past,
I remember
the girls were there,
I
because to me
remember
that was just beautiful with the kids. And the wee horses would go past, and the wee.
Go to YouTube, look up Sam Hofman, Understanding the Sky series. There's like 8 or 9 or 10 videos on that site.
I wish more of them had survived.
I got locked out of that account long ago. Otherwise, I could add new stuff, but they won't let me.
I'll have to figure out how to make a new one for you.
Hey, Christoper, I can hear you now.
We can hear you now. Now we need to know from Christoper. He missed that part of the question. Like, when you first heard Sam talking about this, did you feel like you had known this? You had, like it was like you knew this guy from before, basically. That you were meant to hear this guy talking. And it just stopped you in your tracks.
I met Rebecca first, so it took about. I didn't really. I heard Rebecca's, videos talking about Sam, but I really didn't hear Sam talk at all for about a month, maybe, until I heard him on the podcast, right? But like Jesus says, it took. I was taking pictures of the sky and noticed things were starting to look weird, and they didn't seem right to me at all. And I was taking photos, and I started asking myself questions, and I didn't realize what was going on. I couldn't answer my questions at all. And then I met Rebecca, and I started watching her lives on TikTok, and everything she said, started fitting in with the questions I had. And then I heard Sam start to talk, and he, confirmed everything that she was saying and elaborated more on it. And it was just incredible. And all these things started to come together for me. And then he started talking about personal things and experiences that I've had, especially like, seeing things when I was a kid, and I'm always questioning myself, well, did that really happen? Or especially as an adult, did that really happen to me when I was a child? And then here's other people talking about it. And it just, there's always the small confirmations happening as we go along that just solidify all this for me.
Thank you, Christoper. I just wonder, like, for me, it's years ago now, and I keep thinking, it's such an incredible journey. Yep, you're quite right. That this symbol has been my perfect symbol since I came here, because this is what makes it all work. This is the glue.
Hello,
it's invisible,
Lindsay.
So, and you don't. But even the planets, it's as if there's a magic that holds everything in its place. And you learn by layer by layer by layer, and you think, oh, that's not relevant to a planet. I want the man to tell me more about it. There must be more little planets out there. Samuel, you said there was 35 other things that came with them. And geez,
I hate to interrupt, but I just wanted to take care of something real quick. We have somebody in the green room, and I just want to bring them on real quick, and then y'all can get back to it. So,
you remember the movie Dark Crystal?
Yes.
Dark Crystal,
The Great Conjunction.
I try to watch.
We'll get there. All this chit chat before the 25th.
It's Sharon.
January
Sharon's
25th,
here.
2025.
Greetings, fellow Skywatchers.
Hey, Sharon.
Come on. The 25th is Lindsay's birthday, so she needs to be on her birthday.
Okay, I'll do my best to do that for you.
Help us vibrate that along, Sharon. How are you?
Indeed. I'm fantastic. How are you all?
Good to see you today.
Great to see you. Great to see
we're
you.
no longer cold because we're all chit-chatting our heads off.
Right. And Zeus, you humble me so much by your words.
Thank you. I enjoyed a lot of hearing you last week. I thought you were a great addition to the show. I'm glad that you decided to come back. So.
Oh, thank you.
Are you a teacher too? You're a teacher too, are you?
Yes, a science
Yeah,
teacher.
we
High
have that
school
in
science
common,
teacher.
So
Gillian.
what? You know what? Like a
Yep.
science teacher, and you're here seeing our planets. It's just like that must have really cracked your egg.
Well, not just that. You try and express
Sorry,
that to
but
fellow. No, you try and express that to other fellow teachers. I go, look at that, and they just
Yeah.
go, "It's just a cloud. What are you talking about?"
yeah,
You
it's
know.
like
But
Same
as I said,
experience, right?
I retired in 2019 when
Okay.
they did the big push with Greta Thunberg, and they were insisting
Greta.
that primary
yeah.
school teachers, primarily year 6 students who are only 11 and 12, the government was enforcing us to put them in the minds of the children that they had to go and protest along with Greta Thunberg. That's what they were trying to organise.
Oh, no,
and
that's okay.
trying to encourage me to get this into the children's heads, and I refused. I put my foot down and I said no. I am not in that position, and it's not my responsibility to teach these children the fallacies that you're trying to put in their head. Who is Greta Thunberg? You claim she's an expert, and yet she's a child. You know,
Exactly.
give me some.
I really didn't understand the obsession there with.
I didn't either.
You know what that reminded me of? It reminded me of these kings that are 10 years old and they're running an entire country. I'm like, why are we listening to a 12-year-old? Like, I'm sorry, like she's very articulate in the way she spoke. Yes, I'll give her that. The thing is that she's still 12. It doesn't change the fact that
we have to remember that there are articulate,
very
facts
limited
behind
knowledge
all of this.
on anything.
But you got to remember
it's
who's
always
she
back to
being
the money.
paid by.
You got to
Who's she
follow the
being
money.
paid by?
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah,
she's an
there are-
activist.
there-
and
Okay, guys.
she's supposed to be an activist for climate, and yet I've seen
God.
video clips sent to me personally of people that actually know her, and she's supposed to drive around in an electric vehicle, yet it is full of McDonald's rubbish. Please explain.
Guys,
but we're destroying the
there are
planet
factions
with
beyond
Telfar.
factions that are not visible. There are the money trail is so oligarch related around the world that are running all the countries right now. And people have to realize that we are not being told the truth on so many levels you wouldn't believe, including the off-world information. And part of the transition of what's about to embark upon, hopefully on the humans, is the realization that we have been lied to for all of our recorded history, and in numbers of ways that I don't think most people are prepared for. And this is partially why I tiptoe around a lot of things.
I don't know if we've got time to tiptoe anymore, Sam. I mean, these people need to wake up now before it's.
Well. Here's the thing. Like I like yes, Gillian, but I kind of agree with Sam. Like the thing is that you can't just. It's a big pill to swallow. And the thing is about us humans.
I know that, Jesus. I was a teacher as well, but I just couldn't stuff it down the kids' throats.
Well, yeah.
Stuff in the textbook.
Yeah, but you have to remember that not everybody is as open as we are, though, Gillian.
Right, and
here's the thing that had I came to Montana Skywatchers and then Sam kind of lays on me the cube and all the school and everything all at once,
like I
would have went running for the door. Like I would have gone running for the door. Like I would have been like, this guy's crazy. Like I don't want. But it happened gradually. Like my awakening happened gradually.
For us, we were really fortunate. We were really fortunate. Anyone that we're unfortunately trying to teach now.
But we live in a world where we have to little bite-size knowledge.
But
because the thing is that we are so heavily indoctrinated from day one. And to let go of those belief systems is really not as easy as, like, for me, I believe that I wasn't, because of the way I grew up, my dad always had us moving from one place to another. I feel like I didn't have time to get indoctrinated, right? I didn't have time to get indoctrinated. Some other people, for whatever other reason, never fell into that. But for a lot of people, that belief system that is ingrained and hardwired into their brain from day one is not as easy to just kind of let go. And even we struggle with it. I still struggle with it.
You'd probably find, Jesus, that they weren't like us, that were picked up and jumped down like every year. Or every
Yeah. Well, you know, I always wanted a consistent life when I was a kid, but now I see the benefits.
Now I see I was lucky I wasn't consistent as well, because I mean, that moving around probably cracked it open, you know, like popped it a bit, and just like, whoa.
Thankfully, my father was always really into UFOs and all that cryptic stuff, you know. So I had an open-minded.
Either of them wasn't like that. They don't know where they got me. They were.
Well, there you
they always
go.
looked at me bemused and went, "Where did you come from? We don't know."
So here's a story. So my dad lives in El Paso, right? He goes to Juarez all the time. So he's a big fan of Jaime Maussan. I don't know if you guys know who that is. He's been in the news a lot. He's a Mexican. He does a show in Mexico. He's the one that came up with the aliens that they found. Yeah, he had this big thing to do recently. I don't know, like a year or two ago. But anyway,
those little ones.
Was that where they found the mummies?
Yes,
those little mummies.
So my dad's a huge fan, and I think that guy is like 40% real, and the rest, I don't think is that he purposely is misinforming. I just think that he just doesn't know. He's misguided. But anyways, he said that he went to one of the ladies that he goes and gets produce from, and he mentioned things in the sky, and that the lady's like, "Oh my God, another crazy person who thinks she's seeing things in the sky." That's the kind of attitude that most people have. Like being a sky watcher is generally attached to crazy people. Only crazy people look up at the sky. You know, like we're crazy. Like if you think about it,
you should see all the big SUVs that go past.
It's almost like purposely done, put into our psyche that if you look up at the sky, you're crazy. Look at Mark was telling me that he doesn't dare look at the sky in public in Ireland because people pass judgment, people start talking. And I'll tell you, I come from a small town in New Mexico. I've had the cops called on me. I was starting to pick up a reputation being the crazy person looking up at the sky, you know, like small town, small-minded people. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. They're wonderful people. But the thing is that sometimes our belief systems, especially when they're based around religion, it takes some finessing to open people's eyes, and you have to keep that in mind when you're picking somebody up. They say don't wake up a sleepwalker because he might pee on you. You know, you just can't do that. You can't just wake up a sleepwalker like that. You have to do it gradually, and we have to be patient, guys, and we have to understand that not everybody's going to be as open to this. So we have to do it gradually. You know, that's
well. Aziz, my experience when it comes to teaching children, and I've done from kindergarten to grade 6, it's very interesting, the different perspective. And in Australia, we have a very diverse culture. When I was at Cabramatta Public School, there was 57 different dialects just for the Asian section. So you could imagine the different cross variations of people's religions, their faith, their education, where they grew up, what their culture involved. So it was very diversified for me. And at the same time, the things that you get to teach in curriculums from kindergarten to about year 2 is very basic skills. That's all the literacy, the numeracy, all that kind of stuff. And you only start touching on science subjects when you get into year 3, 4, and 5. But they're only basic things like how does electricity work and all that kind of stuff. But there were many occasions when I was teaching environmental subjects in grade 6, and many a time I'd be teaching them how to make things or whatever, and I'd hear in the background, "Hey miss, the earth is flat." Instead of making a judgment on that child, I would then ask that child to come forward and say, "Wow, where did you get that interpretation from? Did you read it?
Sure.
Is it something passed down from your family? Is it religious doctrine? Where did it come from? And 9 times out of 10, it's what their parents have induced them to know. It hasn't come from any of us.
Wow.
So when it comes to space and science, which is very dogged down, we'll say, all the children are allowed to know is our solar system and constellations. We're not allowed to go any further than that.
Wow.
So I've got to be very careful in what I say to children as well, because I can put myself on the line and,
Sure.
you know, yeah. So that's why it's very daunting for me when I meet kids that are so open-minded and go, hey, did you see such and such? And I'll go, yeah, have you seen it? What is it? And I will say to them, well, what do you see? How come that cloud's square?
Right.
You know, and if they ask me, I go, well, that's not normal. Do you think that's normal? And we're talking to 7 and 8-year-olds.
Right.
You know, so it's like you were saying, if you drip feed them, then if they have the knowledge to see it, they're going to go and tell their friends, and the
But
word's
I
going to get
noticed
around.
that it was the young ones that age that could clearly see them, because I had that age as well in South
Yes.
Africa, and their culture was very much more grounded in nature and what you can see and what you can experience.
They're at a very good age to be able to get to them. But the thing
I mean,
is,
they just called them. I mean, I had a little girl once, so they were all running about going, "Oh, look, it's the Barbie sparkle clouds, teacher!" And you like, and it was going round in a oblong oval one time, and we were all standing just watching. It was ridiculously unbelievable. Just
I
looking
had
at
that
those
happen
things.
to me, and I spoke about it in one of these last shows, one of the beginning shows. I had a family that I picked up at the airport and took to a hotel downtown near Salt Lake. During that ride, there was a close passing at the time, right?
Wow.
The kid was having a field day looking out at the sky. And he told his parents, look, that thing, that's round.
Really?
It looks round.
Cool.
It took every ounce of me not to start talking to that kid and say, you're right, that is a freaking planet. But his parents were right there. So
Right.
there's only so much that I could do, but I can't tell you.
I'd have failed on that one.
Till this day, I'm God.
That's what I mean. And
his life could have been so different had his kids not been around. I might have
Weapons.
plant that seed.
And that's what, exactly. And that's what I mean. I gave up walking on eggshells. I couldn't stand it anymore. It was driving me crazy.
It must be difficult. It must be tough.
We're starting something new, like a new way of thinking, a new way of looking, and it's like completely open and free. Like, wow. My statement is valid because I can see that thing. So that's citizen science at the base level.
Yeah, well, from a Gnostic point of view, they say the veil is lifting. So the more people have open eyes to see, the more we can actually express what we see.
Wow.
Yeah, you see, it's like a chain reaction. It's like a whole bunch
Exactly. It's
of,
like 100-man. It's like 100-man army. There was an experiment that was done on one of these islands where there was 2 islands and they both had monkeys. On one island,
yeah, I know, it's the 100 monkeys.
you know, they dropped the stones, and then on the other island they learnt. So it's like a conscious connection, and it happens with birds too. They do the same thing. This is how they all communicate.
Know the other 100 get to know as well.
Exactly. Exactly. So it only takes one person. I had that experience when I was a teacher, and this is what blew my mind. I always said to myself as a teacher, if I can have influence on only one person that makes a difference to their life, I have done my job. And I had a little girl, her father, and I happened to be sitting in the medical centre, and he turned to me and he goes, I don't know what you did to my daughter, but she came home one afternoon and said, can you please be like Mrs. Holloway, please? And I thought, what have I done to this child? But no, it's very
like,
pleasant
oh my God,
to
what
hear
did I
that
say?
kind of
Oh my
feedback.
God, oh my God.
Yeah, that's right. So any small little influence on anyone pays big dividends because it opens their mind to new opportunities.
Part of what, I
what I
keep
love.
reminding about the AI thing that's going on right now, where everybody's sending me what AI says about us and our, Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and Rebecca and myself, and yeah, it's we are embarking on a new era, and we are stepping across that new boundary. And yes, people are supposed to know me ahead of time, and this was part of that off-world information that I argued with the Canadian over. And by the way, I don't recommend arguing with higher races.
I bet not.
I wouldn't think of it.
Oh, not Sam. He's going, I don't believe you. How can And
I just wonder what young Sam said to them. Oh my word, I can just imagine.
I didn't believe, that I was, this mere guy that was going to change everything. And, this is a reality, and we are the base information in Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Nibiru system is already here. Nibiru system, Skywatcher, and then Gillian's and all of everybody else. And I hear Sharon's quite busy too. So, this information just has to keep going. And the only people that get it out there is you guys.
I like what you said in the last show, Sam, that the implications of what we're doing here are astronomical.
And that too is an AI opinion.
I think it's really easy because we have become desensitized to this stuff because we see it over and over. But I have to remind myself what the gravity of all this is, and it's really easy to say me and like why. Like I ask that question all the time. Like, why is it that I see something so clearly that apparently the rest of the world is oblivious to? And that question almost drives me mad sometimes, that I have avoided thinking about it. I just can't help it.
You have to avoid thinking about it, Aces, because you think, geez, like what do you think? Like, why me? Why me? Why?
Yeah. Kind of like what Sam said. Like
for whatever reason, where some people are just more open-minded than others. Like that starts there. It starts there.
Definitely. Definitely starts.
It's got to be, I know.
People are too rigidly planted in their little rabbit hole. They just cannot see that beautiful planet. Look at it. It's a curve of a planet. It's a whole planet.
I also feel that if you're not interested in this kind of stuff, you probably ain't gonna learn it.
And there's a whole bunch of those guys.
The thing is that I think, and I hope that this becomes a thing in the public education system where we kind of teach students more based on their interests, or at least one topic that's
referred to as Montessori.
Interest.
Yeah, it's Montessori, what you're talking about. Yeah.
Because when like I've always thought I had learning disabilities, but the thing is that when I come across something that I'm genuinely interested in, I'm very good at it. As long as I can find an interest in the topic, in the subject matter, I can learn quickly. I can learn deeply, but I have to be interested in the topic. And I think that's a general rule. Should be a general rule of thumb for everybody. Is to try.
Well, it has to start back at teachers' education. I'm sorry, start back at those people that are supposed to be teaching the children. They get straight out of high school or whatever they are. They're 21, 22. They get a master's in teaching, which the government is now pushing because of the lack of teachers.
We get that thing in about 2 seconds.
After everyone's left because of what happened in 2019, a lot of teachers left or refused. So they're all slowly coming back. But a lot of teachers, they've got this fixed narrative when they are in university, and it's play by the books, don't go off skew. They don't, because they're not, I don't believe these teachers that they're putting in the system now are mentally mature to understand the needs of children.
Curriculum-oriented based period, follow the rules.
That's right.
I was just talking about that. I was talking about that in a thread yesterday in one of my posts. No, it was your Sam. It was your post. We were talking about you said. So AI said that we need to find how to move this information along, right? And you mentioned if we could find some kind of organization that was scientifically and not biased and not dishonest. And I'm like, is there any of the things that we've created a world now where either you told a line or your entire livelihood could come to an end? Like
Right.
Look at how many doctors have advocated for natural cures, and they've lost everything. They've lost their They've lost everything. And
you have to be so careful these days, don't you?
This goes for teachers. It goes for mechanics. It goes for engineers. It goes for everything. Either you do things a certain way, or you can learn lose those 5-8 years that you have of education.
Yeah.
Lose it just
and that was the same premise with why I started Montana Skywatcher the way we did, and we didn't charge money, and we didn't sell books, and we didn't try to do anything monetized.
So
and we stayed open and honest, and this is why I posted my face, and for years I even gave out my phone number, and again, by the way, CarolAnne, you posted my middle name. And there was already question about that, and I had never done that to my knowledge. So I was.
You have a middle name?
I'd never used my middle name.
That was in the very, very beginning, before most of these other people came in.
Did I ever do that?
You told me a long time ago, but that's 15 years ago.
Oh boy, you have stuff that does go back far.
Some things I can remember. Ask me what I ate yesterday, and I'll go, I don't know.
Look at that flat plate.
No, we were talking about family history.
Okay, all right.
Things like that, and that's where that came.
I told Mark that I hadn't told you, and maybe I did, but wow, that was
I wrote that on that paper.
That was not, it's okay.
That was only for you.
Now it's back out in public
Sorry
knowledge
about that.
again. But anyway, no,
it's a beautiful name, and there's a lot of history behind that name.
Yes,
so
that does trace back through my family name.
Yeah.
My bloodline.
Yes.
Well, now I'm curious.
Oh, what did I miss?
Bloodline.
I saw it, but I don't remember it. Whoops.
I didn't know that.
You can't see me.
Well,
here.
you guys will have
anyway,
to PM CarolAnne before she can divulge that. I think.
Yeah.
That was for you, Samuel. So
I didn't post it, but anyway.
Yeah, I didn't post it anywhere, so it's like that was between you and I.
Okay.
And
I feel
so
I'm more comfortable now. Thank you.
Yeah, now you're gonna have 1 million people asking you, Sam, including me.
Dun dun dun.
For $10 a vote.
Yeah, there you go.
You can guess. What is his middle name? Guess it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I won't divulge that.
Rumpelstiltskin.
Could be.
Look at what the hell is that? Look.
Incredible. What?
There's something there. Like, here's the picture, right? And then this is zoomed in, and that's zoomed in more.
Wow.
Yeah. Hello.
Dun 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 dun.
Oh.
Whoa, you're
Wow.
Wow.
That's crazy.
The all-seeing eye.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Dun,
Right?
dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun,
Amazing.
dun, dun, dun.
Amazing
So, where is
captions.
Yeah, I know. If you go in closer to some of these things, it's like Samuel says, you can see them now. You can actually see the little suckers now.
Well, when the nighttime views of the planets are showing up, then we're right in the middle of the ball game.
Look at that. That's speckled though. Look at all the little crater things.
I'm still speculative, but one photograph. It matches an old time lead asteroid shot, but not a current one.
Right.
Interesting. Right, it's on the wrong side of the sun.
Right. Correct.
Watch out.
And currently
I need a
anything
babysitter.
near the sun at sunset that size does not fit in other than the tan asteroid, and it has no pathway pattern that shows tan asteroid.
Okay.
Anyway,
now
that is another story. There you go.
That.
Hi, Cristiano. Nice to see you here. Welcome.
All right, look where the sun is coming from. The sun is coming from the far right. So therefore, this is beyond Earth, and you are looking at the red asteroid, the Texas cube, Attu and Attu's moon.
See, I've seen this. I have a picture with this exact same pattern from Las Vegas.
Oh, cool.
So-
Okay.
The exact same pattern, the exact same thing. A little bit more dramatic, the one I got in Vegas with more color, but same exact pattern.
Wow.
Amazing
Yeah,
card.
I got. Today I took the
Jessica,
cube.
yes.
Yeah.
You explain it, Sam, so she'll better understand about the
Okay,
remote
on the
viewing now.
bottom, above the front first fence post is the red asteroid, is the first biggish round cloud in the middle of the picture, slightly left. That's the red. The square face that's shadowy with like a haircut blowing in the wind in the middle upper right is the Texas cube. The side orb is slightly lower in front of it on the right. The dark blue in the upper right hand corner of the picture from middle to upper right is Attu. This is is beyond the Earth in the north sky. We're looking northwest at early part of the day, and the sunlight is to the east of us, looking north by northwest.
Okay. And Jessica has a question about clarifying the remote viewing, how you see it before it happens.
So in remote view, Jessica, in advanced chemistry, I worked out in my head that we had to have more than one star, and it goes to basic reason that we also have to have in this atomic structure, we have to have proton, neutrons, and electrons for these atoms. And therefore, I knew we were a combined conjunctive binary solar system, 7 major planets and 8 if we go into great detail in the long run, but 7 generically attached to the Nibiru system, having to do with their atomic size and structure, water type planets, etc., gas giants, etc., versus ours. We are spread out. They are tighter. They're the inner circle of the compound, where the outer spread out spiral to this dual 2-star binary system that follows behind the electronic cluster that travels through space sideways through virgin space every day, not around on a dinner plate like Einstein portrayed. And there's so much to it you wouldn't believe. Anyway, I hope that answers the question. And I just know that this has to be, because that's, the planetary placement and etc.
Well, how many times does science correct itself? First, they used to say we were on the outer spiral arm of the galaxy, and now they say we're more towards the center. So, hang on a minute.
We travel through our galactic plane like a radio wave. We go up and we go down and we go up and we go down. That's what the Mayan calendar of 2012 was all about. Was where we started rising from the fifth age. We start rising into the middle of the magnetosphere of our universe, and then we go to the upper plane, the upper galactic plane in our universe in the nearby future. And that's what the Mayan calendar transition of many thousands of years is portraying. And we literally move like a radio wave up above our universe and down below and up above and down and through the magnetosphere, the electrical, which is where we're in the middle of right now, which is part of why our sun is going into a solar maximum, etc. Because we're in the strong wave of the galaxy's magnetic flow, which is also part of why we're all feeling this conjunction that's coming. And soon we're going to rise above, and then it's going to be a whole dawn of a new sixth age, and etc. So
that's why they talk about yugas going in and out of Kali Yuga and all the rest of it. Everything's cyclic.
Hopefully we'll grow past some of our animalistic dimensions to man, and we'll start to see a larger focus on who the real enemy is, not the person with the darker skin color or lighter skin color.
We're all earthlings.
Well, as soon as we figure out that there's more going on outside here that we have to worry about, then I think we'll count ourselves lucky. And that, of course, happens every cycle. And remember, this is not a one-time occasion with these planets. This is a regular thing. It happens regularly. So the El Destructo part of it is not the case. It's merely transitory destruction.
Let's see when the Zogon construction fleet comes along.
Well, remember, Earth has to reboot. You know, tectonic plates move. Volcanic stuff has to go all over the place, and then we're making new commodities, new oil, new gold, new crystals, new gems, new everything, new silver, new copper, new zinc, new lead. We are a positively charged planet in the Goldilocks zone, and we produce soft metals.
Yep, and they have to come up from the inside out.
That is the long box cube.
Amazing.
Oh.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yes, you were.
Jerry
we had
is
that
here.
question.
Everybody,
I
Jerry.
saw something very similar this summer, or last summer.
Yeah.
But I could not for the life of me catch it on camera. But it's so like this. Not as many stripes like that, but very similar.
It's the only thing in the sky that looks like that.
No.
Straight lines are
straight lines is the long box cube.
Straight lines are not a thing in space, guys. They're just not.
Oh wow, it looks like a giant bus.
Nature does not work in
And
straight
those are
lines.
the eddy trails of the very large metallic structure going through the upper atmospheres. And they leave those little trails behind in straight lines because it's made of metal.
That sucker is so close.
And so huge. It's a parking garage that descends through a wormhole.
I'm surprised nobody's actually, gone and try and aim something at it and shoot at it. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sure that Elon.
They might have.
I'm sure that Elon is doing Taco Bell and Pizza Hut DoorDash up there.
Oh,
well, he's probably got his Tesla parked in there too.
Well, we had comments about,
Tesla Bling.
Rebecca, do you have a video about the fire in your ships and things that you want to show?
Oh, I can, if you want me
Wow,
to.
you had it prepared for the show. You might as well show
Well,
it.
I have other things to talk about
Well,
too.
let's move on
Rather
then.
not.
Let's move
Oh,
on.
well, I thought we were. I thought-
I apologize.
Anyway,
Yeah, we
we're
are.
looking
We
at
are.
cool pics.
Correct.
Yeah, well,
That's the
okay,
long box
fine.
cube.
I'll show it.
That's the long box cube for sure. Yeah, there's visitation going on, and this is all around the world. It is number one on the internet right now. Is all the UAP and all the people sighting and filming orbs and this and that. And Rebecca has got a really big.
Okay. Now listen. The other night I was glued to TikTok watching all the fires. I mean, it was just on for hours, like you already know. So there was this one video. Well, there were several videos that had anomalies.
So many, yeah.
Like crafts, we'll say, or UAPs. Okay. Assuming they're crafts because I've never seen anything else like them in my life. Okay. So there is this one video, like most of the videos had like one or two UAPs. This one had dozens. And okay, I became mesmerized with it. I saved the video. I zoomed in. I watched it fast and slow and forward and backwards for a couple of days. I've been like obsessed with this clip. Okay. So here's what I'll show y'all what it looks like. And then I got some zoomed in close-ups and we'll look at them together. Because I think that it's something otherworldly. Like, I don't think they're human. Okay. And just so y'all know, they were not scooting across the sky like a airplane or whatever. They're not going across the sky.
I must have seen about 3 or 4 of them as well. I just thought, no way.
And then they pop out. You'll see what I'm talking about. They're here and then they're gone very fast. Really. I mean, it's
1/100th of a frame.
Yeah, it's like that. Exactly, Sharon. Okay, let me get it.
See, the saying is you blink, you miss it.
Yep. They're so fast.
It's like technology that we just cannot begin to.
Well, see, that's where we discern everything we look at.
Yeah, you've seen the same ones as me. I mean, I just looked at them and I thought, wow.
The same thing occurs above volcanoes. Craft coming out of them.
You try to decide if they're actual, like, you know, like Earth lights or things in our environment.
I mean,
there.
Right. They're not going across the sky. They're just popping and then there are different shapes, different colors.
Yep. And you've probably got it on the slowest setting there, right?
That's pretty slow. Yeah.
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 So it's not even doing frame by frame. So you can imagine how fast it goes.
There it is.
Yep. That's just one frame.
Right. And then it's gone.
Yeah.
That's right, Sharon. Yeah.
Don't
see.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so you actually think, gee, did I just see that? Is that just a glitch? What is that?
And it's occurring more.
Eye floaters. So people would just say, it's just an eye floater.
Yeah, it's a floater from your eye, or it's a glitch in your camera.
Was caught on.
And then I just want to add here, I right there, it goes from, you know, in the beginning of the video, the sky was a certain color of blue, and then watch the fire as it starts to, I mean, it's like there's something coming down right above the fire, like, because it gets darker, and the smoke and the fire start acting erratic. It changes. Okay. And I can't tell for sure, but there's something happening right above it. Something is changing. Look at the fire.
It's like the air density around it's changed.
Okay.
If you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like something's
pushing it down. That could be the winds. That could be the winds, but look at the darkness there.
Yeah.
There's something right above it looks like.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then as soon as it moves away, and as soon as it moves away, the smoke
Sharon.
Then rises again. Sorry.
Yes. No, you're right. But after this, it'll get there. Also part of this video, these strange pillars appear above it.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're probably extracting something from the fire itself. We don't know what they want.
Wow.
See that?
And look at the cube there.
Yeah.
Go back with the arrow is. There's a cube right there.
Then that also could be if the person taking the pictures was at a window or something.
It's a video of a surveillance, is what I understood.
Right. And if it was exploded, it would be there the whole time.
I mean, right. What's going on?
Yeah, but I'm just saying what other people would say. I mean, they would say that it's what is that?
The Klingons are here.
Yeah. I know.
Okay,
our brains will be sitting there thinking 5 different things, but you know, the average human. I mean, look at the shape of that thing for a start. That's like a little shuttle thing. Looks like something out of Star Wars, you know.
Thank you, Rico, and appreciate it. Keep your eyes on the road, buddy.
Yeah.
The undeniable, you know. It's X-Wing fighters.
My only question was, we assume that they are doing something to it, but what if they're taking something from it?
Yeah.
Right. That seems like the most likely thing that they'd be doing, right?
Right.
Well, that's why I mentioned the one about the volcanoes and
I was just thinking that, Darren. I was just thinking the same thing.
What about water spouts in the middle of the ocean?
Right.
Are they extracting all the water? Where is all this water going? Besides being dumped on us frequently through storms, but at the same time, doesn't it make you wonder who's sucking up the water?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, yeah. What is that?
They're green.
That matches Alexander's shot from last week.
Yes, it does. Wow.
Nice.
Oh, we got to go back and look at it. I'll have to find it.
Speaking of extracting, you know, I mean, those, you know, Alexander's shot, and we've talked about the space tube and them being shipping containers. And, you know, are they extracting things? Yes, they are. They're taking up the commodities before the end of the run here. And they are now, with each passing day, Nibiru becomes farther and farther away. So,
and you mentioned on the last show that there seems to be two of them, and that you said that before we saw this video that Rebecca made. So,
And we've seen new
Fascinating.
factional ships that are here that match what we were just looking at. And there's there's new activity. So yeah. This, of course, these pictures make it very difficult to identify anything in particular.
Right.
But I mean, it does draw a question because we are seeing a lot of even bigger ships than these. So yeah, there's entirely more activity than what we know is going on.
My mind just goes bizarre with that. I mean,
I
think
know.
all that devastation, and those people didn't have time to grab everything and leave. So think of all the commodities that are left behind.
Oh,
Well, that's why they're having problems with all the fishing at the moment. Unfortunately.
Right.
makes you also wonder. They have all this technology, right?
Right.
But we're mining all of this stuff. A lot of it. I don't know particularly what we're mining that is being taken away as commodities, but you would think that they'd have a lot of technology that would be able to just mine instantly and take what they want.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to
They don't need it.
I want to point
other
something
words-
out real quick. I love how Jessica's just hooked on all of this stuff.
That's awesome.
And Jessica, welcome.
That's
I really want to say I really love that you're really open to this information, and you seem to be really passionate about it. And you seem new, and I just want to say, awesome.
That's nice.
Join the groups, comment on the groups on Facebook, and we will be happy to help you in any way.
Right.
Ask questions, ask away. You could PM me. We're all open to.
Right.
I love when somebody is wanting to learn. I love that, especially. with-
She is a member of Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Rebecca's group. She
Excellent.
has not made her first comment yet, so I am
Hey.
watching for
All
that
right.
so that we can get her
Waiting for
more
that good
involved.
picture.
It just takes me
Welcome aboard,
back because I remember when I first started, I was so excited. I was like, God, I found something that was that made sense to me, answered a lot of my questions, gave me a bunch of other questions also. But it was such, my awakening was just such an exciting time, and it still is. It never goes away. But I'm nostalgic about that particular time.
I
Yeah,
understand. why.
everyone has that moment in time that when they can remember when it all peaked.
Yeah.
Everyone can remember that.
Yes. So
The
welcome
day
again.
it clicked. Yeah.
Sorry.
And
I didn't
sometimes it
interrupt.
takes others a little while to catch up, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, as Sam said, as Sam told me when I was new, your time is your time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone progresses at their own rate. And this is what I've
Yeah,
noticed
Look at
in
that
being an
thing.
educator.
Yeah,
You
this
can't
is a
force
different
something
one.
on someone, they have to accept it
Sweet.
openly.
Oh gosh, if they didn't turn around, I would have been like, "That's an asteroid." But
Why
geez.
must they
Yeah, look
always
at that
be
stuff.
fuzzy?
Oh,
Why
What?
always fuzzy?
Undeniable.
What are they doing?
Interesting.
Exactly. Specifically over
That's
the
in LA.
fires themselves. It's like they're going collecting something and then off again.
Or
whoa!
depositing something and
Oh,
off again.
wow!
I
Yeah,
still
just look at
don't
those.
know
What the hell? Yeah.
Wow, they're going back. Wow, there was more going in opposite direction.
There they go.
I hope
Yeah,
they're not dumping fuel on them or something. Because
Look,
the
it went
intensity,
brighter then. Look.
the intensity grew as soon as they passed over.
All right,
that.
kind of
Look
like
at
the
that.
first
Watch it go
video. It's like the fire was one way,
Right.
and then these little dots start showing up, and
Yep.
it gets out of control. It just goes out of,
Yep.
Yeah,
Look at that.
I mean
Right.
it.
Look.
It's weird.
It's like they dumped
Maybe it
something
says
to make
drop.
Set up, or. But look at them going right back. That's crazy.
Sorry
How
to say, but that's a bit
far-fetched is it
scary.
to say they're not
Yeah.
helping the people out?
No.
Yeah.
Ah,
beaming up everybody down there. I don't know, Paris Hilton and people like that. Yeah.
I had a thought. How do we know that isn't part of the reset? If you know what I mean, wipe out as many people as possible, so that then they can regenerate.
You are good, Sharon. You are
sorry.
good. Yeah, no,
just the way my brain works.
It's exactly my thought. That's why I said, how do we know they're not removing those people?
Because they keep telling us the Great Reset, the Great Reset. But what does that mean? Does that mean
it means that every cycle, every passing of the Nibiru group over throughout history has a culling of the herd?
That's what I was just thinking,
Sure.
sir. Yeah. We have
that's
to.
why we had such a long
Yeah, but they
dark
can
age.
take the people and put them somewhere else as
Yeah,
well.
but is it calling
I've
of
heard
the herd
stories what
to
happens
kill
to
them
people.
all, or is it calling of the herd to place them somewhere safer?
No, we reboot over time because we go into a dark era where we lose our normal. Our society breaks down. We start over, and then there's also additional corrective genetic behavior, and also on this occasion there is a growing group that is going to separate themselves from the other, and there's a small a decree, a destiny for some small faction of people that are actually going to grow beyond this. But there is also the reformation of the herd through survival of the fittest, which is normal. And remember, we are treated as animals until we prove differently. We earn our way out.
Yeah, we're not.
There's a lot to that, and I can go on for the next 2 hours. But anyway,
And that's where the spiritual positivity and all that stuff comes in for us, because that we've been reading a lot about too. It's like, get those negatives out the door, acknowledge them, and get them
people who have
out.
earned their way here to listen to this information have earned their way to more.
Well, that's like, as a teacher, you're not allowed to talk about creationism at all. But if you look at the Bible and look at Genesis itself, that is a complete reboot. And that is when they have genetically modified the species enough to allow those individuals to go out into the world. And nobody sits there and questions, hey, how did Adam and Eve repopulate the world? No, they were the representatives.
And what was the apple?
Well, everybody takes it too literal. Everybody takes the Bible too literal, and it's not literal. No. It's an interpretation of a very simple way of explaining things. But I think if you look, I think I'm not much for religion, but I think if you look at the Bible, there's so much information there that is misinterpreted. You know,
do you guys want to know what the apple was off the tree of knowledge?
Pomegranate.
Please tell us.
Yeah, you're right. The apple was original sin, and the knowledge that the creator between Adam and Eve was not God.
No.
But was demigod.
That's it.
And that was the knowledge that was forbidden.
It's like all the other fables, like how Prometheus gave us fire. How did these come into existence? There has to be somebody there to tell the original story. How it's interpreted is all up to us. And again, it comes back to our culture, background, and how we were raised as children.
To cross-reference, we know everybody that the published scientific statement of this year or last, that wheat does not come from planet Earth genetically. They have proven it now. And we were placed here and given wheat to be able to survive on because we are a placed workforce. And we've been here for a very long time, longer than you guys imagine. And through more societies, in each one of these passings of the planet,
back then, not the same.
Cause a new age.
Clearly, it's not a bird, Sam, because it's proven to be so detrimental to our health. We has been horribly bad for our health.
Well, they've done experiments on grain.
But it's the bottom of the food pyramid, right?
Yes.
Yeah, wheat and barley and oats and rye and all of that. Yeah.
And that's the thing. They've done the experiments on animals that are wild fed versus grain fed. And who's the better species? Obviously the one that's wild fed. It's like you said. It was intended
Right.
to keep us full,
Look at the
but
digestive
not
system of
intended to
these
keep
animals.
us
They're
healthy.
huge.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's right.
We are self-replicating
All the
biotools.
all that
Biotools.
stuff.
Biotools, yep.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
And
And why
I
is our
think
pituitary gland being
you
switched
asked
off?
earlier, Jessica, about who controls Earth. They think they control Earth, but we don't own Earth.
No.
Yeah.
Earth
Now,
is
if you're
not an
a
owner.
Nibiruan, for example, and you jump in your ship, you fly to Earth, you land your ship on Earth, and you get out, you're in a different atmosphere than what you're used to. So therefore, you've got to wear a suit of some sort to correct to your standard of barometric pressure and oxygen level as per your body needs. So because their people direly equate this in part of their civilization for so long now, they need self-replicating biotools to do this job for them that are born here on this planet, that are used to the atmosphere and the barometric pressure and the oxygen level. And if you go back in history, when there was Neanderthal and larger creatures, we also had a higher oxygen content.
Yeah, 22%. Now we're down to
And they
what?
could survive the ice ages. And it's known that even Neanderthal had carts, and they did lots of mining, and they actually carried commodities of stone and copper and iron. And of course, it's all suppressed information, but it's fact. They were much smarter. Their skulls were bigger than ours. So of course they were even smarter than we were.
You only have to look at the Baracus skulls. They don't have that
and
sedimentary line
75%
down the
of our
middle.
populace has Neanderthal blood in them.
Oh, those dirty DNA tests.
Yeah, there's different that's the other department. There's different factions of humans all over the planet too.
I was always worried as a kid growing up. My mother told me that I was an ARH negative group. And ever since I got told that, I wanted to know everything about anti-rhesus. And there's lots of literature out there that believes
And that has to do with why you have an IQ the way you do. Do you have the Sumer bump? Do you have the Sumer bump on the back of your skull?
Yeah, I'm activated.
Okay, well, so then and that goes to that's like the Da Vinci Code crap and all of that. Someday I'll tell you more in PM, Sharon.
I'd love to hear more. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I'll tell you more. It'll blow you away. But I don't publicly talk
Nothing
about
surprises me anymore, Sam. Nothing.
Yeah, me either. Christ, you should be. I've been doing this since 1980.
Yep.
So,
I've been questioning things
We
since I was about 7.
We are the culmination of 12 different species.
right.
Sam, would you explain
22
that?
actually.
And
Is that right,
we have a
Sam?
clipped
22?
24th chromosome, and we can only make that in a petri dish in a lab, because in nature you don't have a clipped chromosome. And now what's funny is they all call it 23andMe, and in actuality we have 24. It has to be an even number in a chromosome chain, by the way.
That's right. Yep.
And that's not disputed. That's not disputed science. That's actually mainstream.
Well, the scary thing is they're changing science all the time. They've taken away a shell structure off the periodic chart on the periodic chart, which was visibly typed on all periodic charts coming out of 1950 on at schools, and then they took that away in the 80s.
I have one of those on right now, the periodic table.
See,
Old one? Is that the old one that
the old one. Yes,
oh,
it is actually.
Lucky you.
And it shows the shell structure count at the bottom of each element.
Yeah, that's right. So not only does every element have a position, a number, it also has an identifying category to let you know what its electron shells are.
The
and its
protons,
reactivity.
neutrons, and electrons in their placement in shell structure.
So all the things down on this side, these are all the noble gases. They are very hard to react with anything unless you interfere with them. And then they've separated all of the radioactive ones down the bottom. And unfortunately, some of these are starting to come into our medics, which is very frightening.
Wow.
Okay. But then again, you've got all the most reactive on this side. So all the ones that are highly toxic and chemically related. But then again, you know, a lot of these elements in the wrong amounts can kill you. So,
And on one side stable, on the other one destructive and paradoxical, which is why they're radioactive. But in the
I
middle,
don't remember learning that. I remember learning the periodic table and having to learn the abbreviation and all that. But
in the middle,
maybe I just don't remember. I don't know. Because it was God grade. I don't know. I think it was middle school stuff I was learning at the time.
Yeah.
In the middle of the periodic chart, you have metals that are positively charged.
yes, all of this group in here. So anything beyond mercury, because we know mercury is liquid metal. But anything beyond mercury is positively charged because we're moving towards the outer shell where there's a vacancy and they have
paradoxical or
electrons
radioactive
to give away. Yes.
And breaking down and casting off protons and neutrons is a
I need a brush up on my
the whole idea is they want to become stable, and to do that they have to either increase in electronic state or reduce in electronic state.
Right.
And then they become non-reactive.
Stable, and then non-reactive and non-decay or non-paradoxical or
right.
non-catastrophic crumbling of the structure.
That's right. So it's
by reacting to other elements that can steal and rob or transcend protons and neutrons from each other, which is part of compounding.
Yes, it's a sharing arrangement among the molecules.
And they become something else because they grab onto protons and neutrons, and sometimes they're not cast off, but they're conjoined, unless they're radioactive and anti-constructive, and then they break apart and cast each other off into an even more radioactive decay.
That's right. Wow. They have to get rid of their nucleus because they're over.
It's paradoxical.
Them out. Yeah, in order to become stable. So that can have
detrimental. Either a stable house of cards, or you add one too many building blocks, and the whole damn thing falls down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's my next learning.
Part of the simple part of advanced chemistry is that each shell structure, each atom, has a serious, easy math basis to it. The first ring can hold 2. The second ring can hold 12. It goes 2, 12, 16, 32, 2, I believe. I could be wrong.
64, and they all have identifying shell labels. So you'll have shell
and
A,
anytime
B,
you
C.
add or subtract a proton or neutron, you are changing the overall compounding or element into a compound.
Correct.
And it's a structure that is the math is easy. I used to do it. I used to do it in my head, but just by looking at the periodic chart, which is why I got straight A's in advanced chemistry.
See here, look there. We got live access status. Your access to go live and multi-guest will be restored on January the 18th.
Is that from TikTok, Rebecca?
Yeah. TikTok doesn't like what we're talking about or showing or whatever.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, they got me.
They don't tell you why.
Yeah. About 9 minutes ago, whatever we were doing 9 minutes ago.
Did you appeal?
That was the
I
shits
did.
of the shits
Okay.
and stuff.
Misinformation because we're talking about physics.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. If we're talking about physics and.
All right, I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Do they even teach the periodic the table of periodic?
Isn't the periodic table one of the things people aren't allowed to talk about currently? You're not allowed to talk about it past the
why
certain
would
level.
you not? That's just craziness. Why would you not be allowed to talk about that? That's unbelievable.
Well, they've got to keep the serfs dumb, you know.
Well, the periodic table isn't usually taught until they get to high school in basic chemistry.
Yeah, because I noticed they changed that kind of thing as well. Because when I did my teaching degree in South Africa, they said, oh, we want you to teach up until the age of 10, but this is the textbook we want you to use. So they hand you this textbook and you look at it and it makes absolutely no sense because
it's mandated.
Exactly.
Same as is here in the States.
And you don't have to think about it. You just have to tell them all that stuff exactly like that. And then they parrot it back to you and then everybody's sorted. But if you don't do it, then...
Well, that's why I used to like doing really hands-on project with kids, because a lot of that's limited now. A lot of learning is on devices. They hand the kids the devices and they've got math seeds and learning tools and, you know, comprehension. Nothing is face-to-face anymore. Everything is smart boards, and that bothers me. There's no hands-on stuff. So whenever I was committing myself to lesson planning, I always made sure there was something hands-on. And the most simplest one was, is what have you got in your kitchen that you can play with? And that was just playing with bicarb and vinegar.
Real to them,
So what I would do is I would go and colour all these different batches of bicarb. I would go and buy peroxide and we'd make witch's brews and all sorts of stuff, you know, bath bombs. And the kids would love it, thinking to themselves,
you sparked their imagination.
Make those crystals, those salt crystals and everything.
But this is the thing. In my experience, because I entered the teaching field as a mature age teacher, that's what I was saying. All of these young graduates coming through these days don't know how to engage with kids.
Right.
And when you're in my position, I've got 2 children of my own. My daughter's going to be 35 in 6 weeks. And I'm raising my 12-year-old nephew. I adopted him when he was 2 weeks old. So I can see what influences I have on these children and their learning.
Absolutely.
So if I can get that right with my own children, then I should be able to foresee that every child has their own learning method. And how you engage with them is usually hands-on. They learn so much more when you articulate things through their hands.
Right. Well, it rounds it out. It rounds it out because there are children who learn by seeing or touching or feeling or hearing, and you put that all together in a hands-on project. You have touched base with everything.
Exactly, you know, and we've done everything like making hovercrafts, and that was taking CD discs and putting balloons on them, just silly things. And then the children that I thought were being held back by some of these teachers, there was an occasion where I was actually doing hovercrafts with year 5s, and there was a young boy there, and as soon as he walked in the classroom, this teacher was a Karen, jumped on his case. Immediately it was no. So I recognised this, and I encouraged this boy to come and sit with me, and I went, no, you're not the problem. And that child graduated as the ducks from the school.
Oh, that gave me goosebumps. Oh,
or
man.
Someone was encouraging him instead of putting him down.
Yeah. I had several of my own, too.
Recognize everyone's abilities, that's all.
I had a boy that was really doing poorly in math. And all the math teachers, I mean, they singled him out. And it was horrible. And I took him aside in an after-school class and sat with him for weeks. Do you know, he cried with me and he said, why do you bother? Nobody else wants me. Nobody else has any belief in me. And I did. And that boy graduated. He became a Navy SEAL.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's pattern recognition.
And he still keeps in touch.
Difference you make in somebody's life, and you think that
spark their interest. Spark it.
Yep,
well,
exactly.
Not everybody had the same way of learning, you know, like
that's right.
I unfortunately, after way after high school, I realized that I'm not going to call it dyslexic, but I need to listen and read at the same time. I can't, if I'm just reading, I can't, most of the information just doesn't quite stick with me. But it's like the moment I'm reading the words and listening to them at the same time, it's like
he said it.
It's so clear to me, you know.
I can't. That's right. Everyone absorbs information differently, and we just have to know what those antennas are.
Yeah, if I'm watching a show, I like to watch a lot of educational stuff. if I don't have the subtitles on, I can't grasp anything. As soon as I turn the subtitles on, it's incredible how clear the information and how I'm able to retain that information. And I think everybody just has a different way of learning it.
They do.
Absolutely.
You use your sensories.
Yeah.
And where you lack in one, you are going to excel in another, and it balances it out and brings it. It's well-rounded then.
Exactly.
That's right. And
It's
the ability
not
to be a good teacher is to recognize that in every individual.
Right.
Exactly.
I think that's what was so cool about the sky and the clouds and everything. They're so interactive that you didn't feel like you were disconnected in any way, lacking. You completely could see it and take the picture yourself. And then
you could basically reach out and touch them, you know?
Then you could take it and match it to something. And when you could match it and you see the pattern, then it just comes alive in your head, you know? Patterns.
Pattern recognition.
I have taught myself. I've I learned later on in life that you have to really learn yourself. That way you can be at your best performance, because we all have a different way of learning. We all have a different perspective. We all have a different everything. You know, we have different interests. We have different motivational things. We have past traumas. We have all these factors to put us into just one little box. No, we're way more complicated than that one little box. We're so much
exactly. No one can experience.
I hate labels. I hate labels because we don't fit into one little box. We are just so complex.
Exactly.
So we got booted off because we were talking about basic advanced chemistry.
Please.
Of the reality. And so they're calling that misinformation. How interesting. Now, in your opinion, did I, Sharon, discuss anything that was not common knowledge to our education that we were brought up on?
Basic textbook. So we were talking about basic textbook stuff.
And that is the basis between me 1978 paper in class and why I got stomped and slapped with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. And here they are in 2025, and we're talking about the basics of shell structure in chemistry. It was proven in 1440 by and
Alex Ball.
And here we are today.
Or those little zippers going into the fire and coming back out again.
For
and
educational purposes
all
only.
of us could see those things going in, having a reaction, and coming out again. Again, everything is like visual, and you're not allowed to talk about it, and you're not allowed to bring it to the attention of somebody and go, "Hey, wait a minute! Don't you think that you should think about that?"
It wouldn't take much to increase the fires. A chemical, the chemical gone.
Yeah.
Anything
I
to
see,
increase the oxygen level.
Sorry, Sharon. Sorry. I see Taylor. Taylor wanted to join us. Taylor. And I see he's in the green room, but then he just now muted his mic. So when he unmutes, I'll bring him back on. Okay. Yeah, well, there he is in the comment. Are you ready, Taylor?
Hey, Taylor.
Truth spreader.
Get on here, Taylor.
Yeah, come on.
Oh,
there he is. All right. Unmute your mic. So I know you're ready. There. Okay, here we go. Here he is, Taylor.
Yes, come on.
Drum roll. Okay.
Hey.
Howdy.
How are you, Taylor?
Welcome.
Hey. Thank you. How y'all doing?
Hi there.
Very well.
Oh,
Good.
so
How you
I
doing,
hear
Taylor?
you're a little fur. You've got a little fur baby again. You're
Yeah.
the hero.
Oh,
You saved the
yes,
fur
we got
baby.
another one. I did. I heard him screaming, and I was like, I gotta find this kitten. So I ran out to the street and just listened real closely, and I could tell it was coming from inside of the car of our neighbor. It was under the hood, So I ran up to the porch and got the neighbor, and we opened the hood, and there it was. There he was. So,
And that's what
and
they
he's
do. I
adapting
mean,
very quickly.
it's so scary
Yes.
to think that
Well,
that's what they
yes.
do. They go into
Be happy to.
engines.
I'm sorry, Gillian. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, yeah, me too.
Yeah, I
I
know.
would freak out thinking about them in an engine.
Yeah, well, he went there for warmth, apparently. But Taylor, good
He
news.
did.
I have a thing going out for every $5. Everybody gets a vote to name Smokey
Yeah.
or whatever.
Okay, there we go.
Axel.
I was going to say, did we come up with? Did
Here-
we?
here he
land on
is.
the
That's
name? 'Cause-
Perfect name for him.
That's what he looks like right now.
Smokey.
That's him in my lap.
Oh my
Axel,
God.
man.
Oh, Rebecca.
I know. What? Okay.
He's
I
a
won
good
the
boy.
cat lottery. Yeah, he is. If he's awake, he's purring. He's
We
just
need
happy
lots
as can
of
be.
votes. He's
Very
going to
happy.
need an operation that's going to be expensive. So we need lots of votes.
Yes,
Come on, people,
because
open your hearts.
Mittens is not fixed, and I don't want a cat
Right.
farm. You know,
Uh,
so
No more
I don't.
babies.
Yeah, so
We have a
I know
little
he's
bit
too
of
little
time
for
yet.
that.
Yeah,
He's too
we have
little, I know,
time
but
yet.
just saying. Just saying, I don't want that.
It won't
No,
take
we
long.
don't.
I mean, look at him.
No.
He's already really possessive of mama.
He has
Mama's
his
egg. Now, look
hand
at that.
or his paw
My
around your
mommy.
hand.
Yes.
Oh
Look
my
at him.
God. He looks
Okay.
great on
And
turquoise.
this is what it looked like yesterday, or at the
Whoa.
like outside. So that's what he was dealing with, the elements outside. It was
Yeah.
snowing.
He was just
The
doing
past-
what he knew
Poor
best.
baby. Poor baby.
So
Yeah.
Taylor, another one.
I know. This is the second kitten I've saved, to be honest. The
Yes,
first
it
one was
is.
Mittens.
Yes.
I got her from a group of homeless people that didn't know what to do with her, and she was very ill. And so I just said, let me take her and let me see what I can do. So, and here we are,
Look at
almost a year later.
Is
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, it'd be a year in April when that happened.
Those
Yeah,
are-
Is it
almost.
a year
Already
already?
been a
Is she
year.
a
Yeah.
year old already?
Well, I'm glad we're amongst all the crazy cat ladies because I too have
Good.
strays. I live across the road from two schools and people dump their cats. And
Yes.
2 years ago, one cat came along. She had kittens. So we found homes for one of them and we kept the baby. Now the baby had kittens. So I just
Oh, no.
recently relocated them. But one,
Oh.
like you said, I was out in my backyard mowing my lawn and I hear this cat screaming. It was the runt of the litter. The mother had left it behind. So anyway, we sort of looked after it for a while and then it had a stroke. Oh my gosh. I've
Look
never
at
seen
her.
a cat have a stroke in my life.
Oh, yes.
So, we took him to the vet. They said his chances weren't very good. And I said to him, no, you let me just stand here and do a bit of healing on him for the moment.
Yep.
And to release him 3,500 later. But no, he's doing very well now. He's made a full
Good.
recovery.
I'm happy to hear that.
I mean, look
right.
at
Yeah.
this baby. I mean, she was so ill when you first
Yeah.
had her. She was
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yes.
ill.
She was teeny tiny, too. Little
Yeah.
bitty thing.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
my
So
furry
happy,
granddaughter. Oh my God, I love her.
Yeah.
I love
Say
your
hi.
Yes.
So I need a
I
furry
know.
grandson.
She's a
I know you got that down too. I know.
I
That's her
know.
little game. She plays peekaboo, and she'll peek behind the pole and go from side to side.
She's beautiful.
I know it.
little
Lovely.
Miss Bossy, and now she'll be sulking with her new baby brother. It's like,
Come on,
what? I was
people.
like,
Oh, yeah.
That
what
black
is that, Mom? You said what?
That
I'm
is
your
My
such a
nephew, my nephew was calling her a tuxedo
deep
cat.
black. It's almost like she like
What?
it's almost
She's got a
like
tuxedo on.
it's just such a dark black.
Yes.
like she's
Very
got a
right.
suit on, man. You can just zip it off.
She's
Yeah.
a celebrity. Oh, that
Isn't
She
face.
something
is.
else?
She should be a model.
She should. A
She
meow.
should
Yeah.
have her- she should
A
have her-
meowdle.
Yowdle.
Oh gosh.
She
Hey,
needs her
look
own
at here.
TikTok account, Rebecca. Is what you need to do. You need to get her own TikTok
Yeah.
account.
Yeah,
She's
I know. Make her.
Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
She's a mascot.
Meowdle. Mascot.
She should be the little mascot. Yeah. That'd be
Yes.
cute.
William,
Calendars.
I'm sorry you're
Yes.
not.
Oh,
William, I'm sorry you're not feeling good, buddy. I know that if
I didn't know.
you're away, I know it's
Darn
because
it.
you're not feeling well.
Yeah.
But Oh, it's nice to see
Sorry,
you. I just come
William.
and drop in and say hi, but hope you feel better. And you always know where to find me, buddy. So,
Hey, William, go and grab 2 magnets and put them in your hand for a while. Just grab 2 magnets, hold them opposite sides of yourself, and see what happens. It might adjust the aerial in the back of your lower lumbar. Just try it.
No.
Magnetic theory,
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you
I
went
wonder
and
what
did
that.
it. Now I've got my cat on my lap.
Uh-oh.
Be sneezing in a minute,
I'll
Sam.
be
Uh-huh.
coughing before you know it. Yep.
All right. Now,
He just came
Jerry
out of the
sent
blue
me
and said,
some
"Okay, I want to be up
pictures.
there." I was like, "Okay, I already just
He
fed
wants
you."
to. And I also saw a comment from Jessica, and she had a question about. She wanted to know more about the powers that be.
Oh, yeah. Which one?
I saw that, Jessica, and the drones and the powers that be. Okay.
Wow,
The
God,
drones
you can't.
and that.
Those aren't even the same factions.
Okay.
2 different sections.
Yeah, or 5 or 10. I mean, there's so many new things going on.
Thanks, Nicole.
Now, you can't attribute any faction unless you actually have background information.
Yeah.
There's so much activity going on overhead that we see every day. They come in from all of the major sister sites and stuff. Everybody's matching the Texas Cube, the Long Box Cube, the Star Destroyers, the UAPs, the drones, you name it. And we're getting sightings every day for months and years now. So, and it's, we try not to, we get so callous to it. We try not to go over the edge and, jump onto a summation other than, there's a lot up there, and it's up to people to realize and transfer this information, because I mean the cubes got here through wormholes, and they've been on their way for a long time, and there's early evidence of that as well, going back all the way to 2008. And we have the Federation, and we have the the Anunnaki, and then we have other elements as well that are here. So, God, what a ride this is. We got our squeak back.
Okay, Chris. Sorry.
That's all right.
Something the average human brain can't process, unfortunately.
And this is from Jerry. This is something he saw on TV or video, I don't know, computer. Let me drop this down. Sorry. But he sees something in the sky, that.
Whoa.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Digging around.
We saw all kinds of lights like that around these fires. It was all over, even mainstream media news were catching these
Well,
things.
the planets are going to be
live,
illuminated at night because they're going past Earth now. And so
Ow.
when we're in the dark side and they are in the light side showing, because they're beyond Earth, we are going to start seeing, as you can see here, the illuminated facial side of them while we're at nighttime. And that's what's happening.
Well,
Okay, so do you think that's an asteroid? I mean, it seems kind
Wow.
of small to be a planet.
That could easily be a Saturn's yellow moon.
Oh,
And
wow.
then,
Great.
What we've got to do,
Okay.
is we've got to encourage more people to go outside. I look out my window, there's not a human outside. We need to find ways to get
It's
people
bizarre.
outside.
That's the same here.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I'm
Technology
seeing.
has really reeled us all
show you
inside.
all this. There's something
Well,
else
we're looking in
peculiar
front
here.
of screens. We've got to go outside.
Okay. Okay, and then there was this picture he saw as well as on media somehow. There was, that was that. So,
I have a picture from my cruise balcony when we were experiencing smoke. So it's very much.
That could be just the normal sun shining through the smoke.
Yep.
okay.
I've got a similar
Okay.
picture.
Now here's something I just
Now remember,
zoomed
the
in
top
on.
half of the sun around sunset has been cut off by Saru, which is setting in the west. So we could be looking at, from Palisades, because Los Angeles County, and so this is smoke from the fire. But if you notice that the red and then the orange above it there is only half of the sun that's showing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me
very
close
cool.
this out and then I'll reopen it. Hopefully it'll be there. Hopefully.
Excuse me, guys. Yes, come in. Hello.
That sounds like a special knock.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'll back on this one a second. I just was looking at those little lights to the left of the picture. It reminds me of what I saw in the video, right? The fire
it's
video.
LA.
Okay.
It's probably other planes incoming.
I don't know.
Okay,
That's what it is, close up. I'm just saying. I thought that was bizarre.
Totally bizarre.
We're seeing things that just don't look like planes or anything like we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I've never seen purple.
That makes no
lights going on.
sense. Yeah. TikTok, take that. No, they can't hear me. So. Oh boy, whatever. Yeah.
They did not like us getting into scientific, technical, stuff. They did.
No, they got an agenda. They really do. They have an agenda.
Yeah, when we give facts and proof, like the other night, I didn't start skipping out until I started telling where Nibiru was currently, and then I got bled out again. Only once or twice in the whole show.
So happy. Thank you, CarolAnne. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
She's sleeping right here next to me. Little Mittens.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Let's find a little thank you card. I haven't pulled any out today. Let's see. I don't know what's going to come up. I don't have them labeled.
We got a lot of cat people here, it looks like, in the chat and stuff. So.
All these cat babies.
Oh, it's perfect. No, yeah, it's perfect.
Yay.
Young cats there, yes.
There's my Tuxie twins and my white one and the black one. Yeah, I do have several.
That's cute.
That's
Thank you.
Oh, I just now saw that carrot. What is that in the upper right? Oh, Sam said possibly Ice Adam's moon.
Certainly way up high.
Very.
Right, because you can see the airplane is.
Where is this taken over? Where is
LA.
Do we have
Los Angeles County?
Los Angeles County. Well, that's definitely a curve.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely
over the fires.
Size-wise, it's about right for this Adam's yellow moon.
And even the way it's lit, I think when you're in doubt about lens flares or something, look at the way it's lit too. And I think this is perfectly well lit. So it's definitely there for sure.
Yeah, that's a good find, Jerry.
Very cool.
He's always looking out for things on TV or movies or whatever. He's got his eyes out.
Me too.
He never noticed the purple thing. Yeah, I know. Isn't that weird? That doesn't.
I see film clips from the 90s, and some of them have got two suns in their backgrounds. It's just random music videos, and I sit there and I go, "What? There's two suns," but they don't make any big deal about it because the whole thing is the band.
Through glass too, The second star got here in 210, 211, 212.
That's what I mean. So there's been this progression of music where you can actually see even some documentaries out of Egypt. You can see second suns, but they seem to want to hide them. They clip them.
Well, a lot of even museum pieces have been doctored and altered throughout history on purpose by the powers that be that don't want what their scientists figured out they mean, and they go, no, you can't talk about that, and then they cover it up with the discs. Yep. In the British Museum showing reapproach to the planets and all of that, they can be thrown and broken, and they've got many of those, and they're covered over by modern clay to hide the rest of the equation. There's a lot of like the my favorite one is Marduk cursing at the gods, and you can see the two suns, but the upper left hand corner of the stelae has been broken off, and it's a modern chip. It's broken off recently, and which is the depiction of the other 7 planets. and they broke that part off so that you didn't know they were coming.
It was just like they went around smashing off all the noses of
The
all the pharaohs.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I
They
mean,
didn't
Had to
want
hide the
to
race.
identify. Yep.
the kid also, jeez, I'm kind of losing my train of thought here. Just
That knows what to play the big part.
sorry, I
Identified
lost my thought.
Africans.
Yeah.
If you have a look at some of the statues, they actually have Nubian noses.
Right.
They don't want that. They want to have them segregated as Egyptians, because there's this philosophy that if it's in Egypt, it belongs to Egypt. We write the narrative, you follow along.
Well, a lot of people don't take into account that there were two Egypts. There was the northern Egypt and the southern Egypt, and they were referred to in the opposite of that by the Egyptians. Lower Egypt was the northern, and higher Egypt was the southern.
The lower,
and it was
because
the
of the
exact
way
opposite.
the Nile flowed. Yep.
Right, and of course the tombs of the Black Pharaohs were never taken into account by modern English science and empirical science, and so that dynasty is just absolutely drastically discounted and breaks up the entire actual real dynasties of the Egyptian culture, which extended for 4,000 years.
Yeah, but anybody that studies the Egyptian philosophy and all the dynasties, you can actually see the transition periods and how many times did they invade each other. You know, you had Syria on one side, Libya on another side, and you know, all of the Ethiopians. How many wars are actually depicted on all the wars?
And that's described by the difference between the domed crown or the white crown, the red crown or the white crown in Egyptian pharaohs.
That's right.
It shows you only when they owned culturally both civilizations did they wear both in their crown, or either the dome or white or the red.
Yep, exactly. And they had sometimes two rulers at the same time. So
the Nubians,
they can't rule the whole expanse of Egypt.
And they're still going on about it to this day in culture war and Lower Nile and Upper Nile and Southern Nile and Northern Nile. And now that I recently read that they're trying to close the Nile off to a lot of traffic now.
No surprise there.
Reduce it down to just the smaller livelihood people, which on one hand I can see why. Plus, there's some new what you would call the Upper Nile, because of the early origins of the Nile River being blocked off by other countries. So there's a big water war going on there. Yeah, it's a new argument.
But they're damming everything.
Yeah, and the
Yankees still can't get it right.
The Chinese are damming the Hindus.
Yangtze River,
yeah.
And they wonder why they have huge floods, because the water's got nowhere to go.
And India, and the earthquakes, and there's hints that's directly related to the major earthquakes that the
in Nepal they had that big one the other
Mount
day.
Everest and all that. Right, 7.1.
Yep.
And then there was a 5-something in a little farther north inside China as well, and it's a follow-up quake.
Yeah.
Of course, we got more news than the one in Mongolia and the Indian border and all that, because those people don't count.
No, but the whole Ring of Fire is very active right now. There's 50 volcanoes just on that Ring of Fire.
We're back up to 50 again, and if not, we're gonna probably see 55 before you know it. They're very active, and they're all burping up some really nice, interesting lava that they didn't used to do. It's way more intense, and of course, Iceland has fallen a little bit silent, but I think it's still like producing.
Yeah, it's still going off. Yep. Yeah, sorry, I look at all of that stuff. The amount of earthquakes going on.
When the planetary alignment comes into fold, watch what happens, and see where the moon is. Last night's moon was unbelievable. Very far up north. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get pulled to pieces. Going to feel it.
Well, yeah, I think we're feeling it already. I think that this trepidation and hopelessness and sorrow and freakouts that we're all having at night for no reason, and why we're not sleeping normally. I mean, I'm getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning. What,
Yeah.
What is up with that?
Depressed too. A lot of people are depressed.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable for a lot of
Yep.
people. And remember, it's exterior, it's planets there.
Yeah, but they don't understand that, and that's why they're trying to put their finger on it. If they can't fix it, they medicate.
This may sound silly, but I often refer to the never-ending story when Atreus is walking through the swamp of sorrows.
Right.
And it's kind of like that swamp, it's just it's trying to work everybody down. Essentially, it's how it feels. We're trudging through.
Yep. Yes, I in my younger years used to be into all the paranormal stuff, and I came across a guy called Lee Carroll, and he claims that he can channel a person called Tryon, and he's still doing live podcasts and stuff today, but I don't listen to them. I got a book of his that was called The Parables of Cryon, and in that exact book he actually wrote something to that degree, where he was saying that spiritually, when we're being held back, it is like we are in mud, and it isn't until we evolve from out of the mud and step out of the mud that actual people take notice. And they're the ones that are always complaining, why can't I be like you, how come you have this? So it's a lot ego based too, if you can put your ego in.
Very much so.
Absolutely.
Self-reflection inside rather than outside. And once you do that, then you will free yourself of the mud.
Yep. Know thyself is the saying.
Right, because it's already inside of us. The answers to all of our problems are there. We already know it. We've been doing it. And, a major thing is most people do not think that they can change. And that's it. You actually can. You actually can.
Well, that's why I've dedicated myself to learning to become a life coach so that I can help others.
To be you, you already know you, and you allow you to be you. And if you change how you are, then you change.
Yep, exactly. And that's what I mean, life experience is so valuable to each one of us because it's so unique.
Absolutely.
Everyone
it's all about our perspectives.
Everyone has something that goes on in their life that challenges them, and it's how that evolvement from that challenge makes you the person you are. You could be, somebody that's been inflicted or had a bad childhood, and you could be bitter and horrible and nasty, or you could flip the switch and take that experience to help benefit others that have been in a situation like yourself.
Jessica Wyndham just typed in something. It says, only God can give a soul. Sorry, Jessica, that is not accurate.
We all have a soul from the moment of conception.
Humans and extraterrestrials and demigods who have offspring take that spark of life that they have through the known process, how we even procreate. We give that life a soul because it's a shared life connection, and it's not just God, because the prime creator is so much farther out there than you are attributing. There's so much more going on. Welcome to the electric universe.
It's why it's called the spark of life.
Absolutely.
That first generation of electricity that's released.
And it never ceases. And our offspring have that genetic memory that we have inside of us already as well. And we got that from all of our previous people. And all you have to do is understand and believe that. And then that book becomes open. And then you start listening to what that old lifetime memory soul will let you know. And believe me, it will guide you in ways that you're not even ready to understand until you let it go. Gotta let it happen.
I agree with Tara. Jessica, I agree with Tara, and I was just about to say something similar. The religious part of it all, accepting this information, you have to kind of separate your religious views, at least for a little bit, until you absorb the information. I hope that doesn't push you away, because I really like that you're excited over this information.
A bigger religion.
But the information, I think religion, it's not conducive to learning more. I'm not saying don't believe what you believe. I'm just saying.
Again, it comes from family values. What does the family believe?
Yeah,
you know, and I
let's
was
try
off
to.
to Sunday school at the age of 5, and then I had Jehovah's Witnesses at my door at the age of 10 trying to indoctrinate me. But I knew better. But I used to grab their Watchtower and Awake, and I'd sit there and read it and go, wow, that's fascinating. Where did they get
Me
that
too.
info from?
Me too.
And that led me
Yeah.
down further and further,
Mhm.
different avenues to go and learn to see what they were saying was verified, and why were they only nitpicking certain verses to clarify their information. It had to go further. That's where I got involved with the religion, but I never called myself anything under an umbrella. I was always open, and as I grew older, and I moved out of home when I was 19, so I had plenty of opportunity to learn. And that's when I found other avenues like the Kabbalah, the Torah, because of the people and individuals I was meeting. I wanted to know what made them tick.
Well, I think religion definitely has a place. Where spirituality, I'm not going to call it religion. Spirituality definitely has a place here on Earth, but I think it's imperative to keep things maybe a little separate, at least for now, till you observe
of course.
the information. But I do
Of
feel,
course.
it's something you should be careful with.
Well,
if
I'll
you're gonna
put it like
dive
this.
if you're gonna dive into this kind of information, try and because what you're gonna find is you're just gonna be wrestling with yourself, and you're not gonna allow yourself to
Yeah.
to
Well, put it
absorb
like
the
this.
information.
Everything that we're saying here is open to interpretation.
Absolutely.
So everyone here is going to have a different idea of what we're actually talking about, but we're not trying to induce anybody to believe what we're saying. We're just experiencing a diverse culture in all of our lives that have taken part, and we're just explaining where we come from as a fundamental that got to us to this point right now. So I hope that helps.
Yeah.
Keep an open mind.
Always have
That's
an
right,
open
CarolAnne.
mind.
Have to. We must.
That's the only way we can learn.
And going down all these rabbit holes broadens your inner knowledge and brings more of your own truth to the surface.
Absolutely. And you can tell someone who's genuine as well. So we're all very genuine people. We've got nothing to hide.
No.
Yeah,
So
Nicole makes a good point.
But I think as you, and this is my personal experience. The more as I've learned and evolved into this information and all this stuff, it's made me understand a lot about the things that we do as civilizations, as things how things have changed and evolved over the years. If you want to see where we're going, you have to see where we come from. And it's really
history
clear.
repeats.
It's once you learn a lot of this information, you'll understand a lot of what these, I don't know, I don't want to call it folklore or these stories or whatever it is that you want to call it, but there's all this has been watered down so much through our evolution, and there's been unfortunately our best interest hasn't always been priority number one. So there's a lot of, you have to understand, humans will always use and mold things into their advantage, and it's very important that you keep that in mind, because we are not very good at keeping things honest. We're and I'm not talking about us here, I mean humans in general. We have this way of taking something good and using it to our advantage, whether it's monetary gain or resources or power or control or whatever you call it. So just try to keep all those things with a grain of salt, and then kind of make up your mind then. But try not to close yourself off to learning anything new because of what you think you believe or whatever you've been indoctrinated with, because I've seen a lot of people do that, and it's a shame. I see a lot of people do so great and they're learning so much, but then they kind of hit a wall because it goes against their religious views. Then completely shut down, and I think it's unfortunate because there's a lot to be learned here and a lot to understand, and there's so many answers to a lot of questions here. If you just allow yourself to kind of sift through the information and kind of absorb it. So, yeah, that's my spiel when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of debate about when your soul enters your body and where your soul comes from. And we have been like separated from thinking about that simple fact by being told, you don't have to think about that. Just go to church and they'll tell you where your soul came from. But the thing is, I just seen a post that said, I'm not downing religion. I went to church and I did singing in the choir, and the Holy Ghost, like that holy, powerful feeling, it is very real. It's very real. But the thing is, it comes from somewhere much more profound than that. No man can give it to you. No other being can give it to you. It comes from the central source, from true source. And once you know where you come from, nothing can separate you from that again. That incredible love, that incredible peace, that just knowing that you're an eternal being, like an energy, living energy. I mean, they showed you a video where the spark, the instance when the sperm and the ovum meet, that release of zinc, is like a wow moment for the being. Now, did you enter your body then, or do you enter it at another part? And nobody can answer that. Maybe you come along later in the development of the fetus. Maybe you don't. But that's your avatar, your body that you have agreed to go and experience in, because that beautiful thing, the Pleiadian says, go out and experience and bring all things back to me, because we all come from the one. We're all little bits of the one. And once I understood stuff like that better, I thought, oh, you see, that's where I was looking for. That I just needed to know that. And so I can maybe go back to church and rejoice like superiorly, because I do know that these are very real feelings, and that a person must feel these things to be, you have to experience all these things. That's what you were told to go and do. Experience all and bring
that's elation, and that's enlightenment.
Yes. But at the moment, there's a lot of young people out there, and I don't know whether you've seen
tragic.
A lot of
they just don't
the news
know.
reports. The number of young people now committing crimes, whether it be stealing cars, robbing people. Why are they like this at the moment? It's because they have lost all hope. They don't know anything. They have no direction. That's right.
So fragmented into different bits.
And not only that, it's a call for attention, because somewhere along the line, they've lost that opportunity for connection. And this is where I see it as a real problem with parenting these days. Is parents don't want to parent their children. They want them to self-grow and self-guide. And half the time you can ask somebody, where's your son today? Are you keeping in contact with your children? And then it isn't until they get a knock on the door by the police that they actually start taking notice. And it's my child wouldn't do that. No. But if they come to the front door with your child in hand to go, your child was, or get a phone call from the police station, your child has been arrested for. It's like, no, I don't believe you. How can you do this? But the child just fobs it off and thinks, oh yeah, well, I've done this now. I've proved myself I can do it. I'll go and do something more serious now, because there's no consequences. And this is the dangerous cycle that we're in at the moment.
Are we ever?
So you only have to look at the uptick in
crime. Apps and games and phones have taken the place of real communication between the elder and the younger.
Again, if you're playing a video game and you're shooting at someone, there's no empathy because it's not real. So you can still pick up a gun and shoot someone. There's no empathy. So what's the consequence? You know, what is that consequence on that living person that just committed that problem? You know, this is the area that I'm trying to, you know, get people to understand that there is consequences. You know, so, and this is where I understand where Jesus is coming from. I apologize if there's anyone out there that's taken anything we've said
please
religion
don't
or
take offense.
spiritual.
This is just like our way of experiencing consciousness. We're trying to learn and to share all the things, the thoughts and feelings that go through our heads. How we got
exactly,
here.
and I'll tell you, I'm a year away from 60, so there's a lot of stuff in this head that needs to be shared, and I don't feel, I'm not comfortable not being able to articulate that to others, because that's just my role.
See, once a teacher, always a teacher. It's like your brain bursts, like with the absolute yearning to go out and do that. It just
absolutely
cannot
it's
help
a burning desire. It's such a burning desire to get the messages across, but you've got to target those who are willing to listen.
Yeah, you can't force a seed to grow when
I love that we have 3 teachers in the group.
I just took notice that too. I'm going, oh, and look at who's
on the same level.
Who's the middle up there?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm out of time. I gotta go.
Okay.
But
thank you.
Wow, we're only at 5 hours.
It was really great to hang out with you guys. I really needed it.
So glad you could be here.
It's been a stressful couple of weeks, so this is kind of like my escape from.
That's what we're here for.
Hey, Zeus, let me play your video real quick.
That's right.
Let me play your video.
Perfect.
It's short. It's like 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's my videos are always short and to the point.
Yeah. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
That's why I make reels, because I know everybody's got this minuscule.
Yeah. We live in the TikTok era.
TikTok world.
Well, folks, I try to go live, but my internet has been god awful.
Using angles,
I guess I can't.
Trying to make a point in this video.
It is freezing. It is like 19 degrees and it feels
it's amazing.
Like it's 10.
Look at that.
So freaking cold.
And seriously, that's train tracks in the sky. Look at it.
Wow.
That's great capture.
Just grows and moves out.
Look at it. It's all over. It's just like
That's weird.
curves.
You see that?
It's like
She's like a belly, like the underbelly of.
And it is the underbelly.
It's amazing.
There's a line, Sam. You see that base cloud line that you Saturn Jello Moon? You see that again?
See that it just goes. It's not like just blue, empty sky.
That's what I was talking about. It's going to be so over the top of it. That's all we're going to see.
Down.
Without a doubt, it's right there, folks.
Flame-like clouds in the ion trail, very wide.
I mean, look.
Sitting on your head, man.
It's way further.
I can hear my family.
As it comes up, it just fans out and gets closer.
There's no layers.
You see those flock of birds? They flew around in a circle.
Like just blue
the whole
empty
time I was
sky.
there, like 20, 30 minutes. Just
Goodness.
I don't know why it's echoing. Sorry, Jesus.
Fans out. I love that term because
anyway,
it's exactly right. It kind of fans out. Oh my God, it's so cold out here. I just can't.
Yeah.
Oh my heart.
So cold.
Oh my poor heart.
But yeah, I mean, you'll always see it fanning out. Remember, our skies are blue for a reason. Because we have an atmosphere. Anything with that atmosphere is going to look blue because that's just effects of atmosphere and sunlight, bouncing off of our atmosphere, So keep that in mind, guys. Oh, Jesus, I gotta go.
It was
He
so
said, "I gotta
cold.
go."
So
Wow, look
cold.
at that. That's incredible.
Yeah, look
This,
at the
Yeah, we had
colors.
other
this is
we had
not
other
edited.
matching.
This
Yeah.
is
Cool.
not edited in any way. The
Okay.
entire everything just went pink. It was
Look at
that
that.
yellow
Yeah.
was that's what it looked like.
That's cool.
Usually I'll darken it a little bit just to kind of bring out some colors. I did not have to do that with this. It was just exactly the way it was. It was just so pink and yellow. I have never seen this. I've never seen anything like this since 2018. I've never seen such a close pass where things were just so in your face this way. I haven't had a close pass like this in so long. It's been so close.
Yeah, Nicole is just.
I live for those days.
Just jump into that
I
ocean.
do too.
Just
And I didn't even
jump
expect.
into it.
I didn't even expect much to happen. Honestly, I did not expect a whole lot.
Look at that! It's like a grid pattern on that thing.
Yeah.
How can you miss it? How can you think
Just
that's
love how
normal?
that fans out. Oh my gosh. Look at that.
It's just wild. Every time you move, like,
Oh,
a few
it's so
degrees,
cold
it's
out
like
here.
the same sky each time you
Look at
move
that.
over.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus.
Look at the birds now.
Okay. Those birds were there the whole time, just going around in circles.
I know it's like the geese here. They just are obsessed with Nipicity's
Wow.
butt. They just were out.
They don't know where they're going.
West. Well,
It's like they just don't know where they're going.
I'd say
They go round
southwest.
and round and round.
So I think
They
we
go
know
that
what
way,
that
and it's
is.
like,
Magnetism.
yeah, but I'm gonna go like, and then all the way back
Saturn and
again.
yellow
You know.
moon.
Think about it. They use sonar like a sonar. So
Right.
their
Yeah.
magnetism in their brain is being affected.
Wow.
So they're
Yeah,
being
so
put off
it's-
direction.
It might
It's
just
like
beam
digital
off these
whales
things
and all that
because
kind
of
of
the
stuff.
magnetics, so it just kind
Yeah.
of beams off
Right.
it, and the beam goes in the other direction, so it beams off it, and it goes, oh shit, we have to go
That's
back that
Here's
way,
a-
like a radar.
Here's a time lapse, guys. Okay, so there's rotation here, but those birds, look at the birds. That's the
Yep.
same flock of birds that just went around in circles.
Yep.
They were there the whole time. I was there like 30 minutes, and they were just
Yep.
going around in circles, and the whole time was just circles. I thought it was the craziest thing. We saw
It's
this
like-
last year where animals were just kind of going around in circles.
Mhm, mhm.
Remember
Yeah.
that?
Were they making noise? Were they like,
You know, I don't know, because I was so cold that I wasn't even paying attention.
No, yes.
I bet you
But
weren't
they
singing
were
Great
just
Balls to
flying.
Fire.
Cold. Oh,
They were
boy.
just flying in a circle, and they would go this way, and then they would go that, and then they would just come right back. Like they were just. It seemed like they were taking notice of what was there because they
Right.
were doing a circle like almost right on the belly of it. So I really don't think they were just playing it. They see things in a different spectrum than we do, and that pretty.
yeah.
Yeah. They
I'll
see
be
it.
And I
curious
think
this
it's
spring
very
to see what
confusing.
happens to the birds.
Yeah.
In this,
Again,
like
it's
our
magnetic.
migratory birds. I'll be really
Go and
interested.
get a
Will they
speaker,
fly by?
go outside and
The,
turn it on, and you'll see all the ants rotate around it.
Mhm.
It's the magnetics from the speakers.
Yeah,
They
I was
go
just gonna
round
say
and
that.
round.
I was just gonna say that's how
Yeah.
they migrate. They migrate by magnetic. So
Mhm.
whenever you have another huge magnet, I think
Yep.
I think they're gonna feel the effect a lot more.
Yeah,
than
they'll be drawn
most.
to the stuff, and then the next thing you know, our one moves out from behind it. So, oh, back we go again that way. It's like,
Yeah, so
Yes,
it's a push and pull, a constant
Are you-
push and pull.
Right.
yes, exactly.
Okay.
So
Are you
that's why
talking
we're
about
feeling
the
it, because
animals
it's
going in
raw.
circles?
yeah.
Is that what you're saw? Okay. I
Yeah,
saw
yeah,
Taylor's
that-
comment, and I'm like, okay, I'm catching up.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's-
that was I haven't
that's-
seen
that's-
that in a couple of years.
I haven't
but
seen.
for-
I have not seen it personally until that other day. till
Yeah.
that day.
But
Wow.
I just at first I was like, "Holy crap!
Yeah.
Is that the same birds?" And then I sat there to watch it. I'm like, "It's the same freaking flock of birds that just went
It's
around."
happening to us too.
We
just
only have to look at the
differently.
human residence, how
Oh,
it's
yeah.
peaking and going up and down and going up and down.
Scared.
Yeah, it does affect us. Yeah.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does
you think
indeed.
you'll be going to the cupboard to get something, and then you get to the cupboard and you're like,
Yeah.
and maybe if I go back that way, I'll remember what it was I was going to go and get, and then oh, and get
So
the
what
thing, and you're like,
interrupted your thought pattern? That's what you got to think about. What interrupted your thought pattern to distract you?
Absolutely.
What was it?
And I think
that
that's
thing again, and then you'll see.
yeah. And I think the fact that we know what's happening also makes us a little bit more susceptible and more sensitive to it, or maybe that's why we're more sensitive to it, because we're able to perceive what's happening.
It helps us get back to balance a lot quicker than the other people out there that aren't interested or have no clue. I feel bad for them. I really
think
do.
about harmonic frequencies.
Mhm.
You know, like if you're on the right frequency, you'll feel the frequency. But if your frequency is distracted, you will feel the chaos. It's like the music industry. The Rothschilds changed the music from 432 hertz to 440. That slight disruption in that cymatic frequency is enough to make you feel ill.
That's what I was talking about Sam
you know
about
that
the
if
other
you
day.
listen to the wrong music, that you just don't feel right. But as soon as you put something on that makes you,
Music is like medicine for me. Certain music.
Yeah.
There's days where I'll be in a bad mood. Rarely, I'm rarely in a bad mood. I'm a very happy guy. But sometimes I'll have
Samuel.
Yeah. The most harmonic frequency ever spoken is Om. And that's been proven as a healing frequency.
Really.
And you know the right tone for each of you, and it's inside you now. And all that information and chakra tower building and Om chant and grounding is all it's an important lesson, and that will help balance you and your brain and turn on the unused portions of your human brain, including decalcification of the pineal gland and all of that.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, when your Shunda balances.
And when you find your balance is you. And number one is like if you do Om chant in the shower, for example, you'd be amazed what you can do.
Well, that's water and grounding. Yeah.
And you got an echo chamber that you don't normally have in the shower where you can actually hear yourself. And, everybody's always singing in the shower. Why not Om chant?
Yeah.
Why not? No reason not to.
No.
Cats love it, though, by the way.
Well, that's because that is also a harmonic frequency.
Let's get our kitty cats on our chest and do it.
That's why we feel so calm.
I've been wanting to get a pet for a while.
Sharon,
and I don't know. I think I might go with cat because they're just a little bit more independent. And
hey, Rebecca, do you have a box and a lot of stamps?
I could still have a life.
Yes, you can.
Sorry, Sam.
Yeah, well, but some of us have
a lot of stamps. It was a joke about the great cat and Jesus needing a pet, Meow.
Yes.
Jesus, you got a package. Meow, meow.
Hey, Rebecca, you got a foster daddy there. A foster daddy. There you go.
Yes.
I don't know, Jesus. I think you should have thought about that.
I probably should have kept that to myself.
Look at that.
We have a neighborhood cat. We have a neighborhood cat here that we people have tried to take him in, but he just doesn't want to. He just refuses.
Once they're feral, you're better off.
Go back to sleep.
But he's nice and fat, so he's he lives a good life here in the neighborhood. So
he's well fed.
We're getting fed by about 5 or 6 people. Don't you worry.
Yeah,
I know they managed to really go in there and such a tragic.
We've got our own little strays outside.
Yeah, and apparently he's really picky. I gave him some hot dogs the other day, and he didn't like them.
The cat hot dogs.
I'm like, I can't.
Either. All those
I don't
funny.
even.
Oh, brother, we
Smart kitty.
I started to really question the hot dogs. I was like, maybe I should have eaten stuff.
Chicken.
Chicken,
not hot dogs. Chicken.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what to give him either.
Come on, what did you give Phil?
I don't know. He just followed me home that night, and I gave him some of the
Daddy
cats.
There's a theory.
Hey, sucker, open your door.
There's a theory that's called the cat distribution theory, where there's a cat for everybody, and you just end up with the cat. I have yet to.
Or like the cat lottery or something. It's like, yeah.
I think we're cat magnets here.
I'm lucky.
We get cats a lot.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
it's,
cool.
it's like every other animal.
Good night. Good night.
Always good to hang out with you guys. Love you.
Bye,
Good night.
Sid.
We'll see you next time. Thank you for
Good
hanging out.
night,
man.
Jesus.
Always thank you for sharing out. Everybody in the
Cool.
audience, thank you for joining us. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the love, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah, we'll
Perfect.
see you
See you
next
later,
All right.
Jesus.
Have a good night, guys.
We will see you next week.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Take care.
Millennials.
Yeah.
I love him.
That's good to see him. That's been a
Yes.
couple of
Mhm.
weeks. You
That's
know.
good for him too.
Right.
Some great
Right.
catches too.
Rebecca, have we seen all the videos yet?
I
You have
still
more
have some videos from Christoper.
Why
Some
don't
of
you
the things
throw
that he
them
worked
in
on this week.
now,
Yes.
and then we'll take a breather in our thoughts and
There you go.
Yeah.
and
Right.
enjoy the
Yep.
videos.
Yep.
How's a
Perfect.
good time?
Yeah,
All right.
I
Well,
sent
this
pictures, but I didn't get around to sending too much because it seemed like the time went suddenly really fast after
I
told you.
hear that. Okay. Here we go. This is the TikToks that Chris made this past week. Okay.
Woohoo,
So
Chris.
here we go. They're
Cool.
good. They're good.
Okay. Yeah, I love the duck.
I
Yeah.
love that
Yeah,
talk.
it is.
Move
that
over,
one's
Jackie.
You look so serious.
Does.
Watch them
Serious
close.
subject.
Oh.
Perfect.
Ooh, Casper too. And
Yeah, and in 4 days there's going to be a new one.
Yes.
ooh, yeah.
Right. I can't wait to see it.
I know, Christopher.
Like a double one,
I
like,
know.
like
You're
two
gonna make two of them.
pictures.
In my mind, I'm
Probably.
already trying to draw it. It's like, oh, I can't wait.
I think I re-edited this one, so you guys can go and check it out in the groups. I reposted it.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, see, like, something happened there, and I had to redo it. I think I put 2026 on it, too, so I had to fix it.
Oh, well, you're in the future.
All right, and I changed this Atu's moon to the more of the vertical V-shaped one.
Wow.
That's where the light is coming from.
That's awesome.
Look at that.
Meaning it's beyond Earth.
Look at all those squids, man.
Yeah. That ion tail was so long.
Jeez.
And that's all separate little suckers. Oh, yeah. Wow.
It stayed like that for hours.
Sometimes it's so strong after it's gone over.
That's perfect. Look at that.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
that's
so good. Yes.
Okay, I can just about see it in there. Look at
Just
it.
like it.
Nice.
And you can't make this up.
No. Look at that. I mean, you can see it. You can just see
I
it
can
just
see it.
stand
Look
through
at it. Come on. Can't be that blind, really. No.
Sometimes you can go outside and you just, it's just happening just like this, and you know what's happening above you is not normal.
Yep.
No,
Once you see it,
Totally
you
see
can't
Atu's
unsee
moon
it.
right there. It's
Right.
wild,
it's the new normal.
right?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's just amazing.
Just mind blown that people can't see it.
Oh,
Well, I don't know if it's can't see it. I don't even think they look up anymore.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. They're all
Bad.
on their screens. How many times do you have to avoid somebody because they're
They're
on their
reaching to
screen?
their back pocket. They grab out their phone the moment that they're standing there for 5 seconds on a train or whatever, rather than looking out the window.
sit in a Walmart parking lot and observe the people.
Oh,
yeah.
Walmart. I
It's
hear.
hilarious.
Just to observe.
Yeah.
They don't look up.
You know, and that's my favorite place. I go to Walmart just to look up.
I know. That's where I got my best shots.
Yeah. Same. I try to find
They're
the
in
highest
Home
level
Depot.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as it's a big open parking lot and you sit in and you look around, do the parking lot 360.
Yep.
That was a green asteroid and reed asteroid, and the bottom of the depth was Jelly.
A lot in that.
Very
Who's
cool.
that guy?
I know, right?
Who is that guy?
Who is that guy?
Awesome.
That's a happy family.
Apologies, my team. My family requested my present, so I must leave you for this occasion.
Okay, Sharon.
All right.
Pleasure being with
Thank you for being
Seeing you
here.
again,
Yeah.
Sharon.
Love
Thank
you,
you for
girl.
being here.
You know,
Been good to
Wow.
visit with you.
Be safe.
Thank you for always having me. Pleasure.
Much
Take
love.
care, everyone.
Yes.
Take
Cool to talk to
care.
another
We'll see you
teacher.
next time.
you know, Carol-Anne,
Oh, yeah.
Bye.
What, dear?
See you.
there's a rumor that
Much love.
that Sam Hofman guy, he's some fat guy in Texas.
Oh,
Uh,
I want to meet that fat guy
Right.
someday.
Mhm.
He's a billionaire oil tycoon or something.
Yeah, Lord only knows who that guy is. Yeah.
yeah.
That went around for the first couple of years, and I was just chuckling about it every time I heard it, and it kept coming back around, and it's just like, you got to be kidding me. Yeah, he's not even from Montana. I was like, okay.
He's not even from Montana. Wow.
Yeah, and that was part of the joke, and then I was, some, 300 plus pound guy from Texas, and lying my ass off and all, it's like, what? Where
Well,
did
at
he-
300 pounds, that must have been some ass. God. Uh-oh,
Well,
I
it
think
fell
I
off
paid
Okay.
for that one.
my non-superior chair. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and keep playing the video.
That was great,
Okay,
Krista.
please
Yeah,
do.
That was
we're
great.
still okay.
Great.
You're learning so many
Oh, I didn't
important
see
things.
this one.
Mr.
Mr.
Rogers.
I'm
Rogers.
so proud of you.
I did not see
Thank
this
you,
one.
Mr. Rogers.
Thought
I'm
that
so
was funny.
proud of you.
Yeah.
How can I trust you?
Bingo. It is a pickle, no doubt about it.
From the Matrix.
Bad news is there's no way if you can really know whether I'm here to help you or not. So it's really up to you.
From the
Just
Oracle.
have to make up your own damn mind to either accept what I'm going to tell you or reject it.
Perfect.
Texas Cube.
Yeah.
Intergalactic craft from outer space that got here in 2015. Non-stop sightings.
Unbelievable.
In your backyard, baby. Just look up.
Right? There it is.
Yeah, right.
Slaps you right in the face too when you see it.
And the side.
You can't deny it. And then you start questioning yourself, like, well, is it really? What else can it be?
Yeah, but then it hits you. It's
Yeah.
real.
It's real.
Yeah.
There's no
You
way.
stand there and the tears run down my face. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, I don't believe this.
I cried for sure.
I know, I do. It's just overwhelming.
Yep.
And somehow that guy in Texas.
That guy. Oh, and he's so fat. God.
Who?
This guy in Texas, he's
that
large
guy
and
who
big.
who's not really from Montana, and
That's from
Oh.
eating all those crayons,
yeah, right, yeah, I hear
That's
he eats
it.
crayons, yeah.
Mm-hmm. His favorite color is red.
By the McDonald's pack full.
The
Right.
blue ones, the light blue ones, taste like blueberry. Look at that.
Blueberries.
Oh, he's particular too. He likes the flavored crayons. Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
The
don't
scented
forget,
ones.
always borrowing the red ones from his kids.
Scented ones. Oh my God, it's been ages.
Oh,
Yes, it is.
we've gone through with people over the years. Hello, it's Atom, Yellow Moon, it's Atom, Yellow Moon, it's Atom,
Oh, that's
Yellow
perfect.
Moon, over and over and over and over
Perfect.
again.
The
And this
colors
doesn't
in that.
happen in the sky unless you guys, it's real. It's real. It's happening. We've been watching it since 2019 come back towards us. And I've just been in awe seeing the ion tail wrapping around his Saturn proper. Just amazing.
Look at that.
And it's become the icon for how I identified when I first start looking up. It's like the first thing I look for is the ion tail. And then for Tattoo's moon.
Perfect.
I know.
His face.
Like, the templates are fun.
That must be the guy from Texas's best friend.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Yeah, it must
Chris,
be.
Tara is asking how you did the Mr. Rogers effect.
I'll show you how to do it, Tara.
Okay.
I'll make like a little video and send it to you.
Yeah.
Look at the colors.
I know. This
The
is
depth.
this night. People actually got out of their cars and they were taking pictures.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
What's
actually,
with
this girl was
great
looking
big
at me and
long
she's like, "Are you
pointy
taking
line
pictures of
there?"
this guy?"
Wow.
Oranges, the
Beautiful.
peaches, the grays, the deeper grays, the black, and then the light
Tattoo's moon,
blue.
Yuri and Saru.
Yeah.
And there goes
And a
the
helicopter.
Texas cube.
Do you think he saw
And
the
the side
cube?
orb up front.
I
On
was
the
thinking
right.
that same thing.
Think he was
Yeah, when you
looking
see
at
the
it?
side orb and the cube together, it's like,
And the two triangular ships right there. And
yeah.
Right. Look at that. Conning Tower.
yeah,
I've lived in my
Conning
desert.
Tower.
I've lived in the desert my whole life, and there were pink skies. Nothing ever like this.
That
The
even
bottom of
looked
Yuri
like
and Attu. Again, Attu's moon and the red asteroid. And that is Saturn's yellow moon. It's Saturn. The bottom of it, Attu's moon, and Yuri again, and Sarah is the yellow. And then there's the other side, it's Saturn's yellow moon, it's Saturn. Lead asteroid. And don't forget the long box cube. And these recurring patterns are, they're just clouds, but the light shows you where the light is shining on and where the shadow is in the backsides. Because they're there. And we've watched it for 15 years now, guys. From tiny today to today. Sky pillars.
Oh, Christopher, that music elicits a lot of feeling. Whew.
I know, right?
Argue with
Oh.
me, I dare you. La 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 la. Yeah.
Oh my.
It's a love song to the heavens.
Oh my.
Egg agrees too. It's perfect.
Oh. it
Yeah,
is.
I think that's it. Adagio for strings.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Heart-wrenchingly beautiful.
It
Wow,
is.
I'm feeling it.
And this is a saga of once in a lifetime. It's the greatest show that ever was. It's a sojourn. It's not just a journey. Red asteroid, bottom of Yuri. The light blue is the planets, the orange and red is the sky, and the yellow is the sky. It's an intermittent color from Isatum on one side and Saru's bottom orangey clouds on the bottom on the other side. And the green blue in the background, and then the white, and then the
Pinks and
etc.
yellows.
It's illumination of the bottom sides of these planets as they go over the top of us. We've never seen this before.
It's breathtaking.
And these are planets swimming by Earth, and people are missing it. Sky pillars.
Yep.
Beautiful sky pillars.
And you notice how everything just all of a sudden just turns off, and all the colors start to fade out. Yeah, it's awesome.
It's beautiful, Chris.
Told you were a filmmaker.
TikTok with the music.
Yes.
They make you
You
take the music
literally
around.
You're hurting
You don't
me
have to
here.
CarolAnne.
fix it or anything
You're
like
hurting
that.
me. Oh my God.
Oh, Carol.
That was beautiful, Chris.
That's
Oh my
gorgeous.
God.
Mhm.
That's my baby boy. I'm telling you, he is something else. That was beautiful. Oh, thanks, Taylor. You do too.
Mhm.
This was the afternoon prior to the last video. Maybe a couple hours
Atu's
before.
moon. Notice where the light is coming from, the far right. This is beyond Earth. We're looking due north.
That thing moving.
That is behind us. This is Atu's moon again. With a red
It's so
asteroid coming
big.
in, down and vertically down from on the left-hand side. And have you noticed that Atu's moon is getting smaller?
Yeah.
Yeah, Atu's moon came with us to a pyramid in Scotland one year too. Look.
Oh.
That is the side of his Saturn cutting in with his Saturn yellow moon on the far more right.
Oh.
And then, of course, the asteroids from the other side cutting into the cross view.
Sorry, guys. That's really emotional.
That's the red asteroid dead center.
Oh,
red
you're
asteroid
okay.
center.
That one needs a warning on it.
If you're easily shocked, do turn away.
This is donkey.
Oh, look at that.
Is that some yellow moon?
Wow. That was strange too.
Atu's moon. A little bit of sea trail activity, trying to hide that sucker from you guys. A little more over on the front there. Yeah, they're busy. They're doing dually tails. How interesting.
Oh, that one. And that one.
Always look where the light is coming from, and it'll tell you where, because we know everything past the planet right now is currently Atu, Nepacity, and Nibiru. And everything else on the list is either to the right or to the left of the sun. And soon Uri will be beyond. And then we're going to be dealing with Isatum and Saru.
Again, yeah. Oh, thanks, Andrea.
Hey, Thanda. Hey, Sam. Thanda is asking about the names of the planets and where do they come from?
Well, they come from a twofold source. One off-world information that I was given so fast I didn't have a chance to really write a lot of it down. But I also saw a video. It was called a Pleiadian Message, and it was pumped out in 2008. And it was banned for a while in the U.S., and we got a copy of it back from Germany, and I post it pretty regularly. But we looked at this video and the cross-reference information for about 3 years before we actually correlated and said, yeah, this information is correct. And then we stuck with it. And even the colors of the planets and everything all match. So, and that's why it was sort of chosen by information we got from elsewhere in two different sources. And, once after, 3 years of watching, we attributed the names and we never looked back because it's been accurate.
Yeah.
Besides, I'm number one in the market. So it's called our A, artistic license, B, study and homework.
I love them. I love the names. I think they're great.
Well, yeah, Nepacity was kind of hard to learn to spell at first, but yeah.
I struggle with that one because it looks like nepicity, but it's nepacity.
Yeah. Tomatoes.
I'd probably say all of them wrong. I don't know.
I saw a video that was on when you go to your smart TV.
I call Nibiru. He says Nibiru. I say Nibiru.
Right. I was just commenting on there was an ABC newscast about 6 years ago where she's so butchered Nibiru or Nibiru, something like that. Yeah.
Something. When we started out, I think Gillian and I had laughed ourselves silly because of Isatum, and we were saying Isatum.
Yeah.
I forget how we butchered Napicity. Oh my God.
Okay.
Napacidi.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Okay.
What else? I have to think.
And I just carefully respelled it for everybody over the years, And I don't know how many times I had to go back and check too, Hey, CarolAnne, do you remember how many times the spelling police have shown up over the years?
Oh God.
We were all, because original Sam was a terrible speller. When I first started doing this, I was an absolute horrible speller.
Yeah, we used too many dots and we used too many
quotations and
and
why is Sam always typing in capital letters?
Yeah, and somebody said that
Why
to me
is he
the other day.
shouting at us?
Who said that to me, Gillian? You remind me of Sam so much. Who said
Guess
that?
What? I'm 64 years old, and if I type in capitals, I can read what the hell I'm typing.
Oh, guess what? I'm 71. I don't give a shit.
That's why I type in capitals so I can read it.
Just do it.
And
That's
because
why
it's
I
important
do.
and people don't listen to what I say anyway, so dang it, nana.
Nanny.
Yeah.
Come on, Daddy.
It is much easier for me to read caps.
Yeah, nanu, or as Mark from Orc would say.
One-eyed purple people eater.
There you go.
That's me.
I've asked Jessica.
Nibiru goes back a long way, very long way. And when this information matched all of that, then we knew what we were up against, and we waited and we talked. We called it the purple planet and the striped planet and the blue planet and the blue-green planet for years.
Right.
And then when purple Atu came in, we kind of went, oh God, this matches the information. And then we finally just went along with it. That's where the names came from.
It was,
and we've never regretted one day of it to this day.
No,
and if you look at the Harrington diagram that's out there from the SETI Alpha project, because they renamed the planets for classified reasons, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And then that was all declassified. But their orbit model shows a one-time flies past Earth and done, and they were here and gone, and nobody saw them. Whereas the Hofman orbit model is completely different, boys and girls. And
this is the one that held out.
Yeah, and and we watched it all these years to know the actual truth. That's and the facts and the stuff that we've taken. Please wake up and try to learn the new facts we have for you, or go back to sleep. And just like the Matrix story is, you don't know if I'm here to tell you the truth or not. You're just either going to have to believe it or not. It's up to you. And we, all of us as a collective, are here trying to tell you that this information has been it's accurate. The story's never changed. We've proved it and proved it and proved it and proved it, and it's still holding everything together. And we've done the investigation. We know what we're talking about. That's, by the way, the red asteroid right there at the bottom below where it says Albert. And the little sister in front of the red asteroid. With Atu and Atu's moon behind it in the upper left corner.
Wow. Thank you, Chris.
Over and over again, it matches and it matches and it matches and it matches and matches. And this is the information that we've gotten from around the world with citizen scientists just like you out there, sending in your stuff to Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Nibiru System Skywatcher, etc. And this is what we do. and we are good at what we do. And I totally trust our information.
Me too.
I'm messaging.
I could
Anyway.
hear it.
Yeah, you hear me go. Tap,
By
tap,
the
tap.
way, your music stopped.
It did, didn't it? Well, I was playing that video. That's probably why. Let's see. Let's find something. See, Jessica was asking. She saw something that she thought was maybe a moon, but it was across from our sun. I was telling her, where Saturn's moon is and Attu's moon, but both are really pretty close and too big to fully see them usually. So maybe she saw like the an asteroid.
Oh yeah, it's most likely an asteroid.
Most possible.
Maybe like the lead object, because it can be almost across
Or
the sun.
we also have to remember that some of our normal planets are also now in view because of the great conjunction that's happening. We've got Saturn and Jupiter and Uranus and Venus all coming into our out view as well.
Yeah.
The conjunction is happening just like
they're little wee things compared to the other things.
Right, just like the Dark Crystal movie. It's like, well, we've got a big conjunction coming, so we're all getting in line.
Conjunction.
These little these little kid movies have a lot packed in them that you watch as an adult and you're going, wow, I didn't see any of that.
I didn't see any of that when I was little.
They're right over our heads.
Yep, there's a great conjunction coming.
Yes, there is.
Okay, I trust that Uncle Sam, Sam Truth. Oh, clarity. Thank you, Nicholas. And a peek behind the curtain from 25 Madness. Let the fun keep coming. Yeah, I try to avoid the Wizard of Oz scenario and be the man behind the curtain. I'd rather be the guy in front of the curtain, standing on my little soapbox here in the middle of town square. By the way, all of these rotten tomatoes and cabbages are on sale now. Place your order before the end of the show. Every salad, anyone?
Yes. I want to be Toto. I want to pull that curtain aside and show what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I've spent a decade getting yelled at by a lot of people and hurting some people's feelings, and I never meant to. And I scared the crap out of a few religious folks in my time. And I've been called the Antichrist I don't know how many times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. Glad you're on board, Nicholas Dunn. Thank you for being here. I like your picture and your icon, although his last name is not capitalized. That's interesting. I'm not judging or criticizing. I just was noticing.
What happens?
He's thinking out loud.
Yeah.
All right.
Glad you're here. Welcome to the conversation.
Oh, now our names are okay. Never mind. I was like, well, how come our names aren't there? But they're there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you were busy typing earlier to put that all out.
Yeah, I know. Well, I have a slideshow to show you all.
Okay, CarolAnne just sort of vanished.
Uh-oh, well, here
CarolAnne.
she's back. She time traveled. She's back.
That's okay.
Yeah, she just time traveled. You didn't even notice, but she's back now.
Yeah, you had to grab toast.
She did
Wouldn't that be
bounce,
cool if you
man.
could do that? I would love
No
to.
bounce.
I would love that.
Careful what you wish for. Could you imagine the argument in your brain if you did something wrong? What if you screwed up the time-space continuum?
Oh.
Yeah, but we don't like to be wrong.
What if I fix something? Yeah.
But what if you tell yourself something from the future or from the past you don't want to hear?
Yeah.
That's a lot to deal with.
Well, you change one aspect, it changes everything.
Right. You're not supposed to talk
I'm this guy in my 30s, and I've got a Pleiadian guy telling me my life story, including my children being born, and my relationships building and one after another, and telling me about the women I would meet and what would happen to them and all of that. And by that time, I went, okay, you got to stop. I don't want to hear anymore. And I actually had to stop him. I wish I'd had a notebook. Oh my God, pen and paper.
Yeah, that would have been handy.
Or something.
Well, I've had other visitations since then. So, I always warn people, like, careful what you wish for.
Right.
You don't want to time travel.
I don't. Oh,
So-
well, shoot. I don't know. I just want to go
No,
back
just
and like
sit down and enjoy
a certain
today.
place
Oh my
time.
God,
I just want to
today
go
is the
back
present.
sometimes.
That's the gift. Today is
The now is the present.
I was just going to say that, Taylor. Stay in the
Yeah.
now.
Now and the now.
Stay in the
Okay.
now. The past is over. The future hasn't come yet.
Right.
And, you know, if you watched any of the, you know, the
All
Doctor Strange videos from the Marvel series, he was messing with time, and oh my God, it gets so confusing. I mean, it's a quagmire that you open up. You know, it's like,
man.
oh my God,
Multi-level
Fine.
chaos.
I won't
Yeah,
do
you
it.
The
I won't.
multiverse.
Well,
you
okay,
think you had a
fine.
headache yesterday? Wait till tomorrow. You know.
Talk me out of it.
Yeah.
See, one of these
Well, you know, I
planes went
constantly
over
remember
me,
going,
and
"Take
the
me with
people
you," and regretting every word of that.
Yeah.
Why
Okay,
would-
Michelle.
Why
I won't
do
go.
planes fly over us, and it's as if they're on a black line track in the sky, and suddenly behind them is bear trail, but in front of them is this black line, like they're going on a track. I seen that today,
Wow.
and I just wondered what was above that whole thing.
You
No,
saw it
we don't have a
outside
meeting.
yourself?
Yeah, there.
I'm gonna
I sent
see.
pictures to Rebecca. It's literally.
All right.
I'm getting
Black.
it. Yep. I'm finishing that up, but I was gonna play. I have a slideshow y'all can watch. I'm gonna put.
Look at
And
who's in
kitty.
your hand.
I know. I'm gonna.
Mhm.
say about
It's
something
attached
more.
already.
Well,
I
it's
actually
wolf
think
and it's
it's
one-handed
the thing
direction.
that Jesus had. Only it's a
Yeah.
bit bigger.
Hey,
He's
puss,
just
puss, puss,
bored in
puss,
here. I gotta give
puss,
him
puss.
change of scenery.
Oh, let her go
Okay.
play with mittens. That'll.
These are some pictures from Nicole. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Slideshow of some pics from Nicole.
You go ahead.
There we go.
The cat's attached to her arm.
I
Thank you for your
know.
work,
Come on.
Nicole. We'll try to
She's
have
gotta
you on the
keep
show
it.
soon.
I know it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that nighttime planetary footage.
Hi.
We are seeing it illuminated at night, right in front of us, very big, very large. A rotating planet overhead.
They're
So
so
close you could
cool.
reach out and touch it.
Lynn,
And the cube.
ready?
I think that's the long box. behind
He's
her.
coming. He chased it.
At you, Moon. Look where the light's coming from. It's behind us
Go
to the
to
left.
Daddy.
Y'all always pick the best music.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, then, you know, that's the way that
one will
source
make us
works.
cry.
The music
Yeah.
comes out always at the right time.
Yeah.
It's at the yellow moon up there behind all of that. It's barely visible. There's the Saturn, yellow moon again. This is just it says 4:48 p.m. at sunset.
Yeah,
In the
look at the
winter.
horizon.
This is the side of Uri, and let me see. We're looking at east southeast. Yeah, that's Uri. And the salamanders.
Oh yeah.
East northeast. Okay, east northeast. This would be that would be Necessity and Nibiru behind it. See the flat plate in the left corner? That is the Saturn yellow moon, and the big flat plate, which is the white area in the left. That is the Saturn yellow moon push plate. Wow.
Yeah, Jessica, pictures that are taken through glass. You want to touch that one, Sam?
Yeah, if you take a picture through glass, you're going to have a double or a background reflection, and so we do not use it. We try to keep our science pure, And so we just always tell everybody, do not do it. Don't film through glass. It's not worth it. Stop your car, whatever. Get out, go outside, take your picture.
Roll down the window.
Yeah, whatever it takes, just don't film through glass. Because even if it's a great capture, if it's a 1 in a million and it's filmed through glass and we can see it, we can't use it.
Yeah. I mean, you can look at it for what it is, but we can't use it.
Tan asteroid, I think, let me see, looking north. Yeah. This again is northwest. That would be. How can that be northwest with the sunlight shining in that direction? Okay, that would be Atu's moon. North and up, Atu's moon. 10:54 a.m. Yeah. White little miniatures, small microclouding. That is Atu's moon.
Very important to put location, and time really does help.
Yeah, it helps to find where we're looking and what
really
we're looking
does
at and
help
why.
us.
Oh, it's, ever since the last few years, these plans have gotten so big, it's been so confusing. Purple. Atu's moon. Maybe a Saturn yellow moon because look where the sun is. Yeah, that would be a Saturn yellow moon. Sunlight. Oh, trying to judge where's the shadow on the car.
Oh.
On the right. So yeah, this would be a Saturn yellow moon. Again, up in the upper right-hand corner, you're looking at the lead asteroid in front of Saturn is Saturn yellow moon. Saru cutting off the top of the sun at sunset, because we know Saru is now blocking the light.
Look at that.
Even though it's purple.
Carefully too.
The light is coming from the left, so this is the bottom of Nepenthe and Nibiru behind it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're working into
I got that
later
one
day.
totally wrong.
That's the flat plate of a Saturn's yellow moon, which is about to become very huge and very big over the top of us. And you can see it right here. It's actually crossing over the right and to the left.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that big green-blue is Saru.
Beautiful. That's incredible.
Saru is huge, and she's creeping up on us very quickly. She's getting very big, very fast. And this, of course, is the overhead Saturn yellow moon that I'm talking about. It's going to be very big over the top of us.
And that's
Very
just
north
the
at 3:46 p.m. So this is afternoon, and it's over the top of us now.
How about that concept, Christopher?
Yeah,
that's just the moon.
Just the moon.
Nice.
Do you think it'll come to a point where we'll be able to see in between the space between the yellow moon and the Saturn?
We've yet to see anything like that, even when it's smaller. No,
do you think it'll be able,
the yellow moon is so spatially close. That's why it creates that ion tail. It's amazingly close atmospherically to a Saturn proper. I don't know if it's possible, but only after it's leaving.
Okay.
Over the top of it, it's always been down on the lower hemisphere.
Yeah.
On the
Are they like
side.
tidally locked, like our moon? Like
Yeah, so far we've never seen a close-up of the Saturn's yellow moon by itself without clouds around it because it does the ion tail.
Okay.
Maybe we'll see it. I don't know, but
Maybe
I've
we'll
yet to see anything like it. It's always wrapped in those clouds, the ion tail.
Fifth axis.
Andrea, Rebecca stepped away, so I don't know what to tell you what the name of the music is. We'll try to remind her when she comes back and see what she says.
Look where the light is coming from. Beyond Earth. Again, beyond Earth. So this is Atu's moon.
Okay, Catherine, the new map comes out just in like 4 days, 4 or 5 days. I think she's asking about an out view. And Sam did mention that we're coming to a time where there's going to be 2 maps. So
Yeah, out view and behind view.
yeah, so that is in the process already.
And that is the red asteroid reaching in at a really interesting angle.
Yeah.
And of course, the Texas cube is behind it.
We do surprise people, Nicole. I'm glad you like it.
That one's incredible.
Yeah, I'm still pondering that. This again is the lead asteroid in front of the Seth Yellow Moon and the long box cube.
Yeah.
Wow, looks like angry fish. Wow.
I'm not in duty,
again-
Gillian. You're safe. You can say it without hesitation.
This is the long box cube. You can see the side orb in front of the Seth Yellow Moon. The light is coming from the far left. But okay, and this is a cut in of Uri asteroid, which we've
Rebecca-
been seeing for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm
Sam. Sorry.
All of a sudden reminds me of chili owl. I must be hungry.
Nicole was
Hey.
showing her appreciation for what you did.
Oh.
She was very appreciative.
Oh, well, you're welcome, Nicole. Yeah. She's had a bunch of good ones to look at, I thought.
Yeah.
I was like, well,
So
Right,
Yeah.
look at that.
yeah.
Wow.
And somebody had asked,
Aw, thanks.
do you know the name of the music that's with this one?
I do not. It's from a site that offers nothing but non-copyrighted music, and I can download anything I want on it for a monthly
Well,
fee.
that's nice.
So I can find it. I don't know.
I forget. I even forget. It was just
Yeah.
up there in the.
Who asked me?
I'm looking now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Andrea Adams wanted to know what
Oh,
the music
Andrea.
was. I'm sorry, Andrea.
Sometimes you
Yeah.
can go back at the end of the show and it'll, after everything's recorded and we're finished,
Skull
maybe like a
asteroid.
day or it'll show which songs are played sometimes.
Oh, does it?
you know. Yeah, sometimes
I
it
didn't
will.
know that.
Mhm.
Tony got a
Yeah.
bunch of pictures
Yeah.
of the skull asteroid. This is the skull asteroid interacting with Atu's moon right
Isn't that
here.
weird?
Wow.
Or cool? It's cool.
It's
cool.
in the background on the top middle. There's other stuff in front of it, which is why it's been hard to see for the last week.
All right.
Oh, so it's eyeballs sticking out at us. Like,
Yeah, but that's the skull asteroid interaction. There's this cloud curl ion drop tail coming in front of its
Yeah.
chin lately, and we've seen it for about a week now. But that is
Wow.
the skull asteroid. There too.
Okay.
On the left, right by the, or on the right, the upper middle weird cloud looking downward is the skull asteroid.
Wow.
Hmm.
Great. Thank you, Nicole.
It's rounding and changing its out view, so it's
Awesome.
underneath and in between. As Atu and Yuri now, we're looking in between them, whereas before we used to be on the left hand side. Now we're on the right, and then they're going over the top of us, so we get to see the skull asteroid in between them. And it's been that way since Halloween, or even like 2 weeks before Halloween. Now NASA did announce it would be around after Halloween, but they of course aren't they're not going to tell us the rest of the story. And the funny thing, I keep going on about this, but it's the only object out of all of the Nibiru group that has even ever been mentioned by NASA.
So it's amazing that they, but I mean, it's so wholeheartedly visible that I'm sure it scared the living crap out of a whole bunch of people over the last few years.
Oh, I'm sure.
Probably looks super large in that giant telescope of theirs. With this looking big crater in their eyeball like that. Oh, yeah.
If it's as scary as seeing it in person, like I did out back here that one year.
Yeah.
Sideways, going like this, and I'm watching it moving up the valley, and when it came around, Christopher, and those eyeballs came to the front, I was like, oh my God.
Right.
I froze because there wasn't enough time to get the camera because it went that fast.
Sure.
I had nightmares for
Well, if
weeks.
they're rotating and you see the giant eyeballs looking at you,
That's exactly right.
Imprinted in your brain, you'll never forget that thing.
It's still there. I'll never forget that. I will never forget it.
Kind of like when I seen that cube and it just dropped its pants right out the cloud and went, ooh,
Yep.
That man wasn't lying. That's a clever.
That's what's going to happen with some of these planets too.
Yeah,
when
I've been having weird dreams
I'm
too.
patiently waiting. I want to see
I think a lot of people are, Christopher.
I just don't want to run into a fence because I'm on my bike. When I see it, I'm like,
You're dangerous.
Oops.
Yep.
All right, I'm almost got it, Gillian. Her little slides here. Yeah.
Yeah, there's one at that pyramid when we went to Balmoral too.
Yeah, I saw that. It's cool.
But I don't know if the people that was on it would want to get seen because there was too many on it. If you can just scratch out the pictures. But I mean, it's too late now. But if you go really fast, you won't notice them. It's my
nobody's
on it, so I don't mind if anybody sees the back end.
We promise not to look at them.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, go like that.
There's no expectation of privacy when you're in public.
Right.
I just thought that there. I'm just saying.
I mean,
for educational purposes.
It was like this monstrous moon over the top of the pyramid, and the pyramid point is pointing straight up at it. It was like a killer picture. I couldn't not take it.
Okay, I'm saving it now.
Oh well, I think it was Lindsay's. Probably Lindsay's. Because my butt was in it, so I was going the other way and she took the picture. So.
All right, it'll just be in a few minutes. Let me see what else I was going to show you. Wait, we did that. I've been scratching things off left and right, so.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, here. Nicole put together some pictures. That's right. Some slides. So while we're waiting for Gillian's to upload,
right?
Let's see what Nicole picked out for us this week.
Oh, Christopher, I was looking for you on Messenger. I didn't see you.
We already saw a bunch of her stuff.
That was her pictures. This is stuff that she picked it out. These are pictures from other people. Yeah. I'm not sure what she labeled it as. Let me see. Probably the date. So let's see, January. Here. Yeah, should be it. I go blank every time, Nicole. It's like, what would she name it? The date. Oh, hold one moment. Hang on.
She go in, she comes out. She goes in and in and out. And back again.
Can't believe I have to do
Now we can't understand what you say.
No. What?
Oh, okay, now you're back.
day or something?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
we're
okay.
all going into gobbledygook mode now. It's like 6 hours.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's like 6 hours. Like, how can it be 6 hours? But it is.
Thunda, she wants to know, Sam, are you getting a lot of snow?
We got a foot and a half, and it's nice and cold, and it's mild for Montana winter for January. So no, it's actually not as much snow as the radar is showing that we are getting. But we're okay. We're wet. We got snow. That's a good thing.
Okay.
It's been
Let's
warm
see,
enough.
who
It's
is
been
this?
falling off my
it's
roof and all of that to
JD.
make a
Oh,
jump
wow.
there.
Look at that. That's Saru. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Look at that. That's the whole planet.
Wow.
The whole blue area.
Yep.
That's Saru. Nice. I like it. Let's see here. Okay.
He's coming in quick and coming in big. There again.
Yeah.
They're cutting off the top of the sun. While Uri, you can see the difference in Uri is on the left. There's that blue edge. That's Uri, and the
Yes.
is Saru.
Isn't that cool?
And she's coming in fast. That's the thing. It's just been amazingly quicker than. And we haven't seen her for quite a few years.
Classic.
It is kind of surprising and unusual that we get to see Saru again. Her water type, very large planet.
Right.
Noise was.
Because we went years without seeing Saru.
Yeah, it was like 2017, 18 was the last time we saw Saru. She went off into the back distance behind us, and then we got to swim in Uri and Attu for many, many years, and then Nepesity and all of that started coming forward, and then we were distracted by Nepesity for God knows how many years now.
Star of the show. Or, I don't know, wannabe. It's pretty, impressive.
Well, her close passes were the most destructive.
Yeah. I'm guessing Matt's Nepesity. Or
Most
Attu's
likely,
moon.
or well,
Wait
it's
till-
either that or Nibiru, one of the two.
Yeah. Okay.
Based out finger
Yeah.
wises, we don't know.
It's hard to
for sure
tell
which is
what
which,
direction.
But if I knew the right direction it was looking at.
Yeah. Yep. Awesome.
And there you've got combination of lead asteroid. Oh boy, a dark blob.
Busy.
Is Saturn Jello Moon, is Saturn, and then Sarah. It's a weird angled picture in France, looking off the Normandy coast or something like that. No, it couldn't be. If we're looking at sunset, it would be in the.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe it's in the south of France.
Yeah. I didn't know you were done or not.
That might be the Mediterranean.
But look at that. I mean, all those little asteroids. There's probably lots of crafts. Look at those little funny shaped clouds.
Yeah, I wasn't even looking for the little stuff. Yeah.
The little cloud. They're not clouds. Clouds don't go in formation
Right.
in clusters like that.
Right. Look at the left of the sun.
I mean, like study every little detail and you'll be like, wait a minute, that's weird. All these little shapes. Yeah.
Yeah, if you do that, go back a decade. Oh my God.
If you watch that on time lapse, things like this, they are trucking along like a truckers. They just move along and they're in straight lines and yeah. So anyway, it's interesting. There's something in there out there. Okay. Ooh, look at that.
Yeah. The long
There,
box.
you can just see it. You can just see the dark area.
Yeah.
It's close.
That is the long box cube in front of a Saturn's yellow moon. It's dark. You can barely see it, but we know it's there. Sorry, I ate a peanut butter cracker.
Oh,
it's okay.
Sounds good.
You're allowed to
I
eat.
could almost talk with peanut butter in my mouth.
I know. It's like it's Adam Mel Moon. It's
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I chose that.
That was great.
Look at that.
That is incredible.
That one's really nice.
Beautiful.
And this is Morris Saturn's yellow moon coming so over the top of us that all you're seeing is a microflame-like clouds.
Wow. Okay, man. I couldn't tell if that was Saturn or Atu and its moon, but
Yeah, but look where the sunset is, and look where the
I
light
can't really
is coming.
see it.
And remember,
I got
Atu is now
words.
behind us, and so this has to be
My
a
little-
Saturn's yellow moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I see. I can.
They're just
StreamYard
so
has
big.
a block right over that area.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It says slide number 6 is what I see.
Okay.
Yeah, warning
wow.
that you may be viewing a landscape. Like, oh my God, give me an X rating, an R rating, or whatever. Yeah.
Maria,
So do I
okay.
have to sign in to see this? What?
I know, right? Call your parents.
That's Saru again. I
Get a
think.
You
permission
might
slip.
need your mommy
That's what I
to
thought.
unlock the
Blue,
password
green.
so that you can watch the sky.
Looks blue-green.
Yeah.
Blue green.
I mean, Saru and Nepicity, though, have so many similarities because Nepicity has a green and orange combination, too.
Yeah, but Nepicity
But-
green is different green than this green.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And it's not been above the sun in quite some time now.
And the core is different because Saru has a very thick illuminated core, where Nepicity has a 1, 2, 3 illuminated core.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting how much they're alike, but they're different. Yes.
Yeah, and that has to do with the planetary weather pattern and the strength of their magnetosphere, and if they've got a polar opening or a base cloud. Often I wonder what Earth looks like on a regular basis, but we have no way to get photographs of Earth's base cloud, the South
Right.
Pole, and from space. If we had a camera on the moon, maybe. But,
Yeah.
or if they crank,
Incredible.
something, Venus or something. If we put a camera on Venus, of course, we'd only see that every 2 years once you got close enough. There, that square is the red asteroid coming in on the left-hand side.
Wow.
In front of Atu's moon, Uri,
Interesting.
and Saru.
Yeah. That's,
So what's
that's-
making it so square looking? I wonder. I just
Well, that
wonder.
edge, the right-hand edge of the red asteroid has a big flat spot on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's flat on the right and teardrop shaped on the left.
Okay.
Yeah. I see.
Whoa.
Wow. Nice.
And that, of course, is Saturn's yellow moon doing its ion tail, and you're watching all sorts of, like the spiral asteroid is coming in from underneath just above the tree, going across to the middle.
Okay.
So we're seeing it. The spiral asteroid is cross-referencing farther over to the right just recently. And it is in some shots, it's actually curving, and you can see it going in vertical. But I mean, that's all that crazy stuff that's going on with the lead asteroid and all the other now, which is completely mind-boggling, but it's happening. Look, oh God, look at all that white. What do we got here?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't dare jump across the street on this one, but are those ships?
That's
And do
what
we
I
have the
thought when I
evacuation
first saw this
vessels
one.
going here?
I've just taken pictures like that as well with all that white stuff.
Yeah, those are immensely highly illuminated white stuff that shouldn't be there because those aren't normal clouds. It's a cutoff halo refraction dimming of the light, and yet very bright already at the same time. There might be the lead asteroid might be between that halo rainbow and the sun there. It could be the lead asteroid blocking the light.
Oh, it's debris next to it.
Yeah, there's something going on. This is a light cutoff of some sort.
But that's so big. I mean, that blank void area in the middle there.
Oh, we know there's lots of ships up there anyway. Thank you, Katie Joe.
Yeah. Really cool.
So just to verify, Jessica was talking about how, she just can't believe all of this is in space. Are those little light clouds that you're talking about, that possible crafts,
Yeah, look how big they are. Those are in space.
Are they in space? Is that what you're
those are not
saying?
Earth clouds.
Uh-huh.
You see any normal clouds in the shot anywhere at all? No. None of this is our clouds. None of it.
No. It's out there. It
Wild.
just looks so close. I totally get it. It looks really, that means it's really big. It must mean it's really big then, right?
Could be a bunch of Star Destroyers, a little bit of vaporous cloud coming off of them. It looks like a bunch of Star Destroyers with some sort of a cutoff going on here, which is why the light looks oddly diffused.
Right. Huh. Yeah.
We've watched this for 15 years now, and we do examine the light in the sky regularly, and we become experts at this. Although we do make mistakes. Yeah, this is his Saturn's yellow moon, and it's very flame-like, and it's the only one like it out there out of all of them.
It's so cool.
Yeah,
when you see it.
I know that's that video we saw from Jesus.
Right.
And Sam's drawing
I
was going to say that. Let me just show you really quick. Let me just show you because it's that important and good.
The straight lines,
stripe things on it.
Yeah, I love it when when you see something that's so precise. Let's get that drawing. Because those lines, you don't see them all the time with Saturn's moon. You really don't. But
yeah, and I was a little weirded out when I drew it in originally, but I make things from the source because I draw what my brain tells me to draw, not what I choose to draw.
Right.
And I drew those in, and I sat there and I looked at that and I thought, God, that's odd that I drew that in that way.
Isn't that weird?
There they are.
I love this. This has got to be one of my favorite.
Look at these stripy lines there, man.
And then horizontal lines.
Look at it.
Yes.
It has matched so many photos. It's it's just incredible.
Yeah.
It's probably got the same amount of lines on too.
Especially the push plate or whatever Sam calls the diagonal lines on the bottom of Saturn's yellow moon.
Foot plate or something.
Yep. We call it like a shield or armor or a soft shell crab, but it has these straight lines on the bottom. And I knew that if you look at the date on the drawing, I knew that years ago, and here it is many years later, 2025, and it matches. So therefore, it's not something we make up, it's real. And the source always tells me what to draw. I just go into, far seeing mode, just sit down at the table. I don't copy any of these off of the, computer or anything. I just sit down and I draw what I see in my head. And for the most part, I'm accurate. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I love how you just did that.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Normal,
And I also wanted to mention that Aaliyah sent us a donation on Venmo.
Oh,
and I did
thank you,
receive it,
Aaliyah.
so
Thank you,
Aaliyah. And she's going to organize her pictures, and by next week, she'll have them.
Awesome.
So we can look at them.
Awesome.
Yay. One of these days,
nice.
she's going to be a guest on the show.
I think so too. I think so.
We're working on it. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
She's a nice lady. She really is. I had a chance to visit with her on TikTok one day.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and Chris was there too. Yeah.
Yep.
So
we were there.
CarolAnne was there. Yeah.
Yep, we were there. Me and my cohort.
Yeah, I was there as well.
Yes.
Oh, Jilly, yes. I forgot. Sorry. Anyway, there was a whole
Cohort.
party, wasn't it?
Me and my
Every now and then I
cohort.
managed to get on, like when I'm
And then
talking.
there was just one
It's
guy.
just you're gone at some obscene hours and I'm already in my snoozy bed. So
Yeah.
come on,
Oh,
guys,
boy.
get
Get with it. Come on. Okay.
That's
I
who
said
had
him.
his moon.
Oh. I couldn't tell. I thought the sun was on the.
Oh, I could be wrong. Look where, you're right. The sun is on the left.
Yeah,
I was looking at the trees first and didn't look up to the upper left. Oh, this
Yeah,
is
that's
the
right.
yellow moon.
Not following your own rules again, Sam.
I looked in the right. Hey, we've been on
He's testing us,
hours.
Chris.
I'm getting
Yeah.
loopy here.
He's testing us.
Exam time, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting a little loopy here.
Yeah, look at that. Again, Saru.
You know, all these Coca-Colas. I
back.
think I'm on my
Orange
third
part.
one already.
Didn't the girls have pizza today, Sam?
Yes. Well, I already went through the pizza cutting ceremony, and I didn't burn myself this time.
Oh, you must have done that when I was off there for a couple minutes. I missed that.
Yeah, well, they
Just gonna
love
show
it
ya.
because, you know, and I love it because, you know, I buy like $8, $9 worth of pizza, and I don't have to cook.
All right.
You know, I don't.
I can do that one.
And they are aware that, you know, frozen foods are not healthy for them, but they do like their Saturdays.
Well, they're
All right.
kids yet. They're still kids.
Yeah, if I let them, they'd eat that every day. But
They know better.
look at the illumination on the light blue area. That is the bottom of, or actually the side of Uri, and Saru and Matim is in that white illumination. But it's also the side of Uri. That's why it gets dark blue as you go to the left.
Maybe a little like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
If
but on
you
the other
zoom
side.
in on Saru and Yuri mostly. But yeah.
Sam,
that-
there's
that
a
was-
thing for you from Jessica Wyndham. She's talking the experimental elemental and says, but who orbits who? Or are
Yeah,
we sitting
well,
side by side? Maybe Rebecca has that picture after the slideshow is over. The orbit model where the sun
there
is
is.
and
Yeah.
we're spiraling.
Let me try it and get it
If
pulled
we,
up.
if we show her that, then that helps
Let's
to
see.
explain
Right,
it.
and the planets are not in
heliocentric.
Earth orbit model, and they're not in our orbit model. Our orbit model is spread out, and we're going through them. They're much
Right.
larger.
There it is. There you go, Jessica.
Okay, now in this graphic, you're seeing one star, but we actually have two stars, and they actually spiral as well, and then they cross patterns every 4,000 years, a little less, and then they trade places, and we go through each other. But this is how we travel through space in a static electric spiral, not gravitational. Gravity is part of that, but not the overall.
Wow.
And all has to do with atomic weight value and chemical compounding, and you know, that structure thing we just talked about in the middle of the show where it started to break up.
Yep, the heliocentric model. A lot of
Yep.
people argue with that, but
Well, you hear people say, how are we spinning through space whenever
Mhm.
everything's perfectly still, the water's level, and you know, you got all this throwing at you. And it's like, I don't know, but I do see rotating I see the planets that are passing by. If you watch them on time lapse, they rotate as they go by.
No, this
So
is a
if they're
straight line
rotating,
pathway.
we're probably rotating.
But overall, we go up and then we go down and we go up and we go down in a radio wave
see if I got an
in our
example.
universe.
There's
Not
a good
in a
one.
straight line.
Yep.
Rotation.
We
Let's see.
too are harmonic because sound equals light equals matter, and that's
I hope
basic
it's not
physics.
loud. Oh, it won't pull it up. Bear with me. It's supposed to. It says nopicity rotating by, but it won't. I don't know. It won't let me get. I don't know. Anyway, rotation. That's weird.
But
I
that's
had.
it's starting to freeze up on you.
I mean, I had a file rotation clip. Let's see if this is it. That,
Yeah,
like for
look at that.
example, like that,
Pretty
like
pretty.
that is that spiral that we're seeing in that heliocentric model. You know, these planets, they rotate, so we're probably spinning too, right? We just don't
Yep.
see it, feel it, realize it.
Right. That's why we have
Crazy.
the mid-ocean bulge. That's why we're pressed to the ground, because we're in the middle of the merry-go-round. We're pushed to the center. That's why we don't float away. Plus, we're electrically connected to the ground. We're part of.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot to wrap your head around. I know that.
Yes, it is.
I love that. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I got yelled at by top level scientists going, "How dare you think that you're smarter than Einstein or Newton? How dare you be that way?" And I went, "Well, I'm sorry, but it's not gravity. It's electrical.
Can't change facts.
No.
Yeah. Well, they'd be mad at you. Okay, well, let them be mad at you. Napacity.
Whichever. Not Napacity for sure.
Wow.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
Notice the date on top of the page.
Right.
Yeah, this is older.
Yep.
Look at it.
It's
Still,
big.
it's incredible.
It was 2018 when
And the
Napacity,
sunlight is just
first
like
started doing her
struggling.
first
Wow.
close pass.
No wonder it's flickering.
Look at that. Look at
The
that.
giant planet right above it.
And this was the year of our first discharges on Earth as well in 2018.
Okay.
You can actually see the planet pushing that sun. Like
Right.
uncover,
Right.
cover. And it's so fast it makes it flicker in
Yeah.
our eyes.
Right. When it's flickering, there's something moving by the sun.
Something's moving
really
by it,
close. And it's chopping it.
And watch
Chop,
that
chop,
one
chop.
part. Wow. Oh,
Dude.
there it
I
is.
just-
I
That's
love
amazing.
looking at it.
Gorgeous. You can fall into its seas. Wow, okay, hi, Danny.
I remember way back, when we started having really good pictures like that. And I'd say to Jillian, turn it upside down. And they'd all laugh at me. And they
It
found
makes
out
a
now
huge difference.
it does make a big difference.
When I'm
Yeah, I
making my
remember when-
comparisons.
I remember when we were that couple of weeks into
Wow.
it, and Matthew turned it upside down and sent me a picture and said, "Look at this. That's your picture." I'm like, yeah.
I used to torment him too.
Yeah. Yeah, you always said, remember to turn it upside down. Might
That's
make more
right.
sense.
That's
Different
right.
perspective. Look at that.
It's like laying down on the ground and looking up.
And Samuel always says,
Sure.
"You're making me drunk and dizzy."
Yeah.
Sure felt like it.
Yep. Free roller coaster ride for everyone. You don't even need a
That's
ticket.
fun.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Very nice.
Mm.
Let's see. Also,
Oh, it looks like Audrey's awake.
Hey, Audrey.
Yay, she's back. We're still here, Audrey. We're still
Yeah,
here.
she's waking up, and we might be going to sleep soon.
Sunrise in South Africa.
Okay. Here is. I don't have music added to this, but this is Jillian's pictures, y'all.
Okay,
Okay.
Gillian, hum.
Yeah.
Uh,
This is what Scotland looks like.
Yeah, with Venus right there.
Is
But,
this morning or night?
that's evening. That's just
Evening.
a wee while ago. That was 4 in the afternoon. Like,
Just a wee while ago? A wee.
sorry, a wee while ago. That.
You're funny.
Wee.
Beautiful.
Look, it's like a big blue blob right there.
Yeah.
Natu's moon, Natu.
Okay.
Sun's behind us. Past Earth.
Look at that
There's-
dude. He's going over something. Look.
It's a sky scribbler with
Shadow.
it's a shadow line.
It's a shadow, yeah.
Yeah.
The shadow on the side of that planet.
Yeah.
I've seen that several times now.
Is that the first you saw that, Jillian? Like that? We had others.
Mm-hmm.
It was just so
Yeah, the shadow
accentuated. I
tells you
just
there's
looked up and
something
seen
I
it
know,
now.
right?
I was
It's like,
like,
what the heck
Yeah.
is happening?
If
How's that even possible? Well, there you go.
I can send you some that look like that.
Oh, we got
Look
tons
at
of
the
those. going back a
colors.
decade.
Beautiful.
thank you. Oh, look at the triangle thing over here. And the blue blob and and the scribbler guy. Look, that thing on the top on the right. What's that?
Yeah.
You've got the blue in that one too.
Look.
Yeah, that's a
What's that do?
shadow. Yeah.
That is awesome.
It's incredible. I mean, look at the planet. I mean, like, look at that.
Nice.
Something else hanging down there. It's like a eyeball shape. Look at that. Ding dong. Because that whole right side was just blue, and that other side on the left was all white puffball.
Thank you, White Monkey.
Look.
White Monkey. Hi.
Yep.
That's a new name for me. I've not seen
Yeah.
that name before.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm happy you're here, White Monkey.
And Katie Joe does do a great job.
Yes.
My God, I'm computer blind.
She does.
Oh.
What happened?
Oh, my one eye versus my other eye.
Your one eye. What?
Well, a lot of times I'll look at pictures with one eye, and then I'll close
Yeah.
the other one, and to
Yeah.
get the artistic view. And then I open the other one, and the one eye is blind from the light on the right hand side, and the other one is not.
Now you know
So
how I
walk-
feel.
Get up and look
Look
around
at the
behind me.
the two types of spider webs too. Look at them.
I'm always looking with one eye. If I open and close the other one, it makes no difference.
Oh no.
Like,
Yeah.
Look at
whoa.
those little blobs there. Look at those little blips.
And that's just scribblers telling you not to look at what's behind there.
Yeah. They almost look like frequency lines, don't they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but those are most likely sea trails, or they could be. Well, they are wiggly. They could be rockets.
Okay. Interesting.
There's an interesting blue lens
Yeah, I
flare
see
here.
that. Yeah. Yeah.
And that could be coming from a Tim cutting into the sun on the left.
Oh.
Hmm.
Ow. Like I said, I'm blind. Bright light, bright light.
It just was making pretty colors there.
I caught myself doing the one eye thing again. It's like, no, stop that.
Like this.
Yeah. And this
That's
again this is Saru cutting off the top half of the sun. Wow. You can see the definitive line in color. Same thing here. That flaring on top is actually the refraction off the bottom of the core of Saru, because the bottom area below that line is the actual sun. And if you
It's
look
really
at the
small
water
one
or
on
the
the
road
top.
refraction, the light on the road, you can see a direct change in correlation.
Wow.
Yeah, I got to open up that other eye, man. I am one eye blind here. Hi, Maria.
There's another Sam question from Jessica
Yeah.
Wyndham.
Yeah, about the
Thank you,
stars.
Maria.
You
maybe.
saw that.
Constellation. Uh-huh.
Must be a nightmare or planet. Well, yeah, you gotta know your proximity and all of that, how you're heading to them, but they're far closer than. There's interesting. That's a pyramid in the UK, I believe.
In
Yeah,
Scotland,
Gillian
yeah.
went there. Yeah, she went there.
That was my butt that was on there as well. You can see
Yep.
my cardigan.
Yep. I
And
remember
this
when
is
you
the
went.
mythical snow kitty.
The snow cat, yeah.
We have a one-track mind.
And Venus again is the white dot.
So just to clarify, so like I remember asking you this similar question a long time ago, but you explained that all the constellations are also traveling in the same spiral, which is why we can look at them and they stay in their right locations.
Predominantly,
Is that right?
they stay the same, but during the seasons and our axis tip change from winter orbit to summer orbit is variant, and they move, of course. But we've also, in the last decade, 12 years or so, been moving so that the Milky Way, the Big Dipper, and all of that are in different places than they used to be, because we are traveling and rising up into the upper plane of our galaxy. So all of that is changing as well.
Yeah.
So you have to be prepared for that, and that's a whole entirely another story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those dark ones, the night ones, Rebecca, the ones that were before this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like that is hours after everything's set. Why is it like that again?
Okay, the illumination on the left, that light blue there, is the asteroids under Uri. They're still illuminated because Uri's still overhead.
Yeah, definitely.
This is the edge of Uri and Saru, right here. At sunset, Uri rises up, Saru becomes more straight line predominant. And then when you get to the darkness, and then that's the asteroids that are illuminating.
Oh, and the babies were fed up with me by now.
These are the curly-haired fuzzy planets.
Yes, I was going to ask. I'm not real familiar with them.
Yeah, these two planets are
look
different.
at
They orbit the Square constellation.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fed up waiting for
There
the
they
dinner.
are.
Yep, that's the table
babies.
chair constellation.
That was the last one. Okay.
You can tell we're all getting tired.
They're big.
Yeah, I'm at that.
Yeah.
That spot.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there rubbing my head, going, okay.
I
Christopher,
know.
you're not seeing much out there right now, are you?
Oh no, I had to stand up for a minute and walk.
I don't blame you.
If I don't move, I'll be in bed for the next 3 days.
Yeah, I'm locking up pretty bad. I'm like leaning into. I used to be like this.
Well,
but
guys, if that's your last photos, then Rebecca, then
No,
we should
like-
up.
Yeah.
That's
it.
I know. It's like
Sure.
can't
Yeah, we
even-
can wrap it up, Sam. That's fine. We're all
Okay.
caught up.
And good night to Truth Spreader. And thank
Good
you.
night.
Yeah, good night, Taylor.
that was awesome that he was with
He's
us. Thank
watching.
you
Yeah.
to everyone.
Yeah.
And
Well, I appreciate y'all being here.
Rebecca,
Yeah.
did you just post the donation links
Oh,
quick before
yes.
you go?
Let's do that. Perfect idea. Yes, we should do
Sure.
that. Thanks for reminding me.
You're
Gotta
welcome.
pay the bills.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you guys go.
People,
Help us
donate.
out, please.
So we can
Yes.
keep going.
Yep.
We can't do it without you. It's that simple.
That's true. It really is true. Me and Sam
It's
would,
tough.
yeah, can't afford it on our own. But you know what? I'm not saying we don't get help, because we do, and we couldn't be doing our shows right
And
now.
we're
if it
grateful
wasn't
for that too. So
What
grateful.
people do every month,
Yep,
every week.
Yep.
We
Yep.
get a few, and it
Makes
turns
a
around
difference.
and makes the payments get paid.
Makes a difference. Yep.
So absolutely. So keep it up. How's that? Thank you.
You got it. You got it.
Right.
Open the floodgates of your heart.
Right.
And we got a kitty to name too. So
I know, little guy. I can't think of a name yet. But I got Wooly Bully. So far, we have one. Nicole
That's
bought.
funny.
She bought a $5 ticket for
Wooly
Wooly
Bully.
Come
Bully.
on,
Like
Nicole. I'm ahead of you here.
And then we got, what was it?
How many
What
did
did
I
you
have?
say? I forgot what you
Axel,
said.
you can call him Axel, man.
Well, that
He's
one
an
went to
Axel.
Rebecca.
Yeah. Okay, I put Axel down.
Yeah.
And
Smokey.
Smokey, that's it.
Trying
I
to
used
think
to
of
have a
something
kitty
like
cat, a
basic,
gray cat
you know.
called Grayson, and he was great.
Okay.
My
I
son.
like that one too.
Grayson is
Grayson.
cool. Yeah, who
They
said
had
Grayson?
Grayson. Yeah, but
Rebecca
he
did.
died. It was a sad
Yep.
memory. A sad memory.
Well, that one's
Okay.
nice. I like that too.
I like Grayson.
Yeah.
Grayson's cool.
He's
Very.
yeah, he's cute.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So
Okay.
So we will
Blessings
see you
everybody.
all next week, same bat channel, same bat time. and
Yeah.
same
Back
bat
there with
time.
our cats
Yeah.
and our clothes, our cats and our
Hey,
clothes.
keep your cameras charged and be ready to,
No.
headphones
Look up and take
charged,
pictures.
Jillian.
never know what
Tablets
you're going to
charged.
be able to see.
No, you
Yeah.
don't. You don't.
It's
Mr.
got
Gray.
blue light
Yeah,
now,
Mr.
and it
Gray.
doesn't matter.
Yep.
Smoky
Love
Robinson.
and blessings to
Okay.
everybody. Thank you for being here with us once again.
All right. Hand is on the X. We will talk to everyone really
Okay,
soon.
Sam.
All right,
Thank you.
Sam.
Look
Good
for
night,
your
everybody.
new map
Take
on the
care, guys.
15th.
That's right.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Bye,
Night.
everybody. See you next
Okay,
week.
bye.
Night, night.
Bye.
Night, Rebecca. Night, Gillian.
Good
Night,
night.
Christopher.
Good night.
Good night, Samuel.
All right. Oh, it's fun.
Oh, good night, Esri Colette. I just saw your.
Oh.
I gotta say good night
Good
to
night, young
and
Sam.
Michelle. Yeah, and True Spreader. Okay, hate to cut
Yep.
people off. Sandy Cheeks is
Aw.
here, and
Good night,
Experimental,
everybody.
and
Thanks for being
Audrey
here.
coming back, and
Oh, Captain
Henry is
Smokey.
here,
Ooh.
and Maria. Good night,
Aw.
Maria in Alaska,
Love
and
to
then
everybody.
Nibiru, Nemesis, peace, sweet. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna hit the button now, so we'll see you next week.
Buddhist.
Bye. Bye, Tara. See ya. Bye-bye.